This is our man. NSS class assassin from the organization. He was eliminated because he broke free from their brainwashing. Just when you thought it was over, the author said, nope, and he was immediately reincarnated as a baby. But when his maternal grandfather walked in, an extremely powerful pressure emanated, surprising even a high-level assassin like him. It turns out this baby is the young master of the most powerful family on the continent, and the grandfather before him is none other than the king of destruction. Feeling that his family background wasn't enough of an advantage, he had to start training before he could even walk. At the age of 2, he had already become the family's genius, proficient in magic and… Well, let's not drag this on. Let's begin. Whether it was the biting cold wind late at night, the moonlight peeking through the high clouds, or the senses of a seasoned assassin, they all whispered the same thing. Under the dark night, the bright moon shone upon a magnificent architectural area. Here, a man in a black, hooded robe was kneeling. He was receiving praise from his master. Once again, you've done well. The young man looked up, his eyes flashing with a deep coldness, combined with a soulless expression like that of a dead man. He replied, thank you, Lord Duress. This was the name of the master standing before him. This man had long, blue hair that seemed to glow brilliantly in the bright moonlight. He also possessed cold eyes, but hidden within them was the distinct nobility of a lord. He was Duress Robert. They said he would die at this man's hands tonight. Lord Duress spoke, you have shown me a result worthy of the position of shadow leader. Thanks to your efforts, our family has been able to progress significantly. The man in black closed his eyes and replied, I only did what I had to do, my lord. I am truly curious. Lord Duress asked with a smile, do you believe that a shadow needs freedom? This question was aimed at Ron with a hidden meaning. Ron remained serious and replied, the shadow unit only needs to carry out the master's orders. We do not possess thoughts, emotions, or a heart. Good, Duress nodded, so you know that well. But if you know that, he continued in a slow voice, then why did you dare to act on your own? The last words were accompanied by a terrifying pressure that constricted the air, making Ron feel breathless. He glared at his subordinate with sharp eyes and continued, and how did you manage to break free from the brainwashing? Ron broke into a cold sweat. How? How did he know about that? The brainwashing was House Robert's way of optimizing its assassination team, the Shadow, by kidnapping or buying children and turning them into assassins who would devote their entire lives to carrying out dirty work for the Robert family. In other words, they raised loyal dogs for the family. I was also brainwashed, but thanks to a chance encounter during a mission, I was able to remove the shackles that imprisoned me. But how could he know that I was no longer brainwashed? Ron asked bluntly, how did you know, my lord? Lord Duress raised his hand and replied, among all the assassins, including you, there are 2 chains that bind your necks. The first is the brainwashing, which you somehow managed to escape. And the second, at this point, he snapped his fingers, is this. Then, a pain shot through Ron's chest. In an instant, Ron coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Finally unable to bear it, Ron fell to his knees, blood pouring from his body like a fountain. What is this pain? Ron clutched his chest, the pain not subsiding but intensifying, feeling as if his heart was being sawed apart. Duress smirked and explained, it's a rage worm. Even though Ron heard the answer, he still couldn't understand what it was. The rage worm is an insect that has been implanted in your body. It is still obeying my command, and is gradually eating away at your heart. The worst kind of dark magic is one that can even read the emotions of a slave. Was the brainwashing alone not enough for you that you had to make me consume a rage worm too? And you still act so high and mighty after doing such things. Ron gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, you truly are a despicable man. Duress burst out laughing. That's called being cautious, not despicable. Don't forget, you were able to escape the brainwashing. People say that everyone wears a mask, it's just that my mask is a little thicker and more special than others. He said this with a fake smile still on his lips. Ron wished he could bite the man in front of him to death. Damn you, Robert. I was kidnapped at an age where I could barely remember anything. Then I was raised as a hunting dog and assassin for the Robert family. Even when I became the shadow leader, I lived without a heart or emotions. But thanks to a fortunate encounter, I was able to learn a technique called the Ring of Fire. That technique, which was proven to be a special ability of the continent's strongest swordsman from long ago, helped me escape the brainwashing. I thought I could finally escape the shadow unit and dreamed of freedom. I finally had hope. So why is death, not freedom, waiting for me at the end of the road? What sin have I committed? Why must I die such a meaningless death? As his life seemed to fade, Ron lamented his unfortunate fate. He clenched his jaw and mustered all his remaining strength. Ron slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it, I can't let things end like this. If I'm going to die here anyway. Ron clutched his chest, trying to use all his remaining strength to stand up. Even Duress was surprised by this action. How can you stand up in that condition? Ron, without a word, crouched into a stance, a faint purple energy appearing around his body. He told himself, If this is my end, I will take his hand or at least wound him. Before I die. In an instant, Ron's eyes seemed to glow. Ah, he shouted and lunged forward. I will not die a pathetic death. Ron transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking directly at Lord Duress. Unflustered, he calmly raised his hand and drew his weapon. Then, Ron only saw Duress swing his arm. In the next second, his head was severed from his neck, falling to the ground with a thud. Duress stood silently, looking at the corpse of his subordinate. His eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Even if I blocked that blow, although he was just trash, he not only escaped the brainwashing, but he could also endure the pain from the rage worm and attack me. Duress exclaimed, how long has it been? How many years has it been since I was last injured? Duress raised his right hand. On the back of his hand was a cut several centimeters deep, with blood flowing out. To be bitten by a hunting dog that I trained myself. Unbelievable. But there's no need to worry about him now, because he is dead. One Duress glanced at Ron's head and clicked his tongue. Dispose of him, he ordered. Immediately, several more men in black appeared beside Ron's body. The last image that appeared in Ron's lifeless eyes was the back of Lord Duress. He was considered one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. My defeat was inevitable. He is the strong, and I am the weak, how could I resist? Duress walked forward, where a gate emitting a dim light now stood. Ron died unreconciled. But I do not accept it. I regret living this life for no reason. I regret being played by that man Duress my entire life. And I deeply regret not being able to complete the Ring of Fire. Whether it's a god or even a demon, anyone will do. So please, do something and give me a chance to take revenge on Duress. Suddenly, a pendant that fell next to Ron's corpse emitted a sparkling light. Then, a strange system voice appeared in Ron's mind. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will enter your body. The body is dead, an error has occurred. Then, the space blurred and then brightened, shifting to a scene of birds flying and butterflies fluttering under the sun. Sunshine, look at mommy, my sunshine. In front of the main character was a blonde woman, holding a baby toy and shaking it, smiling gently as she cooed. A baby's hand reached up, accompanied by babbling sounds. A bath. Good job, now what is this? A bow. This newborn baby had blonde hair and red eyes, looking incredibly innocent and adorable. The woman, seeing her son trying to talk, couldn't help but hug him tightly. Oh, my adorable sunshine, who do you take after to be so cute? The baby responded with meaningless words, but a sense of helplessness could be seen in them. This baby is the main character. They still haven't gotten used to this. The woman holding me is Sylvia. Sylvia picked up the baby and said playfully, let's go, mommy. The baby just raised his eyebrows, looking troubled. I still can't believe I've been reincarnated as this woman's child, although I still retain my memories from my past life as an assassin. At first, I thought this was a dream and slept for 100 days straight. However, no matter how much I slept, I finally accepted the fact that I had been reborn. At that time, Ron was still skeptical. Why haven't I woken up yet? Back in the present, he was being carried by his mother to the window to bask in the sun. Sylvia looked down at the courtyard and smiled. The weather is beautiful today, isn't it, son? I hope the Lord returns soon. Sylvia's lips curved as she said, that way, he can give you a beautiful name. Ron looked up, thinking it was a bit strange to be called by the nickname Sunshine. But not seeing his own child for 100 days, he must be very busy. Ron wanted to say something, but all that came out was a bow. I haven't been able to discover much since I was reincarnated, but at least I know that this is a rather wealthy family, belonging to the upper class. This was evident from the interior and architectural style of the place where he lived. I guess being reborn into a powerful and wealthy family is better than a mediocre one because I need to take revenge. One thing I still remember clearly is the indignation and hatred I felt in my heart before I died. But I need to be patient. Because so far, I've only been in this room. I don't know where this is, I don't know what my position is, or what situation I'm in. Furthermore, because I haven't been able to complete the Ring of Fire technique, I must endure patiently. Unconsciously, Ron brought his hands together as if to practice the Ring of Fire. I was once called the greatest assassin of the Robert family. To wait for the day I can take revenge on Duress, I can suppress my emotions and desires until the time is right. But what made me even more curious was the splendor and size of this mansion. It was more than just upper class. While relaxing, Ron suddenly noticed someone outside the door. A maid rushed in, flustered. Lady Sylvia, the Lord is returning, the girl announced. Sylvia seemed surprised. Father is. Ron thought to himself, Father. Does that mean the Lord is my grandfather? Sylvia looked confused. What should we prepare? The maid replied, it's too late, my lady, he's already at the door. Sylvia sighed. Oh no. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. Sylvia and the maid turned their faces towards the door, waiting. Ron's face turned pale. What the hell is this presence? From outside the door, a clear voice rang out, announcing the return of the Lord. The door swung open, revealing only a blinding light, followed by the silhouette of a great figure. He slowly walked forward. Ron seemed to recognize who this was to be able to exert such pressure with his mere presence. The man wore a large cloak, with epaulets on both shoulders. Ron blurted out, "Ah." He frowned. "It can't be. If I'm not mistaken, this person is that man." Arriving in front of Sylvia, she froze. "Father?" The man asked in a gentle voice, "Is this the child?" When Ron saw him, he became even more certain of his speculation. "I'm sure of it." An elderly man with hair the color of the sun, eyes the fiery red of flames, and a face colder than ice. The master of the greatest family on the continent, the king of destruction of the north, Glenn Zeehart. Glenn carefully observed his grandson, as if about to say something. It seems that somehow, the boy Ron thought, I have been reborn into the most powerful family on the continent. Do you want to hold him? A voice asked. Truly a difficult fate. Glenn took his grandson and then declared, from this day on, the boy's name is Ron. Just as the name implies, can us, live quietly and exist quietly like a shadow, as if you are not here. Ron's eyes widened as he looked at him. After overcoming life and death, I also have a new name. After naming his grandson, Glenn immediately left. Ron, it wasn't until midnight that Ron opened his eyes and looked around. They must be asleep by now. He sat up. It's been a boring 100 days, but now I have a chance. I get sleepy out of nowhere from time to time, and whenever I wake up, Sylvia is by my side. I can't even control my mouth or anything. At least it's a relief that I can sleep alone in the crib. Alright, let's begin. Ron took a deep breath and threw off the blanket. Condensed the ring of fire. Ron brought his palms together, and his body began to emit a fiery aura. Ordinary martial artists on the continent use breathing to allow mana from nature, and their aura to accumulate in their energy center. The ring of fire, obtained through special catalysts, is different. Just like a mage creates a mana circle, it creates a circle around the heart. This increases stamina, and stimulates the body's growth while also enhancing one's will and mana affinity. Therefore, this method allows a person to obtain the ideal conditions to become a warrior. It's an ultimate technique. Another advantage is that even a genius like him wouldn't be able to detect the existence of the ring of fire. Above all, if I train my body and mind using the ring of fire and make his swordsmanship my own, then avenging Duras Robert will no longer be a distant dream. Perhaps it's due to this body's constitution that my mana circuit is so cold. Ron looked at his cold palms and felt puzzled. This is why my entire body is still cold even if I sleep for 20 hours or more. He tried to analyze it. A mana blockage. Or is it in the 9 sections? This is serious. At this rate, I'll die from the cold energy blocking my magic circuit. I need to clear the blockage with the ring of fire. On the other hand, it would be a waste to get rid of this bone-chilling cold. I'll combine it with the heat flow in my body and circulate them. It's unknown how much time passed, but the moon had risen. Alright, it might be a bit slow, but it's quite stable. Next, Ron started to nod off, then rolled into bed and fell into a deep sleep. Just a little bit of training, and I'm already tired. Oh no, I can't. He tried to open his eyes but couldn't anymore. Just like that, Ron slept soundly, unaware that his grandfather had secretly come to check on him. He placed his hand a few centimeters away from his grandson's body to do something. And just like that, the sun rose again. The baby Ron started crawling on the floor, babbling a few meaningless words. Sylvia was overjoyed to see this. Our Ron is so cute. Crawl some more, my child. Ron was complaining inwardly, playing with this mother is so tiring. My soul is an adult, but I'm forced to act like a baby. I'm about to die. A moment later, Sylvia picked up Ron again and smiled brightly. Is there anything Ron can't do? So cute, so cute. Ron whispered in distress. I'd rather be cold. Our cute baby Ron is still playing with mommy. A man's voice came from outside the door. Is Sylvia here? As soon as she heard this voice, Sylvia exclaimed. A old man. No, Saint. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a beard, wearing a long gray robe. The moment he saw Sylvia, he beamed. What saint? Just call me old man. As soon as Ron saw him, he recognized the identity of the newcomer. This person is the saint of healing. His holy power and healing arts are said to be the best on the continent. He's the most famous healer on the continent, but his wandering nature makes meeting him as difficult as ascending to heaven. The old man's eyes widened when he saw the baby. I was wandering around and came to visit you since I heard you just had a child. Is this him? Ah, yes, Sylvia replied. The old man happily took Ron and lifted him high. Oh, blonde hair and red eyes. Just like you. Sylvia was extremely proud. Yes, aren't they beautiful? The old man looked at the baby intently and praised, he's a cute boy, different from Glenn, completely different. So what's this baby's name? Sylvia stammered, his name is Ron. The old man frowned upon hearing those 2 words. You didn't intentionally name him with the meaning of darkness, did you? Sylvia replied sadly. That's right. The old man looked puzzled. Naming a child darkness. What was Glenn thinking? Ron was also carefully assessing the person in front of him. He doesn't look like his title at all. There must be some connection between them. I've heard that the King of Destruction of the North and the Saint of Healing are friends, but if that's true. Ron, let this old man take a look at you. The old man turned to Ron and smiled. Then, he placed his right hand on Ron's stomach. A faint yellow light emanated from his hand and spread throughout Ron's body. Sylvia waited nervously for the result. The Saint of Healing's eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. The boy's condition is not good. Seeing his expression, Sylvia also wondered. Is there a problem with him? He didn't hide it. This child has the curse of frost within him. His mana circuit is blocked by shards of ice. Putting aside whether he can become a swordsman in the future, he explained patiently and handed the child back to Sylvia. Sylvia held her son in her arms, still stunned by the bad news she had received. If he is not treated, he will die. At this rate, he won't live for long. Sylvia's face turned pale, and she murmured, You're lying. The old man said sadly, I will give you some medicine to sustain him. Saint, please excuse me. Just then, a servant rushed in to announce. The master is calling for you. I will show you the way. The Saint of Healing nodded. I'll go after I am done here. The maid urged again. The master said to bring you immediately. He shook his head. This guy still has terrible timing. I understand, I'll go now. Unable to resist, he followed the maid. After hearing the Saint of Healing's words, Ron was puzzled. Now I know, it's the curse of frost, huh? Knowing the name doesn't change anything. Don't tell me it's because of the ring of fire. While he was thinking, a teardrop fell on Ron's cheek. Sylvia was trembling uncontrollably and said, It's a lie. She looked at the baby in her arms, her own flesh and blood, in tears. She tried to wipe away her tears. I can't lose you like this. Who said you're going to die? That's nonsense. I'll do anything to heal you. Sylvia tensed up and shouted. Your mother will do whatever it takes. You can't go. Ron, don't be sick. Ron focused his observation. What is this feeling? My heart aches. It hurts. My whole body is tired. It hurts. I don't want to see this. Don't cry. A hand reached out to stroke Sylvia's face. This hand tried to wipe away her tears. Looking closely, it was her son's hand. The baby was trying to reach for Sylvia's face and then he babbled, Ma. Ma. These words struck Sylvia's soul. Meanwhile, Glenn and the Saint of Healing were discussing business when a noise came from outside the door. Lady Sylvia, you can't, please stop. Please. Glenn asked irritably, what's that noise? You can't, the maid tried to run after her and stop her, but Sylvia had already entered the room. Lady Sylvia, the master is. Glenn shouted angrily, what is this insolence? This clumsy, shameful child. He glared at his daughter. Sylvia knelt on the ground. I beg you, father. Please save Ron. Please save Ron. Sylvia repeated once more, interrupting the conversation of the elders. She bowed her head, her cheeks stained with tears. You must have known about his condition. But he is everything to me. Please. Please save my Ron. Glenn replied sternly. He will certainly not be able to survive as a warrior. Why should I save a child who will be of no use to the family? Sylvia tried to argue. Isn't he your grandson? Glenn said angrily, the grandson you brought back after running away from home. The only thing I will do is let him bear the Zygarde name. Consider that the small piece of luck I'm giving him. But that will be all. Sylvia cried her eyes out. Father. Glenn snorted and shouted. I have nothing more to say. Take her out. At his words, two officers immediately dragged Sylvia out. Father, please, please save Ron. Sylvia cried out desperately. Please, Ron. But her ruthless father still pushed her out of the room, without a shred of compassion. It wasn't until the room was quiet again that the Saint of Healing looked out the door. He sighed, you're as stubborn as ever. Is it so hard to be honest? Why did you do that when you were the one who asked me to check on your grandson? The Saint of Healing frowned, and turned to the person opposite him. Glenn silently took a sip of tea, and got straight to the point. Be quiet. Tell me the details of the child's illness. Only then did the Saint of Healing explain. As I said, his 9 mana circuits are blocked by the cold, and as he gets older, his condition will become more dangerous. Since you have pushed back the cold with your aura, there will be no problem. But as I said, your grandson will not be able to become a warrior. Hearing this, Glenn's expression did not change. He took another sip of tea, and replied, as long as he's alive, that doesn't matter. The Saint of Healing's lips curved into a smile as he asked, you're acting completely different from before. I guess you still love your grandson, right? He changed the subject. But if you were going to do that, why did you name your grandson Ron? There are so many good names, so why that one? Glenn picked up his teacup, paused before drinking, and answered the Saint of Healing's question. Ron doesn't just mean shadow. He stared into the reflection in the tea, lost in thought before continuing. 1,000 years ago, it had a completely opposite meaning. Back at the annex where mother and son lived, Sylvia was currently feeding Ron medicine. Here you go, honey. This is the divine medicine the Saint of Healing gave you. It's a little bitter, but please try to bear with it. Ron took the medicine. Sylvia and the maid Helen squeezed their eyes shut, anticipating a loud cry from the child. But when she peeked her eyes open, she was surprised to see her son not only wasn't crying, but he seemed to be asking for more. Both she and the maid were overcome with joy. He swallowed it. Ron endured the bitterness and drank it. Helen, yes, even though the medicine is very bitter for a child, he must understand your heart, my lady. Sylvia's eyes filled with tears as she hugged her son emotionally. In truth, Ron understood the situation. It was a bit bitter, but a divine, fire attribute medicine was exactly what he needed right now. The heat would push back the cold from the curse of frost in his mana circuits. He stared intently at his mother, which made Sylvia curious. Do you understand my feelings? Would you like some more divine medicine? Time flew by, and 2 years had passed since I started my training and taking the divine medicine. Thanks to them, I was able to achieve the Ring of Fire much faster. My Ring of Fire has reached 1 star. The 2-year-old Ron, lying in his crib, could now envelop his hand in flames with just a slight exertion of will. This was clearly the result of what he called the Ring of Fire. Another 2 years of persistent training pass. My normal schedule consisted of playing with Sylvia and Helen in the morning, taking a nap, and then training at night. There probably isn't a busier baby on the entire continent. Time continued to pass, and I was now 5 years old. The 5-year-old Ron was sitting absent-mindedly, checking his system window, which clearly stated he had achieved the 2nd Ring of Fire. Your soul has become slightly stronger with the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Mana has increased with the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Willpower has increased with the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Strength has increased with the effect of the 2-star Ring of Fire. Ron smiled as he read the information. He couldn't hide his joy. I finally did it. I've created the 2nd Ring of Fire. With the 2nd ring, the flame now spun in the shape of a cross. My sensitivity to mana has increased a little. It's all thanks to this message window. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from outside the door. Oh my, young master, you're awake. I'll take your clothes to be washed. It was the maid, Helen. Ron nodded. Yes, please do. Helen diligently bent down, gathered all the dirty clothes in the room, and took them away. Observing Helen's expression, Ron thought to himself, just as I thought, she can't see this message window. Previously, I had first seen this window and my status after achieving the 1st Ring of Fire. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but I quickly realized it was a convenient system that allowed me to see my condition at a glance. Back then, the only benefits after achieving the 1st ring were a resistance to cold and poor stamina. Nothing like the present. And based on Helen's reaction then, it seemed she couldn't see these messages. Ron placed a hand on his chin, worried. Even so, the poor constitution and curse of frost statuses haven't changed, even though I've reached 2 stars. I wonder how difficult it would have been to reach 2 stars without the fire attribute divine medicine. And it wasn't just the medicine. Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the annex had surely contributed over the past 5 years. Because they constantly checked if I was uncomfortable or sick, their care must have helped in some way. The more Ron thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt, scratching his head. He then let out a sigh and told himself, still, I'm only 5 years old. I still have plenty of time, no need to rush. The curse of frost is troublesome, and so is the poor stamina. That's why I get tired easily from just normal movements. However, in my past life, I was known as the best assassin, and now I even know the best training method, the Ring of Fire. With my experience as a foundation, as long as I can master the Ring of Fire, those negative conditions will completely disappear. Furthermore, if I learn his swordsmanship, I will definitely be able to kill Durus. Even so, I can't be rash. He is a candidate for the title of the continent's strongest. I can't afford to get excited about revenge this early. The number of people who can kill him can be counted on one hand. Even if it's slow, I must gradually increase my strength. Until the opportunity presents itself, then I will end it once and for all. So, I'll train a little more. While he was thinking, Sylvia entered. You're awake. Ron stared blankly. Sylvia was as youthful as ever, now with an added touch of nobility. She smiled at him. Do you remember I told you we had to go somewhere together? Get changed and ready, then come to the main building. Ron looked up at the sky and mumbled, is today that day? 6 kings and 5 demons maintained the balance of power on the continent. The Sieghart family, the family I was reborn into, is one of the 6 kings. The 6 kings bestow blessings, while the 5 demons threaten the peace. Besides them, other powers also have a judgment ceremony to decide if someone is good or evil. And today was the Sieghart's ceremony. After a long journey, the carriage finally arrived at a magnificent mansion. The inside was already filled with people, all of them nobles, and the atmosphere was bustling. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is the first time we've met since last year's judgment ceremony. It's because I was too busy with missions abroad. Are there any direct line descendants participating this year? I heard it's Karun's fourth son. I also heard that Sylvia. The crowd chatted naturally, eventually turning to the children of the families. What? Sylvia, that failure, really? Just then, Sylvia walked in and overheard the insult. Everyone's eyes turned towards her, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Some gazes were even hostile. Sylvia walked through the crowd, ignoring the scornful words aimed directly at her. So that's Sylvia's son. He's so small. I heard he's sick. The rumors must be true. How could he not be? He inherited the blood of a failure. Should I call it the bloodline of a failure? I can't believe she's allowed to set foot in here. Do we really need to perform a judgment ceremony for a failure's child? I really hope I don't have to see them again. Honestly, the standards have really dropped. Sylvia listened to every vicious word, even those aimed at her young son. Ron heard them but didn't understand. The direct line members are badmouthing me a lot. Is there something I don't know? I don't care about being insulted, but she truly is shameless. Ron frowned, feeling only pity for his mother. It's okay, Ron, his mother suddenly said. Ron looked up. Sylvia still wore a bright smile as she reminded him, just look at me. Ron looked down and tightly grasped his mother's hand. Just then, an announcement was made. The head of the house is entering. The entire hall fell silent. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Ron held his breath and looked in that direction. It's been a long time, probably a year. The person who entered was an old man with sparkling epaulets on his shoulders, and a thick cloak. He sat upon the throne placed in the center. He was Glenn Zehar. Glenn spoke. It seems everyone has arrived. No one said anything. He tapped his finger once. In the middle of the hall, a giant sword suddenly appeared, embedded in the ground. Ron felt the air grow heavy. Is that the judgment sword? Along with that, Glenn announced, begin the judgment ceremony. Ron was amazed internally. So that's the judgment sword. If you place your hand on it, it can tell you the extent of your talent with mana. An official next to Glenn began to announce. Let's begin. The first is Burin Zehar. From the balcony above, a boy stood up and shouted, present. This child then approached the sword and placed his hand on it. A child's skull is not fully formed at the top. When they turn 4, it begins to close and fuse together. After that, their ability to use mana will no longer change. That is why children are gathered to determine the extent of their mana talent in this judgment ceremony. As soon as the boy placed his hand on the sword, a brilliant light shone out, followed by a cool breeze that enveloped the sword. The people around them applauded. Oh, he has the wind attribute. Look, the whole sword is glowing. His mana quality is also top-notch. A prodigious talent, truly the son of Lord Karun. Glenn nodded in assessment. This attribute is not bad. Very suitable for a swordsman. You should focus on feeling the energy of the wind. Next is Runan Sullian from the vassal family, Sullian. From another corner, a white-haired girl quickly jumped down. Ron observed the girl and analyzed. I can see how this sword works. The light on the blade shows the purity of mana, while the mana attribute is shown at the pommel. Instantly, a bright white light enveloped the sword. Ron focused on the unfolding events. So this is how you determine others' talents, Zehar. The crowd on the other side began to cheer. Another genius from the Sullian house. It's not for nothing that she bears the Sullian name. She's on par with Lord Burin. Ron could only click his tongue. The people in this house are all obsessed with the word talent. I guess my result won't be good. Although I successfully reached the 2-star ring of fire, there is still a lot of cold energy from the curse of frost in my mana circuit. Either way, I don't care. Time passed. Until the official announced the last one is, needless to say. All eyes turned in one direction. Please step forward, the man said. Sylvia smiled at her son. Let's go, Ron. The boy replied, yes. In reality, he didn't expect much. He told himself to just check which attribute would be suitable for this body and which attribute he should develop in the future. Seeing Ron standing blankly, Sylvia thought he was scared and followed to guide him. Did you see what the other children did before? Just do the same. Ron nodded. Yes, I know. As Ron placed his hand on the sword, he felt it radiate an icy cold aura. Then, the sword began to emit a strange light like crystals. And then, with a boom, these crystals burst into flames, radiating intensely from Ron at the center. Ron was also surprised by the intensity. What is that light? In his vision, a strange scene suddenly appeared. A golden-haired man in a red cloak stood amidst countless giant monsters. What scene am I seeing? The monsters were glaring at the young man, seemingly wary of him. Ron stared blankly at the figure's back. Who is he? Then, the young man raised his sword to the sky, and from the sword, a terrifying thermal energy radiated. Then, this thermal energy was released when the sword was swung down, leading to an earth-shattering explosion. Ron immediately came to his senses. He then saw the strange scene unfolding before him. Why the stone sword? The murmurs of the crowd provided the answer for Ron. Look, the light hasn't even reached the halfway point of the sword. Glenn shouted, cutting them off, the judgment ceremony is over. You may all leave. The nobles of the various families left, each with a mocking smile at Ron's result. In another corner, a butler said to a young boy, Let's go, young Master Buren. The last person walked out, and the door slammed shut. The room was now empty except for Lord Glenn and the judgment sword. Glenn looked at his aide and said, I guess there's nothing to be done. His aide just bowed his head. Why lord, I think that's the extent of the boy's abilities. In any case, I wasn't expecting anything from this child. Suddenly, a strange flame erupted from the sword. Even Glenn was startled. The flame instantly engulfed the entire room, as fierce as a raging wave. Glenn's eyes widened as he watched the stone sword emit a golden light like the sun. He remembered something he himself had almost forgotten. The aura that the first head of the Zeeheart clan possessed was a formidable power, strong enough to harmonize even with demonic fire. Golden mana and golden flame. This brilliant golden mana had only ever appeared once. Glenn had read these lines in a rare book. Throughout the entire history of the Zeeheart family, it was brilliantly beautiful with a dazzling golden sheen, just like what Glenn was witnessing. This brilliantly enveloping light was the golden flame. His mouth became dry as he mumbled, Ron. This grandson. Back with Ron. He was currently checking his status board. It was still the same, no title, statuses of Curse of Frost and Poor Stamina, reduced physical energy, reduced mana affinity, unknown attribute, and both Ring of Fire and Water resistance were at 2 stars. He clicked his tongue. Alright. It seems I'm about to reach the 3rd Ring of Fire. 7 years had passed since the first judgment ceremony. I was now 12 years old. With regular training, my 2 Rings of Fire were about to become 3. My water resistance had increased to 2 stars, and the phenomenon of cold spreading throughout my body was gone. So my limbs were no longer stiff. Of course, moving my body was still very difficult, but it was much better than before. At this moment, Ron was sitting in a field, lost in thought. If I can cure the Curse of Frost, my growth rate will be much faster. I need to start exercising too. Suddenly, someone called his name. Ron. It was his mother, Sylvia. You need to get ready. What are you doing here? Let's go, or we'll be late. Ron frowned. Yes. So it's time for me to participate in the 2nd judgment ceremony. I'll probably have to see those strange things again. As before, he and his mother went to the family gathering place. Finally, Langley Sorter, you have worked hard. The judgment ceremony is now concluded. Ron was sitting on a chair like the other teenagers. Perhaps because only those from the collateral lines are here, things went faster than I thought. It wasn't until this moment that his grandfather called his name. Ron Zeeheart. You must have received the order to participate in basic training as a member of the family. So why haven't you responded after a month? He questioned Ron, who didn't understand at all. What is he talking about? Basic training. Hearing this, Sylvia immediately stood up to explain. Father, Ron is different from the other children. He still has the Curse of Frost in his body, so training is still too much for him. Ron was surprised. Sylvia knew about this. This is the Zeeheart domain. There are no exceptions or refusals from those who have received the Zeeheart name, Glenn said with a stern face. If you can't walk, then crawl there and train. That is the spirit a Zeeheart must have. Sylvia still tried to plead. No, please, father, give me some time. Glenn blurted out in anger. If you can't, are you planning to run away again? Taking that child with you? These words made Sylvia freeze. In this land, you can only live as a Zeeheart. If you don't like it, then get out of here right now. The final words left Sylvia unable to retort. She was now remembering every cruel word that had been aimed at her before. What? Is she planning to run away again? This will be interesting. She doesn't even have an energy center or mana circuit to break anymore. I can't believe someone like that is a direct descendant. Ron looked up at his mother's desolate back. Now I understand. The reason Sylvia is treated this way is because she left this family. Sylvia had no aura despite having learned martial arts. That meant her energy center and mana circuit had been completely destroyed. Mother ran away from home, met my father, and married him. But after I was conceived, my father died, and she had no choice but to return home. Because she gave up her position in the direct line and has now returned, she receives treatment even lower than that of a member of a collateral branch. However, that is the perspective of others, and in their own situation. As Sylvia's son, I cannot bear to see my mother treated like this. Ron walked past Sylvia, causing her to see a glimpse of an old silhouette. By the time she realized it, Sylvia shouted, Ron, what are you doing? Come back here, Young master, mother will handle this, so please. Ron ignored all these words and continued straight ahead. It's alright, mother. These words surprised Sylvia. Ron stood before his grandfather and declared clearly, as you command, I will participate in the training starting next month, just as you ordered. But I didn't even know there was a training course. A man sitting next to him spoke up. He is Ruin Ziehart of the Martial Hall. No matter what it's called, basic training is not at a level that a sick person can endure. You should withdraw immediately. Ron remained resolute. I already bear the Ziehart name, so I will have to pay the price for it. I will participate in the training. Do you dare to tarnish the Ziehart name? Do you understand the gravity of mentioning the Ziehart name? Glenn spoke slowly, his words containing no small amount of oppressive power. This power directly enveloped the young Ron. In an instant, sweat poured down his face, and a few drops of blood fell to the floor. It was blood from Ron's mouth. He also felt a chill down his spine, as if his flesh was being torn to shreds. Just a glare can affect me like this. It feels like my heart is being squeezed. It's affecting me even more than Doris Roberts' aura did. As Ron thought this, he clenched his fists tighter. Is this the warrior, the king of destruction of the north? Glenn saw Ron kneel. Sylvia and the maid rushed to support him. My lord, Ron is still young, so he doesn't know what he's saying. Ruin also tried to intercede. My lord, he is still just a child who knows nothing. Please withdraw the pressure you've placed on him. I am speaking, Glenn repeated. The pressure. He was emitting, not lessening at all. Ruin also broke out in a cold sweat from fear. I apologize. Sylvia gritted her teeth against the pain, holding Ron tightly and begging. Father, Ron's health doesn't allow for training. Please, I beg you to withdraw the pressure. Ron's eyes were wide, and his mind was flashing back. Assassins are those who must live in the shadows, always closer to death than to life. They will never reveal themselves. Ron imagined the shadow of his past self standing, and watching his present self. Then, the past Ron patted the young Ron's shoulder and pushed him forward. But now, I am no longer the assassin I used to be. I will not live in the shadows anymore. Just like that, after this push, the past Ron faded into the darkness. And the present Ron was brought into the sunlight. This was also an affirmation, an intersection between the past and the present, Ron's past life and this life. I will not live like an assassin anymore. Ron bit his lip, his heart now resolved. I am Ron Ziehart, and I will return Sylvia to her rightful place. Unknowingly, Ron had left his mother's embrace and moved towards Glenn. No, I do not know. Because I grew up in an annex, not the main building. I do not know how arrogant the Ziehart name is. That is why I want to see for myself what this place called Ziehart is truly like. By participating in the training, Ron loudly replied to his grandfather's words. In his heart, he had already resolved that as Ron, he would protect Sylvia, the happiness, and the smiles of those precious to him. I will definitely take it all back with my own hands. Glenn slowly asked again. Do you mean you will judge the Ziehart clan through this basic training? Ron's whole body trembled, but he still managed to answer. Right now, that is the only way I can learn about the Ziehart clan. Then I will have to check everything to ensure that the instructors are fully prepared, Glenn added. The young Ron's breathing became heavier. Those not to disappoint you. As soon as he heard his grandfather's final words, Ron couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed, unconscious. In my past life, I was the best assassin, and now I have learned the continent's legend, the Ring of Fire. If I can utilize all the abilities from them, gaining a high position in the family is not impossible. Even as he fainted, Ron's mind was still thinking about what he had to do next. I will show you how hard the pebble you look down on really is. The scene changes to a training ground, where a man is currently observing intently. Isn't that boy a patient who can't even move? The master of the Martial Hall, Karun Ziehart, couldn't believe the latest news. The supervisor also broke into a cold sweat as he reiterated. Yes, only one or two maids overheard the conversation between the Saint of Healing and the head of the house. The young master is definitely very ill. Karun thought deeply. When I saw him before, his body wasn't normal either. How could he withstand my pressure? He placed a hand on his chin and mumbled. Now that I think about it, Sylvia was once the most talented one. Plant someone in the annex, he finally ordered his subordinate. Yes, sire. As quickly as possible. As for Ron, he was currently jogging with his mother. Ron, don't push yourself too hard. Ron was almost out of breath, panting heavily, taking in large gulps of air. He was unaware that Karun had already given a fatal order. Report back everything that happens there. A while later, at the Ziehart No. 5 training ground, a resounding greeting echoed. Let us welcome the visit of the clan head. Welcome, my lord. The person who appeared here was Glenn Ziehart. Unexpectedly, in this very place, a young man was still sound asleep. Glenn approached the man and called out, stop pretending to be asleep. Get up, Rimmer. The long-haired young man indeed shot up immediately. Oh my, I can't believe it. You are the only person who has ever seen through my feigning sleep skill, Lord Clan Head. This man with the long hair was named Rimmer. The light sword, Rimmer. The instructors are running around sweating, yet you are relaxing here. Rimmer replied nonchalantly, they will naturally follow my orders. They use my head, while they do manual labor. It's only fair. It's been 50 years, yet you are still like a child, Glenn chided, but Rimmer just laughed it off. People die when they change. But I'm an elf. You came here for your youngest grandson. Didn't you? Rimmer guessed Glenn's purpose as soon as he saw him. Lady Sylvia also came to have a word with me, but I never expected the clan head himself to come like this. Glenn was surprised. Sylvia was here. Rimmer replied, she asked me not to let Ron get hurt. If you also have that intention, then perhaps your trip this time was a waste, clan head. You yourself said it. No one can interfere with the number 5 training ground. Not even you. Rimmer leaned back and spoke to Glenn with a frank attitude. Even if you are worried about your youngest grandson, I will make no exceptions. He repeated himself once more. Unexpectedly, Glenn said, of course. Do not reduce the training intensity. Increase it as you see fit, and eliminate the weak, he instructed carefully. Rimmer asked with concern, then your grandson might get expelled. By Lord Clan Head, you mean? Rimmer seemed to have guessed something, covering his face with his hands and smiling brightly. You love your grandchild more than I thought. Is it because you couldn't take proper care of Lady Sylvia that you're pouring all your affection onto that child? Glenn's embarrassment turned to anger. If you weren't my comrade in arms, I would have had your head. Don't go easy on the boy. And remember to clearly distinguish the talented from the untalented. Only keep those who meet the standard for training. Glenn repeated himself once more. Rimmer smiled and replied, then I will respectfully obey. Glenn turned to Lee. Yes, do as you wish. Am leaving. Rimmer smiled and saluted smartly. Yes, travel safely, Lord Clan Head. It wasn't until Glenn had left that Rimmer smiled to himself. Ron. I'm very curious about you. Returning to Ron, he was currently checking his status board. He had achieved the 3rd ring of fire, meaning he was now at 3 stars. All his stats had increased thanks to the effects of the 3-star ring of fire. Notably, one of the 9 strands of the Curse of Frost had disappeared. Ron read this and marveled, 3 stars is a completely different level. My body's perception has increased, and my mind is clearer than before. He remembered training with his mother by his side before. Why are you pushing yourself so hard on the very first day? It's just my nature, the young Ron had argued. Thinking back, it was thanks to Sylvia stopping him that his limb muscles had begun to develop without much difficulty. Furthermore, this magic status window had boosted his growth even more. But this is just the beginning. The Ziegart clan's training was famously arduous. 3 stars was just the necessary foundation to start as an apprentice in the family. One must have a solid enough foundation to build a tall house and survive the days to come. By showing superior performance, I will make those who once mocked me shut their mouths. And after all that, the sword demon Durus robber. I will not stop until I slit his throat. He hadn't been sitting for long when someone called his name. It was his mother again. She stood at the door and asked, why aren't you asleep yet? Mother, Ron replied. Why have you come here at this hour? Sylvia sat on Ron's bed and answered, tomorrow you will go to the training ground to begin your basic training, right? I came because I have something to talk to you about. Do you really have to go? Sylvia asked. She confessed, actually, I still want to stop you. You always suppress it, no matter how much pain you're in. I don't know what I'll do if you get covered in injuries during training. It's not that I don't want you to go, but just 1 year. Can you postpone it for just 1 year, my son? Sylvia said, placing her hands on Ron's shoulders. Unexpectedly, the boy said, I cannot back down. Every time I see our relatives meet you, every time I see their expressions as if they are looking at someone when they look down on you, mother, I feel so indignant. That's why I cannot back down. Ron placed a hand on his chest and spoke his feelings. As long as I train well, they will not be able to look down on you anymore, he said, looking sincerely into his mother's eyes. Sylvia smiled happily. Then she praised him. You are very smart, Ron. You must have realized the reason I have to live alone and why people curse me. I met your father during a mission and fell in love with him. But because of your father's status as a knight, it was very difficult for us to be together. So I destroyed my own mana circuit, an energy center, and left the family. Actually, you have an older sister. She is 2 years older than you, her name is Xia. When we were living peacefully, we were discovered by an army from Eden and they came to assassinate us. Your father wasn't that strong. And I was pregnant with you. So we couldn't do anything. Fortunately, my father had secretly sent guards to protect me, but they were far away. By the time they arrived, it was too late. Your father and your sister had already lost their lives. I had nowhere else to go, no other choice. I was forced to return to the family, so I am considered a sinner of this family. I don't know what to say to your grandfather. As she spoke, Sylvia's voice became choked with emotion. Selfish. That was the only feeling Ron had after hearing the whole story. Sylvia was truly selfish. She had abandoned her family responsibilities to pursue her own happiness, only to return to beg for shelter. He understood why she was treated so harshly. But she was also the one who had given him this new life. For the first time, he had met someone who loved him so sincerely. Even if everyone thought she was selfish, to him at least, she was his only mother in 2 lifetimes. Ron turned and asked, Mother, do you have any regrets? Do you wish you could go back to the time before you left home? Sylvia smiled and replied, No, I don't regret it at all. I lived as if I didn't exist in that house. Only after leaving did I truly feel alive. That was enough. I was truly happy then, and now I am happy to have you in my life. I'm so sorry, Ron. I am not a good mother. It's okay. I'm fine. Don't worry, Ron said to reassure his mother. He also smiled unconsciously. Even if others criticize you as selfish, you are my precious, irreplaceable mother. My revenge will be successful after I help you reclaim your position as the heir to the Sieghart family. Seeing her son smile, Sylvia suddenly felt shy. Then a tear rolled down her cheek. Sylvia burst into tears. Ron became flustered. Mother, why are you crying? It took a while to console her. Ron let out a sigh of relief when his mother finally calmed down. Now he was alone in the room. Ron told himself, I should check the progress of the Ring of Fire and then sleep. The training will start soon. Ron began to sit cross-legged, his hands forming a seal. A stream of energy slowly began to circulate around his body. He assessed, not bad. The rotation speed of the Ring of Fire has become faster after reaching 3 stars. If it's already like this at 3 stars, how fast will it be when it reaches the intermediate stage? Suddenly, sparks flared up and began to condense in front of Ron. A voice came from the void. Finally, the time has come. The ball of fire seemed to have a consciousness. A face appeared within the massive fireball, and it smiled at Ron. Your rage has reached me. I am Wrath, the second monarch of the demonic realm. I will take revenge for you. Ron was stunned by this event, murmuring, What is this thing? The system chimed in with a notification. Trait has been activated. Trait, Wrath has been created. Wrath has awakened. The ball of fire calling itself Wrath raised an eyebrow and observed Ron. Your body and soul. Why is there a child here? Ron asked cautiously, What are you? Wrath asked back, I should be the one asking that. Who are you? The rage. A feel is not something a brat like you can emit. Then Wrath itself realized. No. It is you. Deep within your soul, you are hiding a very deep resentment. It used its special eyes to look deep into Ron's soul. Then Wrath circled Ron and whispered in his ear, Good. Then offer your soul to me. In return, I will help you take the revenge you have longed for. Ron tried to remember everything. Did he appear because of my rage towards Duress before I died? But it's too late now. After thinking, Ron replied, No. I don't need your help. I will take revenge myself. Wrath was startled. Ron thought, I will never get this chance a second time. I can't let someone else take revenge for me. He repeated, I will be the one to take his head. Wrath continued to circle him. You seem to be mistaken about something, kid. I didn't come here to negotiate with you. It gave a strange smile. Wrath has already made its decision. The ball of fire shot up to the ceiling of the room, and the fire in the room became denser. Ron hugged his body. This fire was a bit special. What is this? Why is this flame so cold? Perhaps. You just need to offer your body to me. With those words, Wrath shot straight towards Ron. The boy was momentarily unsure how to act. Just like that, the flame of Wrath entered Ron's body. In an instant, it had enveloped Ron and then slowly disappeared. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. Ron collapsed onto the bed, clutching his chest. So cold. My body. Now even my mind feels like it's being frozen. His elemental attribute must be ice, not fire. After entering Ron's body, Wrath began to whisper, Think of him. Release your rage. Even if they are gods, Wrath will end them. Ron hugged his arms tightly, shivering uncontrollably. Thanks to my water-resistant skill, I can endure a little longer. But this attack isn't just affecting the temperature. He's constantly provoking my anger. In Ron's mind, the image of the moment he was killed by Lord Duress in his past life repeated over and over. Wrath continued to whisper in his ear, I will smash his head and drink his blood. Surrender now and offer your body to me. Ron clenched his teeth, enduring, because he had another worry. If I give him this body, who knows what he will do to Sylvia and the maids in the house? I would rather die than offer my body to him. Wrath still tried to persuade him. If you release your rage and accept me, you will feel comfortable. But you choose to continue struggling meaninglessly like this. I didn't want to damage this body so I could use it later, but I think doing so is pointless. I will not go easy on you anymore. I'll just eat you alive and be done with it. Ron collapsed on the bed, his body feeling like it was about to shatter. I've reached my limit. This body can't hold out much longer. At this rate, I'll die soon. I want to live. Then, Ron suddenly had an idea. If it can resist the ice aura, thanks to my water resistance skill, then I might also be able to endure the physical and mental pain by using the Ring of Fire. Ron began to form a seal with his hands. He started to summon the power of the Ring of Fire. If I want to live, this is the only way. In an instant, the red flame from the Ring of Fire enveloped Ron's body, pushing back the blue flame of wrath. Seeing this, Wrath began to worry. He gritted his teeth. I have only just awakened. How could this happen? A lowly human dares to challenge me. Seeing that his actions were effective, Ron slowly raised his head and declared once more, I will take revenge myself. I refuse to let a wandering spirit possess my body. Wandering spirit. How dare you call a demon king of the demonic realm a wandering spirit? Wrath shouted angrily, the blue flame beginning to swirl around Ron. He just smirked. You dare call yourself a demon king when you can't even defeat me? Or perhaps the real demon king is dead. You should disappear. Being taunted, Wrath exploded with anger. How dare you mock me? Although Ron was talking big, he was also worried. He tried to use the little time he had to analyze the current situation. He just said he had only just awakened. Perhaps that's why he can't use his full power. The system screen suddenly appeared. Ron was surprised. A supplementary ability. What is this? Why all of a sudden? Wrath screamed, that is my power, the status window. How do you possess it? Ron was bewildered. His stats were now displayed with clear numbers. What is this status window with messages? What does it have to do with you? Ron tried to ask. Wrath circled around, unwilling to answer. Of course it's related. I created that system myself, but do you know why you can use it? Ron continued to wonder. What is the system for? Wrath shook its head vehemently. I have no reason to tell you. Is this also to promote growth? Ron asked again. How did you know? Wrath stammered. After hearing that question, Ron found this amusing. He can't even control his own emotions. No wonder he is Wrath. It's strange, the effect of the Ring of Fire is even stronger than in my previous life. So it's all thanks to the system. It's driving me crazy. Wrath screamed. Hurry up and offer your body and return my power to me. Give it back now. Before it could finish, a chunk of Wrath was blown away. It was furious. What do you think you're doing? It turned out Ron had just punched it. It was worth a try. Even though I didn't use much mana in that punch. Is he an intangible spirit? Then Aura probably won't do anything to him either, Ron pondered. Wrath was still raging. Despite all his theatrics, no one had appeared. How dare a mere human treat me like this? Perhaps I am the only one who can see and feel him. Ron waved his hand dismissively at Wrath. Wrath thought of a plan and shot towards Ron's arm. The blue flame began to wrap around Ron's wrist, finally transforming into a tiny bracelet. Ron looked at the bracelet, puzzled. This is... Before he could finish, Wrath spoke. My seal has only just been broken, but my power will return. When the time is right, you will have no way to stop me. I will hunt you until you have no more rage or resentment left. Ron broke into a cold sweat, sighing internally. He's so annoying. I really want to kill him, but if I force him to separate from me, the system might disappear. And who knows what he would do to Sylvia and Helen to get to me. It's better to keep him by my side to monitor him. I'll trust in my own ability to progress. Hopefully, I can keep him in check. While thinking, Ron stared intently at the bracelet. This is a bit unrelated, but why did you choose a flower bracelet? It doesn't suit you at all, Ron said mockingly. Wrath replied irritably, it's my personal taste. Don't judge. Ron sighed. I know, whatever. The next morning, Sylvia and Helen were waiting at the door early. The young master will be fine. And Noba, he's ready. Both of them looked up the stairs, where a voice was coming from. I'm coming. Ron slowly walked down the stairs, a satchel on his shoulder. He smiled and said, to the training ground. Before leaving, his mother and the maid were still reluctant to part with him. Young master, you must be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Remember, Helen. Are you coming back? Helen turned to look at Sylvia, only to see her eyes were red. Lady Sylvia, if you send the young master off without a happy face, he will feel down. Sylvia knelt down, placed her hands on her son's shoulders, and advised, Ron, be careful on your way. The boy smiled to reassure his mother. Don't worry. As I told you, if it's too hard, just give up. Don't push yourself too hard. And so Ron began to leave for the training ground to start his course. Sylvia still watched him with a heavy heart. Everything will be alright, won't it? Helen comforted her. The young master has improved a lot. He will pass the training and return. That's right. Compared to before, he is much better, but this child. Sylvia watched Ron with a worried gaze. Lady Sylvia, the instructor this time, is famous for being perceptive at Sieghart. With young Master Ron's efforts, he will be able to do it, Helen continued to reassure her. Sylvia hugged her son tightly, reluctant to let go. Ron gave a wry smile. That's right, Mother. I promised, didn't I? I won't let myself get hurt. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. Sylvia couldn't hold back her tears, which flowed freely. Trust in me. Now the boy was gone, but Sylvia still couldn't bear it. Ron. Come back safe and sound. In the end, Sylvia had to accept that it was time for her child to grow up. The training location was the Sieghart No. 5 training ground. Now, outside the gate, countless children were appearing, and voices were everywhere. Which family are you from? I bet they aren't too strict with the trainees. My parents told me I have to get into the top 10. Only Ron stood alone, not talking to anyone. Just as rumored, there are a lot of people here. Not only relatives coming to the Sieghart training ground but also those recommended by vassal families. According to Helen, because there are so many people this year, they had to set up 6 training grounds. Lost in thought, Ron suddenly noticed someone pointing at him. Isn't that him? Not far away, 2 boys were laughing about Ron. Look at his atrophied muscles. They'll probably crumble at the slightest touch. A sick person like him will probably run away halfway through. Why does he have to come here and show off? And that flowery bracelet, what era is that from? So outdated. At this point, Wrath, hiding in the flower bracelet, became annoyed. What did you say? You worthless trash. You nobles with blind eyes. Wrath will shatter your bones and gouge out your eyes. Wrath circled in front of the 2 boys and cursed them, but it seemed the 2 kids couldn't see him. Ron was not one to back down either. He spoke up. Why are you 2 gossiping? Say it to my face. He walked right up to the 2 of them. Ron scolded them bluntly. Don't you know it's wrong to talk behind someone's back? The 2 boys were startled by this. How dare you? You're obviously a delinquent who was forced to live in the annex. You're from a collateral line, not a direct descendant. Ron asked with a calm expression, what status do you have to use the word dare when you yourselves are only from a branch family? Isn't that word reserved for opponents of a lower status? The 2 boys were speechless. One of them couldn't hold back and grabbed Ron's shirt, about to attack. You really are a brat who doesn't know his place. Ron was not to be trifled with. He glared, his arm tensing, ready to unleash the ring of fire. Just then, someone intervened. Stop it right now. The training is about to begin. What are you doing? How dare you tarnish the Sieghart clan's name in front of outsiders? This boy was a direct descendant, named Buren Sieghart. As soon as the 2 boys saw him, they looked embarrassed, clearly showing a mix of apprehension and respect. Young Master Buren, I'm sorry. And you, know your place, Buren said, facing Ron. You are just a tiny grain of sand that I can brush away if I want to. If you don't want to be kicked out of the annex, then live quietly. Buren lectured him condescendingly. In fact, this boy already held a grudge against Ron. The foolish kid in front of him had attracted all of the clan head's attention, but by using his circumstances instead of his own true abilities. An uneducated brat who shouldn't even be allowed to train dares to. Buren had held a deep grudge against Ron since that day. Back in the present, Buren was still putting on airs. If you don't intend to participate in the training, then get out of here right now. Otherwise, stay out of my sight because there's no way you'll pass this training. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Ron spoke up after letting Buren finish his tirade. You are a direct descendant, but you have no rank whatsoever. Are you going to kick me out of the annex? Do you think you can do that when you aren't even a trainee yet? Ron's words hit Buren where it hurt. Oh, I guess you might have a chance to do that if you go crying and begging to your father. Buren was so angry his lips trembled. A descendant of a branch family dares. Suddenly someone kicked open the nearby wooden door with a loud bang, drowning out everything. Whoa, you're already fighting. I am the head instructor who will be supervising your training. My name is Rimmer. I look forward to our smooth cooperation. This elven instructor looked at the students and chuckled. I heard there are 160 trainees participating, but there are only 8 instructors. No matter how you look at it, there are too many trainees. So we'll reduce that number with a test. With a cheerful face, Rimmer announced a piece of important, and somewhat frightening, news to the entire batch of students. To be precise, we're only keeping 1/4 of you. Rimmer explained, holding up one finger. Instantly, the trainees erupted in chaos. Only that many people? No way. What is this about? I'm just separating the good from the bad, Rimmer tried to explain. You see, I only want to select a few outstanding individuals. This arrogant bastard. How dare you look down on the great Wrath? I'll rip this elf's ears off. Wrath shouted angrily, feeling slighted. Ron had to lightly tap the bracelet. Be quiet. On the platform, Rimmer lounged back in his wooden chair and said with a smile, in this training ground, I am the law. If you have any complaints, feel free to take them up with the clan head. Shall we begin? What are you all doing? Hurry up and run, Rimmer said with a sly grin, pointing at the trainees. Huh. The whole group looked bewildered. Stamina and willpower are the foundation of martial arts, Rimmer announced. Run laps around the gymnasium. Don't stop. Until I tell you to. Run at your maximum speed for meh. The entire group of trainees started running for their lives. If you want to run, you have to get ahead. What are you doing staying in the back? Wrath popped out to scold Ron. Among the whispering trainees, one asked, why is he suddenly making us run? Ron said quietly, this isn't a competition. There's no need to overtake others. In fact, Ron had done his research and knew that what Rimmer valued were a person's potential and character. He didn't care for superficial things. Those who could endure would pass this test. I will definitely last until the end. Among the running trainees, the two leaders were being praised by the instructors. Young Master Buren and Lady Runan are truly unmatched. They are all doing well, but those two children stand out the most. This isn't even their maximum speed yet. At that pace, they could run for hours. To have reached that level at only 12 years old. Just thinking about the future of these children makes me feel apprehensive. And that small child, isn't he the one from the rumors? Only then did the men notice Ron. It's not surprising. He can't keep up and is constantly falling behind. That child is ill. To be running at that speed is already impressive. He looks tired already. He'll probably drop out soon. Rimmer heard all these comments. He said nothing, just smirked. Interesting. Have I ever met a child like him before? It seemed what Rimmer saw was different from what the others saw. I used to think that those whose potential I couldn't see were the strongest because there was no way to fathom their depth. I can see the characteristics and colors of those other children, and I know what kind of people they will become in the future. But Ron. Why? I can't see any color. In Rimmer's eyes, Ron was just a blurry, black and white creature. This excited Rimmer even more. It means his potential is beyond my perception, he muttered. How fascinating. On the trainee's side, the boys from before saw Ron falling behind and sneered. See, he acted all arrogant, and now he's in last place. He should be grateful to be last. He's about to fail anyway. Look at his dazed expression. I bet he won't last another 10 minutes. As for Ron, he was thinking differently. Impossible. This is just training. Why are they only making us run? In my past life, they would release starved monsters. I had to run for my life, not just run like this. Isn't this too simple? Thinking of the present, Ron couldn't help but smile. An unknown amount of time passed, and the trainees began to tire. Rimmer, however, was still intently observing the young Ron. He stared in disbelief. Is there something wrong with that kid? How is he still able to continue running? His stamina should have been depleted long ago. This goes beyond what one would call persistence or stubbornness. That kid shouldn't have any stamina left to even drag himself forward. Such immense willpower can only exist in warriors who have trained relentlessly and experienced near-death situations countless times. How could this kid possess such a strong will? Rimmer put a hand to his chin and mumbled, Ron Zieghardt. Interesting. Down below, only a few trainees were still running. Ron was now gradually catching up to Buren. Seeing this, Buren was partly infuriated. Why? How is he still running? I was certain he had no means to train. According to the saint, Sylvia's son would most likely die, so forget about becoming a warrior. And he was even worse the last time I saw him. But how? They are all so annoying. Buren gritted his teeth and finally made a bold decision. Alright, I'll show them. Control aura. Buren activated his power, and instantly, a stream of energy seemed to boost his body. His eyes flickered with light. I will show them that there is such a huge difference in skill between us that you will want to give up everything and surrender. And just like that, Buren shot forward, taking the lead as the stamina of all the other contestants was depleted. Ron paid it no mind, only showing a hint of surprise. Running just ahead of him was the girl, Runan. In contrast, Ron found it amusing. Despite that lofty speech, he's just a kid. Mentally, Runan is more mature than him. We are not competing against each other in this test. This is a battle against oneself. There is no reason to be influenced by him and disrupt my own pace. More time passed. Most of the contestants had given up, panting heavily. Now, the group found it strange to see Ron still running. Damn it, what the hell is this? How is he still able to run? I was sure they said he was a sick person. Does he not know what fatigue is? As for Ron, his running speed remained the same as before. His entire body was burning up. Fatigue was clearly unavoidable. He constantly reminded himself, stop talking nonsense as if this is easy. I'm about to die from the coldness in my body right now. It feels like my heart and lungs are being squeezed, but somehow I'm still able to extend my stamina by optimizing the use of the Ring of Fire. The only silver lining here is that the Ring of Fire is developing rapidly. I guess I need to give it my all for it to have maximum effect if it continue like this. Lost in thought, Wrath suddenly spoke up. How pathetic you are. Although your body will be possessed by the great Wrath, you are not only being left behind, but look at your despicable state. Give it to me. Give your body to the great Wrath. At this point, Wrath transformed into a will-o'-the-wisp, circling and tempting Ron, besides overtaking that blue-haired brat. Ron glared at him, shouting internally, "Damn it, this is the worst possible time for this." Wrath roared and opened its giant mouth to bite at Ron. "I will completely paralyze them all." An electric current shot through Ron's body, causing him to falter for a moment, a look of agony on his face. "I have to endure." Ron clenched his teeth, bearing the pain. "My senses are leaving me because of the rage, but I need to pretend that nothing is happening as much as possible." In reality, all of this was happening inside Ron's head. On the outside, he maintained a calm demeanor, focusing on running. He silently warned Wrath, "Stop your stupid tricks and leave me alone." "That won't work on me." Wrath just grinned with delight. "Don't make me laugh. How can you not be affected? No mortal in this world can withstand the wrath of the great Wrath. Let's see how long you can hold out." One of Ron's hands unconsciously gripped his chest, trying to endure the dull, throbbing pain. "I need to endure it. If I show any weakness right now, he will rush in and tear me apart." Seeing Ron still acting normal, Wrath lost its composure and became even more frantic. "Ah, this stubborn bastard. Why? Why does the wrath of the great Wrath have no effect on you?" Ron panted heavily, not bothering to answer him. "It really hurts. It feels like I'm about to die. I can't even control my own body anymore. My vision is blurring. I can't even breathe properly." Ron's vision went dark. He was about to collapse. His pupils blurred. Ron wondered, is this the farthest I can go? "Hey, you can stop now," the instructor announced. The last few to stop felt as if they had been safe. Some couldn't take it anymore and sat down on the ground, gasping for large mouthfuls of air. Frieren stopped right next to Ron and chided him, "You're really stubborn." Ron was busy catching his breath, with no time to listen to the criticism. He had a much more terrible worry. "I almost died right there. This life probably won't be easy either." Frieren turned to look at Ron with a different kind of gaze. As for Wrath, it flew around Ron in a frenzy. "What a monster, how could you?" Ron replied to him, "That's why I told you it was useless. It has no effect on me." On the contrary, Ron had a different feeling. Even so, it clearly helped the growth of the Ring of Fire. Plus, my body has also developed thanks to the status window. If I continue to train like this, I will definitely be able to. Suddenly, to the astonishment of both Wrath and Ron, the status board appeared. Conditions have been met. Extreme movement has surpassed the body's physical limits. Stats have been enhanced. Strength, agility, and stamina have all increased. Seeing the notification, Wrath screamed in protest. "What is happening? Why did it give you extra stats for overcoming the great Wrath's attack?" Ron was so surprised he couldn't speak. He felt the same way as Wrath's cursing. "This is ridiculous." Speaking of Instructor Rimmer, he stood in the middle of the platform and began his speech. "Good job, everyone. We will end the test here. And about what I told you before you started running." With the mentality of preparing to fail, the contestants who heard this all hung their heads in sadness. Rimmer burst out laughing, waving his hand dismissively. "I was just kidding about eliminating 3/4 of you." A chorus of protests erupted. "What? I ran my heart out just for that." Rimmer continued, "There's no way I would eliminate so many trainees on the first day. They would never let me teach again if I did that. Besides, I never said I would eliminate you after this test." At this point, Rimmer's face suddenly turned serious. "But if you keep training like you did today, most of you will be eliminated." Hearing this, everyone swallowed nervously. Rimmer walked back and forth and analyzed. "I clearly told you all to run at full speed. However, not a single one of you 160 ran at full speed until the very end, except for one person. And some of you were so cunning as to even use your aura." Hearing this, Frieren flinched. Rimmer stopped in front of the young Ron. He squatted down and smiled with his eyes narrowed. "Actually, what you do doesn't matter because you are the ones taking the test, not me. However, you will definitely not fail the test as long as you follow my instructions exactly. So don't worry about that." While speaking, Rimmer formed a circle with his hands and aimed it at the young Ron. But it won't be easy to do." Finally, Rimmer announced, "From this moment on, you will all become temporary trainees. I will remove the temporary part if you can pass the test in the next 6 months. Oh, by the way, I was also planning on choosing a top trainee, but I won't be ranking you. You will be able to experience the top-class accommodation that the family has prepared. Oh, and there's also an indoor training ground on the left, so you can go check that out too." At the end of the session, Instructor Rimmer simply gave a brief introduction to the training grounds campus for the new students. A while later, in a nearby forest, Rimmer was taking a stroll to meet someone important. Seeing the sparkling epaulets, Rimmer smiled and said, I have a guest waiting at my dreamstone, don't I? My lord. The person Rimmer was meeting was the clan head of Zeehart, Glenn Zeehart. He turned and asked, how did things go? Rimmer continued walking and replied, you shouldn't be the one asking me that, should you? You must have seen everything, since you came all this way. You also know how good I am at judging others. As expected, Buren and Runen have the most outstanding talent, and the other children also have the potential to become pillars of the family in the future. However, Rimmer paused for a moment. I saw nothing from Ron. I don't understand how that kid was able to keep running at the end. His stamina should have been depleted long ago. This is the first time I've seen something like this since the last time I saw you, my lord. Every day has been so boring since my energy center was dissipated, Rimmer said with a bitter laugh. But I have a feeling this is going to be interesting. Blinn jumped down from the rock next to Rimmer. You were the one who demanded to become the instructor for these trainees. Your job is not to find amusement, but to raise these children to become warriors of the Zeehart family. After saying a few words, Glenn turned and left. Rimmer replied, of course, my lord. Furthermore, I have a feeling I'll be able to entrust my own future to one of these trainees. Rimmer said this with a hidden meaning. Glenn understood that his words were aimed at his grandson. He replied, it's just a coincidence. That kid can hardly become a warrior. The two said nothing more, and Glenn slowly walked away. Rimmer just smirked. You know very well that's not the truth. Back with the trainees, Ron let out a sigh of relief. The basic training is over. Let's go back to the training ground. Wrath noticed the scornful glances directed at Ron and pouted. After all that brat is so mean. The other students stared at Ron's back, all of them looking at him with envy. This is absurd. The sun gradually set, and complaints echoed through the air. The group of 3 students from before had gathered to complain. Unless he cheated, there's no way he could have lasted that long. You're right. I definitely heard about his illness. These 3 belonged to a branch family, led by an orange-haired boy, Karen Zeehart. Karen thought for a moment and said, it must be because of the divine medicine. I heard a rumor that the Saint of Healing gave it to him. The other 2 were surprised. He did that. The 2 of them exploded in anger. So he was able to run because of the power of the divine medicine. And he still pretended to be so talented because he lasted until the end. What a shameless bastard. So I was thinking. Karen said with a sly smile. Should we teach that arrogant bastard a lesson? Ron was thrown against the base of a tree. He looked up at the person opposite him and asked, why did you suddenly do that? Opposite Ron was Karen, who sneered. You don't know. His 2 lackeys began to chime in. You were abandoned by the direct line, yet you dare to brag when you only used the power of some divine medicine you were lucky enough to get. If you didn't have the divine medicine the Saint of Healing gave you, there's no way you could have run like you did today. How dare you pull those tricks on us? Don't you branch family members have any shame? Ron couldn't be bothered to explain. Kids will be kids. What a ridiculous reason. Seeing that Ron said nothing, the other 2 took it as an admission of guilt. They continued to grin and started to gesture wildly. Don't be scared. We just brought you out here to have a little chat. That's right, we just wanted to talk to you for a bit. Don't worry, this happens all the time. Kieran cracked his knuckles. He heard the teacher. We have to interact and learn from each other. Kieran balled his fist and threw a punch at Ron. Wrath immediately appeared. What? My master is being treated like this, and you can still take it, even though it's nothing to be sad about. Unexpectedly, Ron retaliated with a counter-punch. But before that, he punched the leader, Karen, straight in the mouth. The 2 lackeys were completely shocked. How could someone as weak as Ron land the first blow on Karen? Even more shocked was Wrath. A chat. Yes, you're right. Only then did Ron speak up. On the other side, Karen had been knocked out. Let's talk with our fists. Ron cracked his knuckles, a satisfied smile on his face. The other 2, relying on their numbers, rushed in. But Ron dodged all their attacks with a few simple movements. He landed a kick straight into one of their stomachs. The other one, scared, trembled and asked, "What are you doing?" While the one who had been kicked was breathless. "How did I lose?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ron landed a punch right in his face. Karen, who had just woken up, was not spared either. Only Wrath watched with wide-eyed admiration. "You just landed a hit. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years sight." Ron said nothing, still focused on beating up the 3 branch family brothers. A moment later, after the thrashing, the young men were all on the ground, retching. The 2 lackeys were rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. "Stop, I can't breathe anymore." Karen knelt down and apologized to Ron. "We were wrong. Stop." Ron slammed his foot down on Karen's hand. He leaned in and sneered, "Before we end things, let me ask you one question." Karen was in pain but didn't dare to cry out. Okay. Ron asked directly, "Who put you up to this?" "Was it Buren?" Hearing the name, Karen's eyes showed clear panic. He bowed his head low and mumbled, "No, we did this without his knowledge. Frieren has nothing to do with this." Ron was inwardly impressed. "That's surprising. I thought he didn't like me. Maybe he's not that bad." Ron asked again. "You won't go telling our classmates about our little chat today, will you?" Frieren, pale with fear, replied, "Of course not." Ron grabbed Kieran's head. He brought his face close and threatened, "Good. If you don't want to have another chat tomorrow, then you'd better stay away from me." Kieran, now trembling with fear, replied, "We won't touch you again. We were wrong. If you understand, then get lost," Ron shouted. And so the whole group ran off in a panic, leaving only Ron standing there. He didn't notice that not far away, Instructor Rimmer had been watching everything. He just smiled and commented, "What a beautiful sight. It feels like watching the Lord when he was young, doesn't it? The boy's blood is real. He has martial talent too." He mumbled, "A hidden gem among the most talented. I'm looking forward to you, young Ron Zeghart." Late at night, everyone returned to the training camp to rest. Ron was checking a new system notification. Condition met. Wrath is very pleased with your reaction. Agility 1. Seeing this, Wrath screamed, "What is this?" "You get a point for pleasing the great Wrath. This system is broken." Ron said nonchalantly, "You created it, so why don't you know?" Wrath turned to argue, "Of course. I've never tried the system on anyone else before. This is because you stole it from the great Wrath." "Oh, is that so?" Ron said sarcastically. Wrath grumbled, "Ungrateful brat." But then Ron silently turned away. Wrath calmed down and said, "I have a suggestion for you." "A suggestion?" Ron asked. "Make a bet with the great Wrath," he proposed. "If you win, I will give you stat points. But if you lose, you must accept my wrath." As he finished speaking, the system also responded. "Wrath proposes a wager with you. Condition: achieve first place in the test to become an official trainee. Success: all stats 2, and receive a random attribute. Failure: inflict 10 points of the rage emotion." Ron read it carefully, and then asked, "You mean achieve first place in the competition to become an official trainee that Rimmer mentioned?" Wrath replied, "That's right. He said there would be a first place, so the result is clear." "Then what is a random attribute?" Wrath explained, "One of the great Wrath's attributes will be bestowed upon you. Of course the level will be lowered to suit a mortal like you." Ron had a question. "Then just one more question. What does inflict 10 points of the rage emotion upon failure mean?" "It means exactly what it says. You will receive the emotion of rage, the very thing the great Wrath possesses. The feeling of rage that the great Wrath bestows upon you is nothing," Wrath said with a tempting smile. "But if you hold the great Wrath's rage, you will lose control of your own emotions, no matter how strong your will is." Ron was silent. "So that's his intention. The way he behaves like a person of his word, I don't think he's lying." He even answered very honestly. "Compared to the reward, the risk of failure is quite small. Perhaps this is the poisoned apple I have to eat. For a sick person like me, achieving the top spot will be very difficult. But I am someone who has been resurrected." After thinking for a while, Ron replied, "The conditions aren't bad." "All right, I accept," Wrath exclaimed. "Excellent," the system responded. "You have accepted the wager with Wrath." Instantly, a blue flame like Wrath's appeared in Ron's palm. He was confident. "If I make use of the experience from my past life, I will never lose." The next morning, in the middle of the training field, a group of trainees was panting heavily. Every single one of them was exhausted. "My legs are about to explode. I don't have the strength to stand up anymore. We had to run our guts out this morning, and now this." A few minutes earlier, Rimmer was explaining, "What you are doing is the horse stance. Even though it's just a horse stance, don't underestimate it. This is the basic stance in martial arts. Everyone must practice it. Hold that pose until I say stop. I'm going to take a nap." In front of him, the trainees were beginning to hold the horse stance. Of course, it's not mandatory. "So let me repeat, you can rest, not me." Back in the present, a trainee shouted, "This is too hard. I'm not doing it anymore. When are we going to learn swordsmanship?" "Forget it. We've only run and done the horse stance so far." Frieren, standing nearby, reminded them. "Then stop complaining. The basic training is over. Go and practice. Because we are only learning basic exercises, your swordsmanship will be eroded." "They're gone." Wrath circled Ron and said, "They're going to practice swordsmanship. Aren't you going with them?" he asked. Ron shook his head. "I don't need to go right now. Practicing swordsmanship with these poor skills would just be a waste of time. What I need now is not a sword, but foundational strength and stamina. Currently, because of the curse of Frost, my physical strength is much weaker than others. For growth and training, the foundation is the most important." Ron was now doing planks, drenched in sweat. He was still training diligently. "Right now, I have to focus on strengthening my body more than anything else." While Ron was training, another trainee was hiding not far away. It was the girl, Reincarnates from the vassal family. She watched Ron intently. That's Ron Ziegart. He's improving so fast. His weights are heavier than yesterday. I'm sure I heard he was sick. The girl noticed every little thing about Ron. But day by day, the weights he lifts get heavier. It's clear that you have to train hard to lift heavier weights. But to increase like that every day is absurd. How can you add 10 pounds to your weights in a week? Maybe it's because he's different. Why is a sick person so persistent? Ron Ziegart. Lost in thought, the girl finally walked over to where Ron was training. There's definitely something about this guy. Runan walked straight up to Ron. As soon as he saw her, Ron also recognized her. Runan Sullian. Why are you here? The girl said nothing and just looked straight into Ron's eyes. Ron was surprised to have someone standing in front of him. Runan, Ron asked again, why are you here? The two looked at each other without saying a word. Runan thought, what is going on with this child's growth? Suddenly, she felt something unusual. She smelled something cool and gentle. Runan found herself unconsciously approaching Ron. The girl calmly walked past Ron and sat down with a shy expression. Then she started lifting weights. Seeing this, Ron stood up and turned away, which also surprised Runan. While they were both training, Runan kept looking at Ron and thought, it's definitely the smell from before. After smelling the refreshing scent from Ron earlier, her body felt lighter. The girl clenched her fists. Thanks to it, I can now lift heavier weights than before. While Runan was lost in her thoughts, Ron spoke up. Hey, do you have something to say to me or what? No, Runan replied quickly. After hearing her answer, Ron scratched his head and walked away. It seemed Runan's answer had confused him. Runan must have had something she wanted to say but really couldn't. She looked at the boy. Ron Ziegart. I will need to follow you for a little longer. In the trainees' training area, a group of youths appeared, led by Buren. The group was looking at Ron, or rather, at the fact that Runan Sullian was constantly sticking to the young Ron. The gossip started. Why is Runan following that guy? What's so great about hanging out with someone who was kicked out of the direct line like him? Buren said nothing. Buren finally spoke. Useless. Just repeating simple strength training exercises is pointless. Basically, Ron lacks strength, so he needs those simple exercises. But no matter how hard he tries, he's no match for us. I don't know what the test will be about, but at least as preparation for that day, it would be quite good to continue practicing the sword. Buren looked at the wooden sword in his hand and said, let's go. No need to pay attention to that collateral brat. The results will speak for themselves on the test day. After that, Buren led the group away. A leaf fell into a puddle in the silence of the night. While Ron was training for the upcoming test, a person with moss green hair appeared and greeted him. To run. The boy introduced himself. Hello, I'm Dorian. Can I train with you? I want to learn the proper form. The moss green-haired person was the collateral trainee, Dorian. Ron replied, well, I don't really mind. Thank you, Dorian said. Then, although this isn't much, Dorian said as he reached into his backpack to take something out, to the curiosity of Ron and Runan. But please eat this. It's delicious. It turned out to be a pastry. Ron carefully observed the strange shape of the pastry. He refused, I'm fine, so take it back. Ron glanced over at Runan. Runan was now staring intently at the pastry. Seeing this, Ron broke into a cold sweat. Runan's eyes widened even more. It seemed the pastry had really caught her attention, and that made Ron even more flustered. In the end, he gave the pastry to the girl, Runan, to eat, sighing inwardly, now there's another stranger with us. And so, the Yam team had 3 members. April passed, and May began. The Jam team also grew closer. On Buren's side, he didn't rest for a single day either. Finally, 6 months had passed since the training began. Spending every day with the intention of pushing life to the boundary between life and death. The shadows of the obstacles from his first days of training were no longer seen. Breathing out to the very end of his windpipe and focusing only on the people in front of him. Only 2 people were left in front. And then, time had finally passed, and the morning of the test had arrived. Thank you for coming. In the middle of the bustling stadium, the announcer's welcoming voice rang out. As the guardians of the contestants participating this time, please follow the designated lines and move in order. Following the instructions, the nobles began to settle into their positions, each with their own thoughts. Ron Ziegart, I wonder if you still remember the bet with the Great Wrath. Wrath was now circling and probing Ron. In the end, you still couldn't surpass those 2, so get ready to accept the Great Wrath's rage, he said with a demonic smile. All the tests are different, so you can't know anything for sure yet, Ron said, waving his hand dismissively. More importantly, Dorian, what are you doing down there? Ron looked down and asked. Dorian, who was now bowing low on the field, replied, no, it's just that I'm a little too nervous because today is the test day. Just breathing out is something even the weakest one like me can do. Ron. Runan wanted to say something. I brought cookies. Eat them. The girl held out the cookie towards Ron. He broke into a cold sweat and replied, "No, I'm fine." Suddenly, he noticed Buren looking at him. Why are there people like them near me? Buren sighed inwardly as he looked at the gym team standing right behind him. In the stands, where the guardians were seated, Sylvia said excitedly, "Helen, look over there. Our Ron is standing there so confidently, of course my lady. He has endured arduous training for 6 months. It seems our Ron also has friends now. With Sir Ron's personality, that's only natural." Sylvia and Helen were overjoyed to see Ron talking with Runen and Dorian. Young Master Ron has never once complained because he is young and understanding. Sylvia was happy to see her son like this. Making friends and all, I'm so proud of him. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. The figure of a man with a red cloak was entering, with a very noble-looking beard. The clan head is entering. The clan head personally came to watch. The crowd began to stir. The newcomer was none other than Glenn Zieghart. Didn't he never personally come to watch before? Everyone was surprised by his appearance. While everyone was surprised by the clan head's arrival, the light sword Rimmer was no exception. He wondered and asked, "Whoa, what is the clan head doing here? This is an event that will shape the future of the clan. Your reaction is as if this is a place I shouldn't be," Glenn said. "Haha, of course not." "Welcome, my lord," Rimmer said, a little awkwardly. "Well, since the clan head is here, we won't beat around the bush. We will immediately begin the selection test for official trainees." Rimmer raised his hand and announced. "Then, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, the criteria that everyone at Zieghart is quite curious about will now be revealed." In an instant, Rimmer's eyes changed. A green light flashed in his eyes, and a terrifying pressure was directed straight at the trainees. The pressure was green like the leaves of a dense forest. It carried the coolness of nature, but it was no less majestic and terrifying. Even Ron felt a chill run down his spine. "Breaking through my pressure," Rimmer announced. "That is today's test." Rimmer began to release his pressure, directly suppressing all the trainees present at the scene. He explained, "Pressure is simply something that cannot be separated from the life of a warrior. This test will evaluate the level of that ability." "Wait a minute, object. It hasn't been long since the children learned aura. Why are you testing pressure so early?" A spectator protested. This was followed by a series of boos. "In fact, there are still children who haven't even learned aura yet. A simple pressure test is just too unfair. Not to mention some of the kids say all you do in training is sleep. What kind of test is this?" Rimmer sighed. "Pressure is not simply the application of mana. True pressure is the level of spiritual power that a warrior has built up through their achievements. It is a testament to a warrior that can be demonstrated at a certain level without needing aura." "What are you saying?" The person didn't get to finish his sentence before he was cut off. "He's not wrong," a voice said. "My lord," the man was startled because the person who had cut him off was the clan head. Glenn explained Rimmer's method. One can only truly comprehend pressure through the way one has lived and trained. Rimmer was pleased that Glenn supported his method. Even someone who does not possess aura can possess immense pressure depending on the difficulty and perseverance with which they have trained. As Glenn finished speaking, Rimmer continued. "Indeed, my lord. You truly understand everything. So that's how it is. I'm sure no one here has any objections to the test anymore. Right. So let's ignore the troublemakers and start the test right away. Runen, please step forward. The rest of you, step back." The first trainee to be called was Runen. "Now then, Runen. The pressure I am about to release will be at a level that you will be able to overcome if you have given your all during the training period. If you can overcome the pressure and touch me, you will pass," Rimmer explained briefly. Then he just smiled. "The test will begin now." A stream of green light was released from Rimmer. This green light grew stronger and stronger, clearly visible on Runen's face. The pressure forced Runen to curl up and defend herself. "You will fail immediately if you use your aura to resist this pressure. I want you to pass this test with the will you've built up through your training so far," Rimmer reminded the girl. The pressure grew stronger, causing Runen to squeeze her eyes shut, grit her teeth, and painstakingly take step after step towards Rimmer's position. Runen's hand was getting closer to the instructor. Finally, Runen succeeded in the test, grabbing Rimmer's wrist. Instructor Rimmer placed a hand on Runen's head, acknowledging her achievement. He praised her. "You passed with ease. I can see the sweet fruits of your hard work. I want you to continue to press forward with that will." At this point, Runen was still panting heavily, drenched in sweat after the test. "Now, next is Dorian." As soon as his name was called, the boy started shaking like a leaf. "Emphin. What kind of ranking is this?" It seemed Dorian was not ready, a bewildered look on his face as he didn't expect to be next. "I rank however I please. So get your butt up and out here." Dorian tremblingly walked up to the platform, sweat dripping down his face. "You saw what Runen did before you, right? I want you to use the willpower you've built up through your training to break through the wall of pressure I create." Rimmer tried to encourage him, but Dorian still asked tremblingly, "Do you really think I can do it, sir? I'm pretty notorious for having no willpower at all." "Well, if you don't have it, I'll simply fail you. Simple as that." Without missing a beat, Instructor Rimmer began to radiate pressure from within his body, just as he had done with Runen. A seemingly painful cry came from Dorian. The pressure was so strong it forced Dorian to his knees. Ron, observing from the sidelines, realized something about Instructor Rimmer's test. The level of pressure he releases is adjusted depending on the subject. He's adjusting the pressure based on the children's level and how much they've trained. So he really has been observing each and every one of them in detail. "See," Rimmer said. "All you needed to do was come here." You passed Dorian. The boy was now clinging to the instructor's leg, trembling. "However, you still lack confidence in your own skills. I advise you to hold your head high and face things from now on." After completing the test, Dorian immediately threw up. Rimmer was also sweating. Well, I think you've heard enough. Alright, next person." And so the test continued in an orderly fashion. "Buren Zieghardt." "Yes," the boy shouted loudly and clearly. "Let's get started right away," Rimmer said. Rimmer's serious eyes seemed to see through the very essence of the young Buren. The pressure he created this time was just as strong as it had been for the others. He wants me to walk over to him while enduring this. It's completely different from how it looked from the outside. How did Runen manage to get through this? The strong pressure also forced Buren to his knees. "I can't take another step. You certainly have talent that completely surpasses the others. The number of people who can stand up to you among the 160 trainees here can be counted on one hand. However," Rimmer began to lecture, "you, like the other trainees who follow you, have wasted your time. What is the point of honing your swordsmanship when you lack a goal? What you should have been doing was not practicing your swordsmanship, but training your body and your will. You always rely on your aura when things get difficult. If you use it now, you will fail immediately." Hearing Instructor Rimmer's warning, Buren told himself, "I cannot fail here. There's no way I can forget that time. The time when my father refused to let my brother in. I can't forget his cold eyes. If I can't overcome this, I'll be thrown away too." After a moment of reminiscing, Buren shot up. He pushed himself with all his might towards Instructor Rimmer. Finally, he succeeded. Buren grabbed Instructor Rimmer's calf. At the same time, the instructor announced, "You passed. You are still just a 12-year-old boy. I want you to stop acting like an adult and train at a pace appropriate for your age. If the only thing you do is look forward, you'll never notice the sharp thorns piercing through your feet." After saying these words, Rimmer felt as if a weight had been lifted, as he had finally been able to reach the heart of this arrogant student. Now, Rimmer turned to the other contestants to continue the test. Yes. As his name was called, Ron slowly stepped forward. He seemed very confident and ready. The two, teacher and student, faced each other. "You're the last one. Are you ready?" "Of course, sir," Ron replied with great confidence. "Then let's begin." This time, the green light emanating from Instructor Rimmer was much more powerful. It was like a fierce wave shooting straight at Ron. The pressure radiated over a wider and stronger range, and even the people around them could feel a little of it. "His mother!" exclaimed in worry, "Ron, what kind of monstrous pressure is that?" Even Glenn was surprised by this level. Is this really his test? Ron stood firm before the instructor's terrifying pressure as if nothing was wrong. "I don't know either, but the talent I see in you is definitely a cut above Runen and Buren," Rimmer said with a radiant smile. "Try to withstand this." Instructor Rimmer glared at Ron. Ron also began to sweat, raising his hands to brace himself. The soul's level is not something contained within the body, but in the realm of the spirit. And right now, I don't just have the soul level of Ron Zieghardt, I also have the level from my past life as an assassin. Ron began to walk towards Rimmer. The sight before him made Instructor Rimmer's eyes widen in surprise. He can overcome this much pressure. Even his grandfather was surprised by the sight. "How can you? This is completely absurd." Right at this moment, it was Instructor Rimmer who was stammering. Something that should be beyond the realm of impossibility. Ron gently placed his hand on Instructor Rimmer's stomach. Everyone in the stand stared in astonishment as they saw Ron overcome such terrifying pressure. The most surprised were probably Rimmer and Glenn themselves. Ron smiled confidently. "Is the test over, sir?" The other trainees were amazed. Did he just walk through that pressure? No way. Did he break it? That kid. The entire venue was abuzz with chatter. Even Instructor Rimmer was now standing there, stunned. A cripple with no aura. How did he? Ron stood there, waiting for the instructor's verdict. "Hey," Instructor Rimmer finally spoke up. "What are you?" He frowned. "I have been observing you train for the past 6 months. Imran, sir. I'm asking because you did better than anything I've taught you in the past 6 months. I created a pressure that was beyond your capabilities. I was intentionally causing trouble, but I never expected you to be able to get through it." Rimmer didn't hold back and spoke his thoughts plainly. Ron shook his head and gestured towards the stands. Instructor Rimmer suddenly seemed to snap out of it. I know, he returned to his usual cheerful demeanor. Ha ha ha, it seems the head instructor got distracted. Ron Sieghart is the last contestant. The selection of official trainees has concluded. I will now announce the top trainees that you have all been curious about. The top trainee of the number 5 training ground is. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the final result from Instructor Rimmer. Ron Sieghart, oh my, our round got first place. Lady Sylvia, young master Ron did it. Ron's mother burst into tears of joy. I can't believe it. Ron Sieghart is the top trainee. If he broke through that pressure, then it must be. But how did he surpass young Master Buren? The crowd was still buzzing about the result Instructor Rimmer had announced. Suddenly, a voice cut in. I do not accept it. This is not right. You are lying, sir. Buren disagreed with the result. Seeing this, Instructor Rimmer asked, lying about what? In terms of stamina, strength, and talent, Ron is inferior to me. I do not accept that someone like him can be the top trainee, Buren argued. He clearly cheated. That does sound plausible. The audience also began to show their agreement. How can he be at the top with the Curse of Frost? I heard he doesn't even have an aura. Or maybe he bribed the instructor. The gossip went further and further. Rimmer grew tired of hearing it. If you go by the rumors about Instructor Rimmer, it seems plausible. We are all warriors of the Sieghart family. Instead of a test like this, I think we should have a sparring match to decide who passes, Buren suggested, pointing at Ron. Rimmer just chuckled. You want the top trainee position that badly, Buren Sieghart? Hit right where it hurt, the boy stammered. No, that's not it, sir. Unfortunately, the test is over. Plan head, what do you think we should do? Rimmer passed the responsibility to Glenn. He just frowned, not yet making a decision. Finally he said, Ron Sieghart, the others do not seem to accept this result. Do you want to spar with Buren? Buren, standing behind, smirked triumphantly when he saw the clan head suggest a match. But the answer he got from Ron was, no, sir. The test is over, and the result is in. Why should I have to fight him for no gain? You who always mouths off about the direct line and honor, Buren. I didn't think you would lose so pathetically, Ron said tauntingly. You bastard. Ron's taunt made Buren's face flush with anger. Then let's do this. Fight for the top trainee position. If you win, I will give you a bronze tablet. Glenn understood the intention, and raised the reward. A bronze tablet. Ron immediately thought about the reward the clan head had offered. The Sieghart clan bestows gold, silver, and bronze tablets according to each person's achievements. Each tablet corresponds to a different reward, even if it's just a bronze one. But a tablet bestowed directly by the clan head. I'll probably get something decent. It seems he isn't happy about me getting first place either. I understand, Ron said, having accepted the duel with Buren for the clan head's reward. Glenn announced, then let's begin. This time, it will decide the most talented trainee. This is a one-round duel. Anyone who uses aura or a weapon will be disqualified. Only hand-to-hand combat is allowed. Rimmer began to explain the rules of the duel to the two contestants. Alright, Instructor Rimmer's voice boomed. Begin. After the instructor's command, Ron and Buren immediately rushed into battle. Buren was the aggressor, throwing a punch straight at Ron's face. Fortunately, Ron managed to dodge it in time. But after dodging, what awaited him was a follow-up kick. Ron eventually had to raise his hands to block the blow. Just that alone made Ron's arm ache. This is the tiger's claw fist that my father personally taught me. There's no rule against using fist techniques, so this isn't against the rules. Buren shouted, his fists beginning to glow. Ron took the blow head-on. There was a loud thud. As expected of young Master Buren, that kid Ron can't move anymore. The trainees watching the fight cheered excitedly. Someone weaker than me from a branch family. Buren continued to think and see. How dare you aim for my position as the top trainee? He began to have a flashback. Forget it, Buren. The Sieghart clan doesn't need weaklings. That was the memory of when his father had disowned Buren's older brother. Don't disappoint me, Buren Sieghart, his father had also reminded him. Now, back in the present, it was a psychological burden for Buren. Father is watching me. I have to prove myself. I can't lose to someone like you here. Buren continuously pressured Ron, but Ron managed to block most of it. With every fist technique thrown, Ron tried to dodge as closely as possible to conserve energy. Right now, Ron was extremely focused. I can see from his fists to his rhythm. All of his attacks are crystal clear before my eyes. Have you given up yet, Ron Sieghart? I will finish you with this blow. Buren shouted and lunged forward. This time, Ron had taken a stance, also preparing to throw a punch. Why should I surrender? He clenched his fist. A powerful punch came from Ron's side. The two fists collided. As a result, Buren was sent flying. Ron's punch continued and slammed straight into Buren's chest. What is this? Buren's right fist trembled. While Ron continued to clench his right hand, preparing to throw another punch. It was as if the air itself was condensing around this one fist. A direct punch, and Frieren was sent flying. He was beaten to a pulp. No way, the audience gasped. That was the tiger's claw. Fist pow. They all shouted in unison. Even Glenn was surprised by the result. How? How do you know the tiger's claw fist? Frieren recognized Ron's familiar final blow, and managed to ask. He showed me, Ron simply replied. I just copied your fist technique. Did he just use the tiger's claw fist? This is absurd, how could he possibly use the tiger's claw fist? The audience roared at the unexpected conclusion. Or was he secretly taught it? If not, then how? Some people also started to speculate. This is impossible, no matter how you look at it, it's an impossible feat for the young Ron. Frieren collapsed before Ron, under the watchful eye of Instructor Rimmer. This kid really has talent, even Instructor Rimmer couldn't have imagined such a scenario. This kid was able to nullify the spin of the tiger's claw fist by creating a fist technique with an opposing spin. Just being able to read the opponent's martial path is enough for the world to call you a genius. But he was even able to turn that direction into a skill of his own. This is the kind of talent that can stand at the pinnacle of this continent. This is what the Zeheart House is looking for. Ron's image shone brightly in Rimmer's eyes. You are a heaven-sent talent. I think this match is over. As you can all see, the result is quite clear. Instructor Rimmer spoke up to end the match. The winner is Ron Zeheart. With this, today's test has come to an end. As soon as she heard the result, Sylvia and Helen ran down from the stands to celebrate. Ron was surprised. Sylvia rushed in and hugged Ron tightly. At this moment, the boy was also deeply moved. Helen was also crying tears of joy. Only Wrath was circling around, complaining of hunger and wanting to go home. In fact, the other students were also being picked up by their parents. Runan's parents were also crying and hugging their daughter. Only Frieren was being helped up by his butler. He looked anxiously in his father's direction. He was just watching from a distance before turning and leaving. Seeing this, Frieren broke into a cold sweat. It was clear his father was very disappointed with this result. Bright lights shone in the dark of night from a room in the magnificent castle. That brightly lit room was the office of Frieren's father. A sad expression was still clearly visible on Frieren's face. In the gloomy silence, a voice cut in. Frieren. Yes, father. Do you remember what I told you? Frieren replied, you told me to come back with the title of top trainee and never to lose to anyone. Yes. That wasn't too much to ask. I told you to defeat the Sulian clan and, after trampling on that Ron kid, to come back with the title of the top of the class. Frieren's father swiveled his chair to face him. Forget about the Owen family. You lost to that piece of trash that was thrown out of the main family. The father clearly showed his anger and disappointment at the result Frieren had achieved today. Are you trying to make a fool of me or something? Or do you want your fate to be the same as your two older brothers? These words terrified Frieren. He mumbled, no, sire. You have already ruined your first chance. They will choose the top of the class after giving points to the students at the end of graduation. Make sure you bring that position back to me, Frieren's father instructed carefully once more. Go. In the end, his father dismissed him. Frieren could only bow his head, and accept the order. Yes. If you still want to live under the Zeheart main family, do not fail in this last chance. These words haunted Frieren's mind. Damn it, he punched the wall, venting his frustration. It's all because of that cursed bastard. I can't believe all of this happened because of that trash Ron. Frieren glared and gritted his teeth. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? I will definitely train harder so that I will never lose again. While speaking, Frieren walked on unsteadily. While walking and thinking, Frieren had arrived at the training ground. He peeked inside and then wondered, why am I here? Did I come here unconsciously while I was thinking? Frieren gently pushed open the door and entered the empty training room. Is no one here because the test just ended? Frieren sat down and picked up a weight, thinking about something. Suddenly, something caught his attention. That attention was drawn to the storage area for the trainees' training equipment. But that wasn't what caught his eye the most. What caught Frieren's attention the most was the personal locker with Ron's name on it. Frieren approached the trainees' personal storage lockers. It'll be fine if I just take a peek, right? Right. It's not like I'm stealing anything. I'm just looking. Curiously, Frieren opened the locker, and then his eyes widened. What is this? What's with all these shoes? Inside Ron's personal locker were shoes, and lots of them. Even at a rough count, there were more than 10 pairs. Did he go through all of these in just 6 months? I've only had to change my shoes twice. Holding a pair of shoes in his hand, Frieren thought, looking at the bench where he had been sitting just now. Frieren could picture the image of Ron sitting there, training. Frieren had a realization. That's right. Now that I think about it, he was always training. While I was skipping the basics and swinging a sword to show off to others, or when I was relaxing comfortably in my own room. Although he exudes the very essence of the Zeheart family, I was doing the complete opposite. After a moment of thought, Frieren snapped back to reality. The space became desolate again. The weights were still in the same place, with no one using them. Frieren picked up the shoes, put them back in their place, and then closed the locker. Frieren then turned and left. He looked up at the night sky, his face becoming more serious. Oh my god, I can't believe it. In all my hundreds of years, I've never met anyone like you. At this moment, Ron was sitting alone in his room, checking the system again. What are you? Wrath asked curiously. Ron replied indifferently. Who knows? You can think whatever you like. First of all, tell me what this trait is. Ron pointed to the system screen, where information was being displayed. You have won the wager with Wrath. The reward will be given to the winner. All skill points increased by 2. The one possessed by Wrath will receive a random trait. Trait: Snowflake's Intuition 1 star has been created. Wrath explained, Snowflake's Intuition. You got a trait that's too good for your mediocrity. This trait has the ability to increase your range of perception. It's only 1 star now, but it can still be increased by about 10. The Great Wrath's perception is 10 times that of the original. Ron marveled. Really? That's great. But why is it called Snowflake's Intuition? Ron continued to question Wrath. I named it that because I like it. Does it not sound good? Ron walked away, not forgetting to tease. No matter how I think about it, you're terrible at naming things. You have the nerve to say that. Wrath was furious. The next morning, while Ron was talking with his mother, he suddenly received a notification from the butler. The clan head summons you, young master. Sylvia was worried. He's summoning him. Did Ron do something wrong? The butler immediately reassured her. Aha, my lady, don't worry. The butler's attitude seemed to indicate that it wasn't too bad. The clan head just wants to personally bestow the bronze tablet on the young master. At this time, Glenn was waiting for Ron to arrive. Ron knelt down in a bow. Greetings, clan head. Although I don't like it, I will still keep my promise. Glenn said, and the butler understood. Yes, clan head. The butler brought the bronze command tablet and presented it to Ron. Ron Zehart, as promised, you will be bestowed a bronze command tablet. In the future, when you return it, you will receive an item or a corresponding privilege. Ron carefully received the command tablet. Holding the tablet in his hand, Ron thought about what he should do with it. It didn't take long for Ron to express his desired request. Then I have a request right now, sir. The butler looked at Ron with a curious gaze, wondering what Ron's request would be. Ron's request about him. What must I do to restore my mother's former position? Both of them were confused after hearing Ron's request. Her original position. You mean her position in the direct line? Glenn asked again. Yes, sir. Seeing Glenn's attitude, Ron was also a little surprised. It seems he has suddenly softened. What's going on? Achievements, Glenn replied without hesitation. If you achieve something that the entire family recognizes, it is possible. But it's not that simple. Gaining the recognition of others is as difficult as plucking a star from the sky, almost impossible. Especially for a brat like you. Hearing Glenn's words, Ron looked at the command tablet in his hand again. But you said it was possible, he said confidently. Ron placed the command tablet back on the reward tray, to the butler's surprise. Then that's it. Thank you for your answer, clan head. Ron was disappointed that he did not get what he wanted, and turned to leave. Wait. Glenn called out. Hearing that, Ron politely turned back and replied, Yes, sir. You still haven't asked about your reward. That was just a question. You don't need a command tablet, I can still give you the answer, Glenn said. Ron was quite surprised to hear what the clan head had just said. I never expected to hear these words from the King of Destruction of the North. State your wish, Glenn repeated once more. Then there is something I have thought of, something I need the most. As Ron thought, he clenched his fist. I want a cultivation technique, sir. As soon as Ron said it, Glenn immediately replied, the instructors will teach you that when you begin basic training. I need a better spirit cultivation technique than the one taught in basic training. Please grant me a cultivation technique worthy of the bronze command tablet. Ron placed a hand on his chest, and repeated his request. My dark spirit cultivation technique from my past life is not enough. To restore Sylvia's position and behead Duress, I need a more outstanding and powerful aura. So what you want is a cultivation technique, is that right? Glenn said slowly. With a snap of the clan head's fingers, a massive door opened before Ron. It was probably a library. So many books were displayed here. Ron was overwhelmed, unable to believe so many books were kept here. Rows of bookshelves were stacked so high they reached the ceiling. Ron was bewildered. This is one of the Zehart family's bookshelves. If you place your hand on that central position, the book you need will appear immediately, Glenn explained. He understands, Sir Ronald. After being instructed, Ron immediately followed suit to find the book he desired. Just something better than the dark spirit cultivation technique will do. Hopefully, something useful will appear. Suddenly, a bright light shone from Ron's hand. Waves of light flowed through the neatly arranged rows of books on the shelves. The wave of light brought a book out from the shelf. The book floated in the air and appeared before Ron. Ron wondered to himself, what is this old, tattered book? Everything that was happening surprised everyone, to the point that Glenn had to exclaim, "What is this? How did you get that book?" He shouted. The book gradually came closer to Ron, and then it opened on its own. This book it. Cultivation of 10,000 Flames. What kind of technique is this? Ron placed his hand on the book. At that moment, the book shone brightly, and then its pages flipped continuously before exploding. Pages scattered everywhere. Ron instantly became the center of a vortex, surrounded by pages of the book. It seemed that at this very moment, Ron was absorbing the knowledge within the book. Glenn just stood there, glaring at what was happening before his eyes. He was utterly stunned. Do you think Sylvia is ostracized by the people in the family? Glenn remembered the past. It's not something I need to know. The prosperity of the family is the top priority right now. Go and do something else. Sylvia is close with another man and has run away from home. Why are you reporting such trivial matters to me? After days of only thinking about the family and putting feelings aside, I have built an army that can overcome the wall of demons. My family has grown stronger and stronger. So what have I lost? Then, one day, bad news arrived. Sir, there is a report that your son-in-law and granddaughter have been attacked. The attackers seem to be the twin demons from Eden that Lady Sylvia was investigating. Lady Sylvia seems to be unharmed, but the other two died on the spot. Reporting, because the attack was so sudden it was impossible to. The clan head's eyes now grew increasingly angry. How pitiful. I finally have feelings again, but things can't go back to the way they were. So Ron, even if I am hated by you and Sylvia, this time, I must protect you. Back in the present, Ron was standing with his face to the sky, his arms outstretched to receive each page of the book. What is this? My body and mind are being pushed and pulled by them. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Ron Zieghart. Snapping back to reality, Ron was still standing in front of his grandfather. Glenn. He said. What did you just do? His grandfather asked. Ron answered honestly, I don't know, sir. I only remember the cultivation manual disappearing from my hands. What was the name of the book? Ron tried to remember. He looked at his hand and replied, it was Cultivation of 10,000 Flames. At this point, the system board had also appeared. Cultivation of 10,000 Flames. You must face the eternal flame. You have memorized the entire Cultivation of 10,000 Flames. You say you remember the contents. Glenn stood up and asked again. Ron replied, yes, sir. I understand, he said, relieved. All right, you have received your reward for the bronze command tablet. Now you may go. Yes, sir, Ron replied. Ron left, but he still felt worried. Glenn and the butler watched Ron until he was completely gone. Glenn nodded in confirmation. Yes. He continued to recall the past. It is the cultivation technique of the first clan head. In the history of the Zieghart clan, no one has been able to take out or read that cultivation manual. I never thought the boy would learn the cultivation of 10,000 flames. If this gets out, young Master Ron and Lady Sylvia could be in danger, right? The butler worried. Glenn said, you don't have to worry. No one knows about the cultivation of 10,000 flames. The cultivation manual is gone, so what now? It's fine. It has been passed on to someone else. After receiving the cultivation technique, Ron was pleased with the result. Anyway, no one has been able to learn the cultivation of 10,000 flames. If it wasn't passed on to the boy, it would have been lost to time anyway. Glenn looked up at the library and said to himself, I have a feeling a new wind will blow in the future. At this time, after returning to his room, Ron was sitting in contemplation. No matter how I think about it, this is too strange. Why did he give me this? Not to mention a silver tablet, even a gold tablet would not be enough to exchange for this cultivation technique. Ron wondered about his grandfather's actions. This is no less than the Ring of Fire. I must learn it properly. However, in the dark space, Ron was walking towards a spark of fire. Curiously, Ron reached out to touch it. Before long, the spark was nestled in Ron's hand, and he was now feeling it. But unfortunately, Ron was unsuccessful. He couldn't hold on to the spark, and let it disappear. I failed again. Even though I've tried many times, it's so hard to accumulate spiritual energy. I didn't expect to be able to learn this high-level cultivation technique in one go. But Ron's train of thought was interrupted by wrath. He seemed to be having trouble. Go all out. You have to be careful. If you are interrupted by someone else while you are cultivating, it will be a big problem. It would be very sad to become crippled after just touching the cultivation technique, he reminded. What is this guy plotting? Wrath is right. The cultivation of 10,000 flames absorbs the energy of nature, and accumulates spiritual energy in the energy center. If I am interrupted at a critical moment, my mana circuit or my energy field could be severed, and I would become a cripple. It's even more dangerous for me because my mana circuit contains ice energy. Well, if you know that, then don't interfere, Ron warned. Wrath also narrowed his eyes and smiled. I don't know what will happen. Wait, don't tell me. Suddenly, Ron had an idea. Just once. Let the great Wrath interrupt you just once while you are cultivating, Wrath said with a strange smile. It wouldn't be very fun for you to have to use a crippled body, would it? It doesn't matter, Wrath replied unexpectedly. You are immortal, so you can't overcome it. But even if your limbs are severed or your energy center explodes, the great Wrath can restore everything. When you are crippled and give up everything, that will be the great Wrath's best chance. You see, you said just once, right? I'm looking forward to seeing what trick you pull this time, Ron. Provoke. You're bluffing again. Tremble in fear every day. Because you don't know when the great Wrath will attack. Wrath circled around, leaving a threat for Ron. Through the conversation, Ron had realized Wrath's intentions. This guy is really an enemy. He is a demon from the demonic realm, always ready to possess my body whenever he has the chance, and he is the embodiment of rage. I thought he was quiet because he had given up on that idea. From now on, I have to be wary of him. Ron sighed. Alright, let's put that aside for later. I need to deal with something more urgent first. Are you finally going to deal with her? Ron nodded and walked towards the window. Yes. It can't be a coincidence. She comes here every night. Ron and Wrath looked through the window. I have to deal with her, he thought to himself. It's been a long time since I practiced my old profession. In the dark of night, a maid was sitting on a patch of empty ground by the lake, doing something. Unclear. I have nothing to report, except that he keeps mumbling to himself. But this time, I really have something to report. This person was the maid of the annex, Yua. I can't believe he could get such a high-level cultivation technique with just that bronze command tablet. And the flow of mana was extremely fierce while he was cultivating his spiritual energy. Unbelievable. This is truly important information for the Central Martial Palace. It's an order, so I have to do it, but he's just a child. I don't know how much longer I can deceive him. After finishing writing the letter, Yua folded it, and let it float down the water. Then she sighed. Now back to. Suddenly a knife was held to her throat. If you dare to open your mouth, I will kill you, the newcomer threatened. If you dare to move, you will also die. While speaking, this person moved closer to Yua. Lower your gaze and look down at the lake. Yua felt helpless, sweat pouring down her forehead. Who is he? Who could emit such a murderous aura? Yua trembled and followed the instructions. Looking down at the surface of the lake, she could see the face of the person holding the knife to her throat. Ronzagor. How did this brat follow me? She was surprised. Ever since I returned to this annex, I have felt your prying eyes. So, have you gotten any information yet? Ron asked. Impossible, he knew all along. Yua swallowed. I thought I didn't leave any traces. So he was just pretending not to see. Why? Open your mouth. Ron pressed the knife closer to Yua's throat. The threat was ineffective. Ron stuffed a pill into Yua's throat. Ew. The pill immediately slid deep down her throat. Yua immediately felt something disgusting happening inside her body. She collapsed to the ground, trying to vomit but couldn't. At this moment, Ron noticed the letter floating in the water. He picked it up. Ron opened the letter, only to see strange characters. He turned and asked, can't read the contents of this letter. This type of paper requires a special way to be read, doesn't it? Water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, sunlight. Yua heard Ron read the contents of the letter and just frowned in annoyance. He clutched her stomach. So it's moonlight. At this point, Ron's words startled Yua. How did you know? Ron didn't bother to answer, continuing to read the contents of the letter. Zr. Karen, Dale, Southstern Sword Hair, Ron concluded. Yua was immediately terrified. Impossible. My expression didn't show any flaws at all. I spent years training to become an expert spy. Just by reading my expression, he couldn't have read that much. Yua was terrified by Ron's discovery. Wait. No. The excruciating pain in my body. The fact that he can so easily read my thoughts. Yua suddenly had an idea. There's only one way to explain this. The thing he stuffed down my throat. Could it be a mind control insect? Infiltrate the annex and send me all the information about Ron and Sylvia, Karun had ordered Yua before. If you carry out this mission well, I will give you that thing. Back in the present, Yua made a guess. Did you feed me a mind control insect? Oh, you even know about mind control insects? Ron was surprised. The fact that you know about mind control insects surprises me. Ron's words made Yua suddenly feel desperate. She uttered a few sounds and then covered her mouth, trying to vomit everything in her stomach, but to no avail. By inserting it into the target's body, the poisoner can know not only their location but also their thoughts. The frenzy worm is one of the most terrifying curses in this world. The poisoner can kill their target whenever they wish, with the most excruciating pain imaginable. Her expression left no doubt, it was exactly the frenzy worm. The knowledge of this curse only amplified Yeti's fear. You sent this letter to Karan Zeghart, so you must be a spy sent from the house of Zeghart, and this mission must have begun 7 months ago. After the judgment ceremony, you investigated me thoroughly, didn't you? Ron turned to speak to Yeti. Not just me, but my mother, Sylvia, and all the other maids as well. As he spoke, Ron gave an enigmatic smile. Yeti couldn't believe Ron knew everything she had done. I thought this was a simple mission. Just gather information about the child Ron and the crippled Sylvia. I thought I could complete it easily. But a monster was living in this annex building. In Yeti's eyes, the sickly boy Ron was no more. I will change the content. I'll report false information, Yeti shouted in fear. Ron waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Even if you change the intelligence, Karan will eventually find out about me anyway. It will only make him realize your incompetence, he said, stepping in front of Yeti. Then, Ron stared deep into Yeti's eyes with his crimson gaze. From now on, you will be a double agent, he declared. You will report to him any information he would soon discover anyway, while hiding the important details and revealing them to no one else. In return, you must bring me valuable information from his side. Ron laid out the entire mission in one breath. Fine, I will do as you wish. In her current situation, Yeti had no other choice but to agree to Ron's demands. Ron was satisfied with her acceptance. The next time we meet, I expect useful information, Ron said before departing. Leaving Yeti collapsed on the floor, too terrified to stand. On the way back, Wrath curiously asked Ron, how did you summon a frenzy worm? Ron replied, I would never use something so disgusting. I fed her a poison pill that causes temporary, intense pain. Wait, does that mean you read her thoughts just now? Wrath's eyes whitened. Ron answered nonchalantly, you can probe others based on a few factors. Others might not see it, but I can. Hearing this, Wrath's face darkened. He was beginning to see the person before him in a new light. This one is a true demon. After that, while I was still engrossed in my training, the day to return to the training grounds arrived. Despite my relentless efforts, I still hadn't been able to create an aura by the day of departure. At the training grounds, everyone was talking excitedly. Ron thought to himself, 42 people pass. Only a quarter of the original number remains. Rimmer is certainly strict about results. Ron, a voice called from behind. It was Runen. As before, the two faced each other, hesitating, neither speaking first. Runen was thinking about something, recalling her mother's words. So, young Master Ron helped our daughter with her training. A few days prior at the Sulian family estate, Runen was relaxing and eating pastres when she heard the question. Yes, she replied. The silver-haired woman sitting opposite her asked, did you greet him and say thank you? When he gave me snacks, yes. What about when he helped you with your training? Runen answered casually, no. Her mother asked again, why not? Father told me not to speak to boys first. The mother's eyes narrowed into a smile. Ah, how they see. Runen, when expressing gratitude, gender is not important. If you have received help, you must always show respect and gratitude. That is common courtesy. Runen was taken aback by her mother's lesson. Remember that, won't you? Runen carefully committed the advice to memory. Remembering her mother's words, Runen finally spoke. Thank you. Oh, sure. Ron was surprised by the sudden thanks from Runen. Wait. Is she suddenly saying thank you? Wrath appeared and asked. Ron's face twisted as he mumbled, I don't know, how would I know? Having successfully expressed her gratitude, Runen turned and left as if she had achieved a great victory. At that moment, from not far away, another voice called out. Young Master Ron. Dorian whined, Young Master, how have you been? As for me, I thought I was going to die. Just as a provisional trainee, I felt like I was at death's door. I can't imagine how much harder it will be now, as an official trainee. I keep having nightmares. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I was so scared I wouldn't make it. By the way, it's really. The barrage of complaints hit Ron's ears, and his face went blank. Even Wrath found it annoying. You talk too much. But I'm so glad that young Master Ron is the top trainee. If Buren had been number 1, I would still be ranting. From behind Dorian, a familiar boy appeared. It was Buren. Seeing the face of the person he had just been badmouthing, Dorian panicked. Perhaps what Dorian said didn't bother Buren. He walked past him towards Ron. The two looked at each other, waiting to see who would speak first. Buren bowed his head slightly. I apologize. I admit my defeat last week. It showed everyone a shameful side of myself. The action took Ron by surprise. However, I will not give up, Buren affirmed. No matter how much effort it takes, I will stand before you as an equal, Frieren declared. I will not retreat, nor will I give up. With that, Frieren turned and walked away coldly. Wrath appeared immediately. Once Frieren was far enough away, Ron murmured, I can't believe a 13-year-old boy knows how to admit his mistakes. He's been well taught by a great family. He got beaten to a pulp and still doesn't know his place. Go follow him and gouge his eyes out. Wrath shouted, still furious. It's good enough as it is. Calm down, Ron had to intervene. Who cares about that? Wrath was still fuming. Just then, a voice cut through the air. Sorry I'm late. Instructor Rimmer walked in, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had overslept after having a little too much to drink the night before. Did you all get a good rest? First, congratulations on becoming official trainees. We will begin official training from today. Overall, it will be similar to before, but a few new training programs will be added. For the first session, we will learn about the method of cultivating aura. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A long-haired woman entered, drawing everyone's attention. Her opening line was a curse. Damn it, this door just wouldn't open. Almost got into trouble. Dorian was flustered at the sight of her. Rimmer just smirked. You finally made it. Everyone, pay attention. I'm not the one in charge of her guidance, but she is a trainee who failed the previous term. Since you will all be training together from now on, please say hello. The woman introduced herself. Martha of the direct line of Sieghart. She may seem that way, but she's a very kind girl, Rimmer said, but was immediately cut off. First off, who's the top trainee? Martha looked around and asked. I can't let someone of a lower class stand above me. I need to see which bastard is holding that position. Some eyes started to focus on Ron. Come out here. Let's have a match. Martha looked around with eager eyes and declared her challenge. Why don't we have a fight right now? Martha walked around, provoking. Is the feng shui bad or something? Why do I always get stuck with people like this? Ron sighed in frustration. I am Ron Sieghart. I am the top-ranked trainee. Ron stepped forward. Martha let out a delighted oh. You don't look like a top-ranked trainee at all. Alright then. Martha began to size Ron up. She cracked her knuckles. No need for words. A fight will tell all. Martha Sieghart, Frieren interjected. Why are you so rude? Martha snapped. Does this little brat know how to speak to a senior? She angrily approached Frieren, about to say something. If you say such foolish things again, you'll die instantly. You better choose your words more carefully next time. Martha threatened him, but Frieren was not one to back down. Ron Sieghart was recognized as the top trainee in front of the patriarch and the instructors. Are you saying you doubt their decision? I thought you were the one who made a fuss about that, weren't you? Martha deliberately brought it up again. That's why I did it, Frieren retorted unexpectedly. I don't want to see that shameful version of myself again, he declared. Watching from the side, Ron thought to himself, Frieren has really changed. Suddenly, Runan jumped in front of Ron, her purpose unclear. She immediately spread her arms, wanting to protect him from Martha. She said calmly, stay away. Ah, how nice. What a beautiful friendship. Birds of a feather flock together, huh? Martha looked back and forth and mocked them. If I continue this, I'll be the one in the wrong, won't I? Martha scratched her head and walked away. Fine, I'll be the bad guy. But you know, I really. Martha's face twisted into a demonic smile. 8 cowards who hide behind others. They're even more pathetic than the arrogant ones. As soon as the words were out, Martha shot past both Frieren and Runan, appearing right in front of Ron. Both of them turned their heads in shock. Martha swung her right arm, her fist seeming to glow. Ron, with a calm demeanor, deflected the blow with a small movement, causing Martha's punch to miss. Surprise was written all over Martha's face. Up. While Martha was stunned, Ron prepared a counter punch. Martha quickly put up her guard. However, the punch was so powerful that even though she defended, its force sent her flying back several meters. Frieren, witnessing this, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What? Rimmer, seemingly having expected it, just smiled without saying a word. Martha, pushed back, was just as surprised as the others, not expecting the punch to be so powerful. Ha! Martha muttered, finding it ridiculous. A dark aura erupted around her body. Martha began to walk towards Ron, each step leaving a terrifying crack on the ground. Don't think you can just walk away after that. Martha was still determined to settle the score with Ron, but Rimmer promptly grabbed her arm and stopped her. When did he get here? Martha was surprised. Rimmer raised an eyebrow and said, Martha, it seems you underestimate me. Even if you think I'm easygoing, don't act as if I'm invisible. Frieren and Runan may have learned aura, but Ron hasn't yet. Don't you think winning with such an advantage isn't something to be proud of? These words hit Martha's pride hard. She began to tremble. I'll let you fight Ron as much as you want after the boy learns aura. Embarrassed, Martha shook Rimmer's hand off. I was about to stop. Anyway. After that, Instructor Rimmer ordered Ron, return to your position, Ron. Yes, sir. What are you doing? How dare you let that wench attack me? You should have torn her limb from limb and imprisoned her in ice for 1,000 years. Wrath angrily berated him. I did fight back, Ron replied. Wrath was still furious. That's not enough. You should have made her head fly from her shoulders, Wrath grumbled, dissatisfied with the outcome. No, now is not the time. Ron's face remained calm as he slowly walked away. It's better to fight when I can get something from her. Using this title of a top trainee to lure her in. In reality, you have your own calculations. Just you wait. Next time, I'll show you a good show, Ron messaged Wrath. Under the sun at the academy's training grounds, the trainees were engrossed in their practice. The instructor's voice rang out. All right, everyone take a 10-minute break. The training seemed very strenuous. As soon as the break was called, Frieren drank the last drop of his water. Sweat was pouring down his face. Just as I thought. This isn't easy at all. Because I've learned the 2-star advanced fist technique, it's not that difficult for me. But 3-star is tough because it requires combining many advanced techniques. But Ron. Frieren looked over at Ron thinking to himself. Even though he had only started a month ago, Ron was still training diligently during the break. Even I took a month to learn the 7-form punch. He only learned swordsmanship at the same time as me. It seemed he wasn't the only one feeling the pressure of Ron's progress. Frieren turned his head to see someone practicing their swordplay frantically. Are you getting left behind too, Martha Ziegart? He asked. It was indeed her, frantically practicing her swordsmanship. Damn it, Martha said, exhausted, dropping her sword. Ron Ziegart. Even though this is his first time learning fist techniques, how can he be improving so quickly? While resting, Martha couldn't believe the process. It doesn't look like he learned it beforehand like Frieren or Runen, and his body isn't normal either, with that ice still inside him. How can he train all day with that body? I can't fall behind like this. She ground her teeth in anger. My talent is formidable. That's what everyone said about me. Since being adopted by the Ziegart family, I have always been a prodigy. I surpassed all the direct and collateral descendants, those useless ones who bragged about being geniuses all day, and then sneered at their despair. I am the genius. I am the best. That used to be me. But now, I'm so worried I can't control it anymore. After training, Martha was walking back when her butler encouraged her. You performed very well today, Lady Martha. Whatever, Martha replied dismissively. The butler watched her go, not knowing what to say. There's no need to worry, my lady, he spoke up. What did you say? Martha spun around, looking annoyed. As is said, because he has shown his good side, people have forgotten. But young Master Ron has no chance of defeating you, my lady, the butler said, directly addressing Martha's fears. He will never defeat me, she repeated. On what grounds do you say that? Seeing that he had caught her attention, the butler pointed out, because young Master Ron has a fatal weakness that he cannot overcome. Clang, swish, it seemed Ron was still training without rest. Theo. He breathed heavily. I want to ask you something. Suddenly, an unfamiliar trainee approached him for help. Could you look at my posture? No, I can't, Ron immediately refused. The others looked disappointed. But his swordsmanship is so good. Suddenly, a girl appeared, clapping her hands. Excellent. I didn't expect you to be able to train with me in such a short time. You're even better than a genius. You learned so fast. It was none other than Martha. She praised him first to get the upper hand. Then her expression immediately changed. But with your mana sensitivity being so weak, all this training is useless. What a pity. Maybe you could at least become a swordsmanship instructor. The other trainees stood by, bewildered. On a bench in the training hall, Instructor Rimmer maintained a calm demeanor, also watching what was happening. No one said anything. Just as I thought. Martha looked around, noticing that her actions were indeed effective. No one thinks this idiot has yet to master aura after 4 whole months. Recalling the previous night, it was the butler who had pointed it out to Martha. Young Master Ron has no talent for aura at all. Martha was surprised by the information the butler provided her. You probably don't know because this happened after you were adopted. But at the evaluation ceremony, young Master Ron's mana sensitivity was at the lowest level. The only one who hasn't learned aura in the 5th training hall is young Master Ron. The bronze plaque will only help him get a decent basic training method, just a little better than the introductory lion training method everyone else gets. But he still hasn't mastered any method, so the results of the evaluation ceremony must be correct. He may be the best at swordsmanship and combat, but if he can't use aura, he can never become a true warrior. Martha smirked triumphantly. I'm still mad about losing to that guy, but he's not even worth my trouble. While she was gloating, she was suddenly startled. Runen, her face dark, had appeared in front of her at some point. Do you want to say something to me? Runen's reply was cold. Go. Ah, is that all? Martha sneered. Go, Runen repeated sternly. Martha didn't bother to argue. I'm leaving. I have to attend the main family's class anyway. Before she left, she made sure to say it loudly. Runen gazed into the distance. It was already dark outside, but the lights in the academy's training hall were still on. On a bench sat the silhouette of a trainee who had just finished a long, hard day of training. It was none other than Ron. That should be enough for today. He let out a heavy sigh. Although sweat was pouring down his face, Ron wore a satisfied smile. This is fun. On the battlefield, I wasn't taught martial arts, but how to survive and kill. Only my assassination skills improved. I couldn't learn anything else. I never expected it would be this enjoyable to learn martial arts for self-development. Have you come to your senses? I can't believe you just stood there while being humiliated. Wrath appeared at that moment, flying around in circles, shouting. Ron calmly asked back, humiliated. That black-haired girl, she kept bad-mouthing you. Wrath explained. Ron replied as if it were nothing. Oh, is that so? I wasn't listening. I was too focused. You need to pay more attention. If she had said that about me, I would have frozen her solid. Wrath blustered. In contrast, Ron remained very calm. I've already told you, there's no benefit in fighting her now. Even without the 10,000 flames technique, I can easily defeat her. As he spoke, Ron walked towards the door. When Ron opened the door to leave, he met Runen. She was holding a box in her hands. It was late at night, so Ron was quite surprised. Why are you standing here? Runen opened the box and offered it to Ron. It was a box of pastries. Eat. Ron took a pastry. A cool, refreshing sensation spread from his fingertips. It's cold. What is this? Eat. Runen simply said one word. Ron was also taken aback. All right. As an assassin, I shouldn't eat things given by others, but she probably wouldn't poison me. The moment the pastry went down his throat, Ron's eyes widened. Whoa, what is this? Wrath was also ecstatic, his eyes wide and mouth agape. In the demon world, I've never tasted anything so sweet. And it's cold too. What is this? How is it? Runan asked. Wrath was like a kitten begging for more. More. I want more. Ron stammered, it's delicious. So delicious. It's ice cream, Runan said, then quickly turned and walked away, leaving Ron confused. Hey, wait, Wrath was still greedy. Give me another one before you go. She's so weird. Why didn't she give me another one? Wrath tried to follow her with his eyes. Even Ron himself didn't understand. Is she worried about me? Runan loves sweets like a child. It seems there were only 4 pieces. It looks like she saved one for me. She must have had a tough internal struggle. Ron smiled to himself. I'll have to thank her later. Wrath also reminded him, then ask her for another one. In the quiet night, voices emanated from the lit castle. I'm back. Ron, you took so long. Why are you so late? You just got back. It's only been a week. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat right away. Hurry. This is the report I will send to the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Was holding a secret letter. He carefully read the contents. What did they say? Ron asked. Edie bowed her head and replied, not much. They ordered me to investigate a bit more because the speed of your progress in swordsmanship and combat skills is too fast, but it seems they've lost interest because you can't use aura. What about my mother? Ron changed the subject. Yeti cautiously replied, I think they are also less interested in Lady Sylvia. At this rate, they will probably recall me soon, she speculated. Ron felt that this was not good. This won't do. He still had a use for her. The maid stammered, young master, are you intentionally not learning aura? Ron was surprised by this question. He smiled mysteriously. Who knows? What do you think? Yeti trembled at his answer. It's nothing, sire. I apologize for asking such an impertinent question. All right, you may leave, Ron ordered. Yeti nodded and replied, yes. After Yeti left, Wrath appeared. To think they'd believe you're intentionally not learning. Ron replied to him, using the situation and environment to one's own advantage is a very clever thing to do. Why is it so hard for you to cultivate aura? I've never had this problem. Wrath honestly didn't understand the current situation. Ron sighed, I don't know either. Well, let's go train. Wrath was startled. What? Again? He fretted. You madman, go to sleep. Ron pushed open the window and stepped outside. I have to train. As he opened the door to go out and practice, Ron froze. In front of him, Instructor Rimmer was sitting and playing with some birds, waiting for him to appear. Instructor Rimmer. Oh, you can't sleep either. Why are you here, sir? Ron asked. Rimmer stood up and answered casually, I came to teach you. He patted Ron's shoulder. I'll let you know your attribute. In the silence of the forest, a footstep appeared. It was Instructor Rimmer. Ron was eagerly waiting for Rimmer's guidance. I thought, you were going to teach me about attributes or something. Why are we just taking a walk like this? Stop complaining, and just wait. I might be a bit lazy, but I'm an excellent teacher, you know, Rimmer answered slowly. How are you going to teach me about mana attributes in a place like this? Ron asked impatiently. Rimmer glanced at him. He still can't forget the first time he saw his cultivation technique. Like a fire as hot as lava, completely different from normal techniques. He tried to adapt to the coldness of his body with the flame instead of removing it from his mana circuit. If Ron can truly master this skill. Rimmer saw Ron suddenly stop and lean against a tree trunk. It seemed Ron was tired. This should be far enough. Ron was bewildered by Rimmer's words. Around the two of them were only trees. Perhaps this was a suitable place for them to train together. In the middle of the forest. Why here? Rimmer raised his hand, and green gusts of wind began to appear, growing stronger and spreading everywhere. The wind centered on Rimmer, swirling like a cyclone. I want to create a wind blade to protect my lord. What you're seeing now, Rimmer began to explain, is the wind I chose. As he spoke, the wind grew even stronger. Ron held out his hand to feel the wind, a hint of nostalgia for the day of the test in his heart. I did weaken it to let you get used to it, but you seemed completely unafraid. You're not a child at all, Rimmer affirmed. I could feel this wind since I was born because I'm an elf, but you're a human. Plus, your mana circuit is filled with cold energy, so it will be harder for you. There are many types of wind, warm, cold, or sharp. I wanted a wind blade that could pierce through anything, and I got it. You must find your own. Think of the flame you want to have. But this is the north. Unless I set this forest on fire, there's no way to see a proper flame, Ron replied in disappointment. Rimmer waved his hand and answered, if we did that, we'd be beheaded on the spot. But then he looked at Ron and gave a strange smile. But there is a place that's perfect for you. As he spoke, the scene shifted to a stone house where someone was sitting by a fire. Hey, old man, I'm here. From outside, Rimmer led Ron into the house. The man by the fire replied, I was wondering why the fire was acting up. So it was you. Looks like tonight's another failure. Rimmer smiled wryly. Ron looked around, breaking into a sweat. Where are we? This is the place with the hottest and brightest flame in the north, Rimmer introduced. A charcoal forge. What did you bring this time? The blacksmith asked. He's the grandson of the family head, Rimmer reminded him of Ron's status. I'm just a retired old man, unless the family head himself comes here. Ron stood to the side, listening to the two talk, his mind seemingly drawn to something else. What? Is this really fire? All his focus was being drawn to the flames in the forge. In my past life, I saw countless flames, campfires I made myself, high-level fire magic created by mages, and so on. But this flame. The temperature, the image. The image of the flame I want to obtain. Unconsciously, Ron reached out to grasp the image of the flame before him. Suddenly, he noticed the flame diminish sharply. He turned his head in surprise and saw the blacksmith laughing. He had lowered the flames. At that moment, he introduced himself. My name is Vulcan. The name stunned Ron. If you want to be polite, you can go somewhere else, Vulcan said bluntly without turning around, shooing Ron away. Vulcan. Ron was still dazed upon hearing his name. The craftsman famous throughout the world for his skill. This is really Vulcan. The one who created Glenn Sieghart's heavenly sword. But he disappeared 30 years ago, and yet he's here. It's a pleasure to meet you, sire. I am Ron Sieghardt. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Did you tell him about me? Vulcan turned to ask Rimmer. Not at all, Rimmer replied. That old man is a craftsman of Sieghardt. He's retired. Yes, he's a retired craftsman, but he's been tending the fire here for 10 years. He tends this fire all year so that the children won't see a proper flame anywhere else, Rimmer explained. Could you do me a favor? Rimmer then turned to ask Vulcan. He replied gruffly, why don't you go to the other blacksmiths? There are too many prying eyes there. I don't want others to see this cultivation technique before he masters it. Vulcan was intrigued by Rimmer's request. What do you mean? Because Ron is Sylvia's son. At that, something seemed to change in Vulcan's eyes. He silently turned to look at Ron again. At this moment, Ron also placed his hand on his chest and asked for permission. I won't disturb you, sire. Please allow me to feel this flame. Vulcan just observed Ron without saying anything. I'm making charcoal, he finally said. Golden charcoal creates a much stronger fire than white or black charcoal. I've been doing this here for 10 years. As long as you don't disturb me, you can do whatever you want. These words were his tacit approval. Ron was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. A moment later, Vulcan and Rimmer were standing outside the forge, talking. Rimmer smiled. You're really kind. Though I didn't expect you to agree so easily. If you treat him well, I'll bring you good wine. Rimmer patted Vulcan's shoulder and promised. It wasn't because of you, Vulcan replied unexpectedly. He then spoke the truth. The fire in the forge blazed up when that child walked in, so strong that it broke the charcoal at the bottom. That child has the ability to control fire. If it's him, Vulcan stammered, I think he can make my dream come true. Inside, Ron also began to meditate, preparing to unlock his own cultivation technique. He thought to himself, in the 7 months I've been coming to the forge, I've thought about the image of the flame I want to have. Ron sat motionless. I understand fire now. A blazing fire. They say fire is the most terrifying and powerful element, but if one can control it completely, that's another story. In Ron Zehart's mind, he faced the raging fire, a tamed flame stronger than any element, and the 10,000 flames technique was awakened. The image of Rimmer stood beside him and said, imagine the image of the flame you want to have. This sentence jolted Ron awake. The image of the flame I need. An image of Duress Robert surfaced in his memories as he drifted among his goals. To help Sylvia gain the title of the direct line. The path to his goals was filled with darkness, unable to see anything. The more he thought, the more his objectives appeared before his eyes. A torch to light the way, a flame to defeat the beasts. He drew closer, approaching the flame, which burned even brighter. A persistent flame. He gazed at it, entrance. The more he looked, the more he seemed to understand that this was the flame he wanted. He was almost immersed in it, becoming one with its abundant energy. His physical body was also gradually feeling it clearly. A fire mana stronger than usual is flowing through my body. The heat of this forge is seeping into my skin. I must focus, capture it, feel it a little more. Inside his mind, Ron was amazed by this new power. Is this the state of total immersion? I can see my own subconscious right before my eyes. If I focus a little more. Suddenly a strange blue energy appeared on his left hand. A wicked laugh and a voice spoke, my turn. This thing appeared menacingly, as if wanting to take over Ron's consciousness. Didn't I tell you? I would wait until you were at your weakest. Freeze. Ron was trying to resist. He was utterly shocked. I was too careless. Why did it have to be now? He began to remember that Wrath had been very quiet lately. But he was not his ally, he was a demon. Who wanted to take his life. Facing the demonic presence threatening him once again, he was certain it was the Demon King. He struggled in his mind. Damn it, it feels like my body is breaking into pieces. It's so hard to breathe. He tried to find a way to deal with it. But if I move now, I'll die. But if I stop the 10,000 flames technique, I'll also die. I have to focus my aura. Ron gritted his teeth with determination. He tried to move, but the situation seemed dire as more than half of his body was frozen. To live, I have to use my brain. I need to think. But my mind is so muddled. The Demon King sneered. Your struggle is truly beautiful. What? Do you think you can withstand my power like before? It's useless. Your body and soul are now mine. His eyes seemed to be giving into the demon's power, slowly becoming listless. The Demon King continued to speak words meant to crush the hope in his spirit. All your efforts to live are in vain. You're no different from that man. Working in the forge. He continued, but don't worry. I will surely avenge you. Hearing this, Ron Zehardt suddenly realized something. Forge. The forge, an idea lit up in his mind. Thanks for this addition. In his last glimmer of hope, he tried to seize the all-or-nothing opportunity. If I do nothing, I'll die. Instead of absorbing the natural mana heated by the forge, I'll directly absorb the mana from the forge itself. A fire much stronger and hotter that can swallow everything. Absorb it, he resolved. In his inner world, a blazing red flame appeared. The Demon King, now panicked, screamed, what are you doing? He only replied coldly, just trying to survive. Outside, the old man was adding small pieces of wood to the forge. After finishing, he sat down on the chair in front of it. Suddenly, he noticed something surprising. A flame erupted, forcing him to back away and fall to the ground. He looked at the strange phenomenon and thought, what's happening? Why did the fire suddenly flare up so high? I've never seen such a strong flame before. He looked around the forge. What's going on? Looking at the young man meditating in front of the forge, he didn't know if this was his doing. Ron Zehardt was shivering violently, which made him feel uneasy. How can he be cold when the forge is burning like that? He started to approach, trying to ask, hey kid, are you alright? Seeing no response, he grew even more worried. Why are you shivering like a leaf? Say something. Before he could finish, Rimmer stopped him from getting closer. The old man asked, Rimmer. The red-haired man replied, leave him be. Don't touch him. The old man could no longer stay calm. He questioned, what are you talking about? He could die. Rimmer tried to explain. He's currently in a state of total immersion. There's nothing we can do. If we touch him now, he'll vomit blood and die. Both of them were helpless. Is that the coldness you were talking about? Can't we do anything about it? Rimmer was also helpless. It's not too dangerous, he murmured, though he could only pray. Ron, please don't die. At that moment, inside Ron's mind, he was using all his strength to fight against the deadly cold. As the fire energy enveloped his body, wrath relentlessly attacked his spirit. Stop it now. You can't do anything. Ron Zieghardt fought back fiercely. Nonsense. I've already died a miserable death once. His eyes grew more determined. My past life was meaningless, and I died with regrets. I will certainly not repeat that. The layers of ice solidifying his body could not stop his determination to reach for the flame outside. At that moment, the thermometer maxed out and shattered. The old man panicked. The temperature is too high. At this rate, the forge won't be able to handle such a sudden spike in heat. Rimmer, standing beside him, could do nothing more. He stared intently at Ron, who was sitting before the forge. The mana in the forge is gathering in one place. Ron. You've realized something incredible. Are you absorbing the mana? Inside, Ron Zieghardt let out a fierce roar, and even with all his might, wrath could not stop the boy's will. Finally, after so much effort, he successfully grasped the flame. It caused an explosion both within his mind and in the physical world. The overloaded forge caused the entire house to explode in a cloud of smoke and fire. Rimmer only cared about Ron's condition. He shouted, Ron, are you okay? Answer me. The old man also cried out his name. Ron Zieghardt. After a closer look, Rimmer saw something astonishing. A beautiful flame was enveloping Ron's body. Rimmer immediately recognized the source of that power, a golden flame. Ron Zieghardt reached out his hand to embrace the new source of power. System notification. You have learned the 10,000 flames technique. After that, a series of other notifications appeared. The 10,000 flames technique has risen to 2 stars due to the high temperature. Fire resistance has been created after leveling up. The frost curse has melted. The poor stamina attribute has disappeared. The cold energy has coalesced into the glacier aura. A snowflake appeared in his hand. He raised it and caught it in his palm. The glacier aura has risen to 2 stars due to the cold-blooded wrath. After the crisis, everything had turned out better. He thought to himself, this went better than I expected. I can develop right away. I never thought I would gain so much. He glanced at the system window and was taken aback. Reading the notification board, his expression turned to one of utter disbelief. There were so many achievements that Ron was left speechless. Is this a dream? Did it give me all of this? In just a moment, I've obtained things that should have taken me years to achieve. And he had now become Ron's spirit beast. He cried out, damn it, and flew around in circles, complaining in dissatisfaction. What are you? Your spirit has always been weak, so how could you withstand that? Ron was triumphant. I never said I couldn't. Don't misunderstand. But that didn't mean he let his guard down around this demon. That said, I really almost died this time. I need to be more careful after this, that's for sure. Even if we're a bit closer, he's still an enemy. He was certain he couldn't let Wrath see his weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly a hesitant voice asked, are you okay? It was the old man. Ron turned and said, I'm fine. The old man, still a bit shaken, asked, you've acquired an aura. Ron was very humble. Yes, thanks to you. He then looked at the surrounding ruins. I'm sorry. The forge breaking was my fault. The old man let out a sigh of relief and spoke gently. It's all right. As long as you're okay. I can just build another one. As he spoke, he glanced back at the forge, where a small flame still flickered. Suddenly, he noticed something. Both of them were drawn to it. Ron asked, what is it? The old man wasn't sure what it was either. He walked over, saying, that is. He grabbed a nearby shovel and stuck it inside the forge. Unexpectedly, he pulled out 3 lumps of glittering, golden charcoal. Their beauty was captivating. Golden charcoal. The old man suddenly remembered the past gossip. He's at the forge again. He says he wants to create golden charcoal. People have been buzzing about it behind his back for years. Golden charcoal is just a legend. I thought he retired. He must be bored. He looked at the result of his lifelong search and said to Ron, it seems you're not the only lucky one. He introduced it while holding out the shovel for Ron to see. This is golden charcoal. It burns stronger than white charcoal and lasts longer than black charcoal. Thanks to you, I've created something I've been trying to make for decades. Thank you. Ron reached out his hand to feel the warmth of the charcoal. I didn't do anything. The old blacksmith nodded. He explained, every time you practiced here, the fire would burn stronger, and your breathing made the flames roar. The heat from it spread everywhere. I'm just a crude man who only knows how to work with a hammer, but I know what you did. It's all thanks to you. He continued, so I want to ask you a question. Ron, what is your goal? Faced with this question, Ron hesitated slightly. The old man rephrased it to make it clear. Yes, what kind of swordsman do you want to become? This time, he gave a firm answer. I want to become a swordsman who never gives up, no matter what opponent I face. This answer made the old man look at him with a new level of respect. I didn't expect a child to say something like that. A swordsman who never gives up. In 3 to 5 years you might have a sword. When you believe your mind is strong and steady enough, come find me. I will save these for that day. The things he was referring to were the glowing pieces of golden charcoal. Ron, not quite understanding, asked, you mean you'll forge a sword for me? I heard you were retired. The old man cut him off. People often come back after retiring. So try to stay alive until then, Ron. The time for their meeting had come to an end. The old blacksmith raised his hand in farewell, wishing him a safe journey. Standing on a high cliff, witnessing their farewell, Rimmer let out a sigh of relief. I was wondering what happened. So the kid finally got his aura. He seemed much more at ease now. He really knows how to make people worry, he said to the person behind him. Am I right, patriarch? Standing behind him was Glenn, Ron's grandfather. Rimmer broke the tense atmosphere with a smile. He came here every day because you were worried about him. You must be very relieved now. Glenn maintained his stern demeanor. I did not come here out of worry. Rimmer continued, perhaps because of the heat from the forge, the quantity and purity of his aura are extremely high. The boy has already stabilized his aura. He's truly talented. But Glenn replied with a very cryptic statement. This is not good. He has turned his weakness into an advantage. Ron continued on his way, raising his hand to feel a hint of his new power. At the 5th training hall, a girl stood with a box in her hands. It was Runen. She had been waiting anxiously, thinking, Ron, when will you come back? She recalled the whispers about him. Have you heard anything about Ron's aura? It's been 7 months. Maybe he's not as good as the rumors say. Young Master Burin or Lady Martha should take his place. He's probably not that great. She clutched the box in her hands, thinking, I want to help him. Mother said I must repay those who have helped me. Lost in thought, she suddenly looked up towards the gate and noticed something. The gate had opened. Before her stood Ron, who had returned. Without hesitation, she quickly walked towards him. Ron, you're being stubborn. I told you not to push yourself, but this little demon won't give up. Don't get too cocky. He paid no mind to Rath's nagging and cut him off to shut him up. Yeah, keep it up. When he realized it, Runen was already right beside him. He was curious about her appearance. Runen. She just stood there silently, looking at him, and slowly opened the box. Inside were the delicious pastries she had longed to give to Ron. Runen gently encouraged him. Do your best. She suddenly noticed something new about Ron. He picked up a pastry and said, it's that ice cream from last time. Thanks. She noticed that the cold aura emanating from Ron's body was now much stronger and more pleasant. Ron now had an aura. He gently picked up the pastry and looked at it for a long moment. This time, Ron didn't hold back. He said, thanks, and popped the whole pastry into his mouth. Rath, flying beside him, was salivating. So delicious, he exclaimed instantly. It's been a while since I had this, but it's still as good as ever. Eat the other two as well. Ron couldn't stand his gluttony and had to whisper a reminder. You do know this is her food, right? Don't be so greedy. Get a grip. With that, he closed the pastry box himself, not forgetting to say, it was delicious, thank you. The girl asked, aren't you going to eat more? Ron politely declined. One is enough for me, thank you. Runen, deeply concerned, asked about his health. Are you feeling better? For a moment, he seemed stunned, and then he let out a sigh. Yes, I'm feeling better. Hearing this, the girl was greatly relieved and replied cheerfully with sparkling eyes, good. Then, she hugged the pastry box and shyly walked away. Watching her disappearing back, Ron just smiled to himself and marveled, what a strange girl. Rimmer stepped onto the announcement platform in the school courtyard. He spoke loudly and clearly to the students, training like this all day must be boring for you all. So, this month, I've prepared something special. You've been practicing fundamentals and cultivation for 7 months. It's time for you all to ignite your energy centers. The students below murmured amongst themselves. Why is he suddenly doing this? I wonder what he's planning. Amidst the chatter, Rimmer just smiled lightly. Then he announced to the group, you will all fight each other for 1 month. It seemed the happiest person to hear these words was Martha. Rimmer continued, the results of these matches will affect your graduation rankings. I advise you all to prepare carefully for the coming month. A hand from below interrupted the instructor. Wait a minute, Martha said with a mocking tone. What about those who are falling behind and still haven't managed to create an aura? Her words made everyone who heard them look towards Ron. Rimmer just smiled gently and replied, fortunately, I heard that those students have also managed to create an aura. Martha was shocked to hear this, muttering, huh? When? Rimmer then answered perfunctorily, maybe yesterday or today, I'm not sure. Martha, feigning understanding, turned arrogantly and said to Ron, finally, a chance. I thought I was going to die of boredom. It's been too long. Hearing those words, Ron remained coldly silent. Taking advantage of the situation, Martha approached and continued, remember what is said. I don't take orders from those weaker than me. She kept issuing her challenge. You've endured you long enough. I'm sure you've had a hard time too, in a position that's beyond you. I'll take this opportunity and deal with you. Before she could say another word, a hand stopped her. The one who stopped Martha from going further was Frieren. He spoke up, telling Martha to back off. He hasn't even had his aura for a full day. Do you have any honor as a swordsman? Being reprimanded like that, she looked furious. Martha clapped Friren's shoulder, her tone still arrogant. Ah, young master Frieren, our honorable young master. Growing up with such prestige, you must value honor greatly. But honor is for those who deserve it. Frieren quickly stopped her from saying more. She pointed to the students behind her and said, those fools learned aura in just 1 month, but our top student took 6 months. Even with an advanced technique, the average is about 7 months. That means this so-called top student is completely in it. You two were at the evaluation together, so you should know. Even Rimmer can't stand Martha's insulting words anymore. She continued, a swordsman who hasn't learned aura can't possibly become famous. No matter how talented their swordsmanship is, without aura, it's useless. I think the instructor came up with this sparring idea because he wants to change the top student, right? After speaking, Martha turned to look at Rimmer. He just shrugged. Who knows? I don't. Martha aimed directly at Ron and said, Ron Zieghart, you've been at the top for too long. It's time for you to step down. So, as I said, let's fight to decide who is number 1. Ron flatly refused. No. Martha's eyes widened in surprise. Ron now spoke up. How can you gamble without any stakes? If you want my top position, you have to offer something of equal value. Martha looked at Ron like he was crazy. Still don't understand your position. No one here is on your side. Without letting Martha continue, Ron issued a challenge with 1 sentence. Are you scared? Ron, with a calm face, smiled as he made his challenge. Martha couldn't believe her ears. What did you just say? Then she clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious, really. Ha ha ha, alright, I'll let it slide. You want me to offer something too? This is the heavenly elixir my father gave me. It strengthens the body and the aura. A white pill, like a pearl, was carefully stored inside a luxurious box. Martha held the box out in front of Ron and said, if you win, I'll give you this. How about it? Not bad, right? Ron, as if he had anticipated this, whispered to Wrath. Do you remember when I said we should wait until we can deal with Martha? Wrath asked back, what are you talking about? There's something I want to get from Martha. This is our chance. Ron secretly rejoiced, having achieved his goal. Time flew by quickly. A month later, Martha was alone in her room, holding a calendar with this momentous day circled. It's been a month. Finally, a chance for revenge. She cracked her knuckles, remembering the time she was defeated by Ron. Before coming here, I had never been beaten by someone my age. That was the first time someone had ever defeated me. This is my chance to avenge the humiliation he caused me 8 months ago. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated Martha became. She frowned. That bastard Ron has only been learning aura for a month. He can't possibly win against me, who has been training for 3 years. But waiting for an incompetent like him is just a waste of time. Then she recalled her painful past. I have to get stronger quickly because I need to save someone. Martha's expression was determined. She affirmed with certainty, this is the end for you, Ron. Meanwhile, Ron calmly scrolled through his system window. The time for the competition had finally arrived. Rimmer spoke to the group of trainees, everyone, pay attention. Observing a match is as effective as participating in one. You should watch the other trainees' matches carefully and think about your own moves in advance. Don't worry, just do your best. While the trainees below were sweating bullets, Rimmer announced, the first match is between Frieren and Dorian. Frieren quickly responded, yes, sir. From the crowd below, a trembling hand was raised. Sir. Rimmer replied, what is it? Dorian, his face pale, said fearfully, I surrender. Everyone was stunned. We haven't even started yet. Dorian clutched his stomach and made an excuse. I'm not feeling well. I caught a cold yesterday, so I still have chills and itches all over. And I couldn't sleep last night. Puff, it's true, sir. Wrath, standing behind Ron, was angered by the boy's act. If he were my subordinate, I would have beheaded him on the spot. Ron wasn't surprised. I could see he would do that. Rimmer came over and comforted Dorian. You should try to fight Frieren. You'll definitely learn something, even if you lose. Seeing no other way out, young Dorian had to agree. Yes, I understand. The match ended quickly, and the victory, of course, belonged to Frieren. Dorian lay on the ground, muttering, I surrender. Rimmer approached and reminded Frieren, you still haven't controlled your emotions. If you had fought properly, you would have defeated him in 5 moves. Frieren explained, I was unconsciously angered by his attitude. Rimmer turned back to comfort the boy on the ground. Dorian, why do you keep running away? I told you that you could do it. If you had fought back, You would have lasted longer. But the chubby boy was still pale. I'm sorry, but it was too scary. Rimmer quickly continued the competition. He announced loudly, all right, next. The next pair was introduced. Runen versus Crane. This seemed to be an evenly matched fight. The battle begins. Immediately, Crane closed the distance and swung his sword. Runen stood still, not rushing to dodge. With a swift movement, she drew her sword and deflected Crane's blade with a single strike. Her opponent was surprised by this instantaneous counterattack. Crane's sword was knocked away, flying behind him. Rimmer also called a stop to the fight. That's enough. He came over to give advice. Crane, you're too tense. You need to relax when you hold the sword. And Runen, that was a beautiful counterattack, but your aura still wouldn't have lasted until the end of the match. Runen replied with a single word. Yes. Rimmer didn't dawdle. Next, the students who witnessed this match were all paying close attention. The air was filled with the metallic clang of two swords clashing. This match was fierce. It was surely the one everyone had been waiting for. Between the two names who had boasted before the fight even began, Martha and Ron. Under Martha's storm-like sword attacks, he responded in kind. Martha attacked with a vertical slash from above. Ron easily blocked it. The force of their swords clashing sent them both flying back. It was beyond Martha's control. While she was still trying to regain her balance, Ron, being quicker, seized the opportunity to strike. Martha was startled by the dangerous attack that could have finished her. But her skills were not to be underestimated, and she managed to dodge the deadly sword strike in time, retreating to a distance and creating a pause in the fight. Martha praised Ron. I didn't expect you to block all of my attacks. I have to admit. You have talent. But your talent is limited to swordsmanship. She pointed out his weakness directly. A fire warrior who isn't good at using aura like you will never be able to shine. She began to use her power, swinging her sword high, her feet pushing off the ground, and she rushed forward, closing the distance as fast as the wind and attacking. With a triumphant attitude, she didn't hesitate to slash down. Ron hurriedly raised his sword to block. Martha's aura power made Ron's defense incredibly weak. She pressed her advantage, her mouth constantly spewing taunts. Oh, you blocked that one. But how long can you keep this up? Talent in using aura is crucial, even more so than swordsmanship. After 7 months, your talent has only produced an aura the size of a pea. At this rate, you have no chance of becoming a warrior. Once again, their two swords clashed and were knocked apart. Martha threatened, if you don't surrender, my next blow will shatter your bones. Before Shet could finish her sentence, Ron's sword was right beside her. She hurriedly used her sword to block the attack. At this point, Ron spoke up. You keep talking about talent. People in your family seem to value their talent a bit too much, don't they? Martha's tone was dismissive. You must find it annoying since you don't have any talent. That's why I want to show you what a true talent can do even more. Faced with these harsh words, Ron simply stated, in that case, I'll show you the opposite. Talent isn't the most important thing. With that, he tightened his grip on his sword, and a red flame erupted around him. Martha witnessed this powerful aura radiating from his body, utterly surprised, and could only utter a single sound. He announced his aura loud and clear. 10,000 flames technique, first flame. Witnessing Ron's incredible power for the first time, the person she had considered useless. What is that flame? It's dangerous, definitely not an ordinary fire. There's something hidden behind those flames. A look of fear now appeared in Martha's eyes. She asked herself, why is it so beautiful that it's chilling? Ron was ready to let everyone see his power. Martha was now slightly shaken, speechless. She resolved to tighten her grip on her sword. I guess I have to get serious too. Her aura was the ultimate point of crystal form, and a brown aura radiated around her. Ron saw it and had to admit, the ultimate point is when you accumulate aura at a single point. At her age, she can already use it. That's impressive. I guess she's planning to put all her strength into the next blow. At this point, Martha became serious. I admit you are very strong, but you won't be able to block this move. Ron was ready, waiting for the next attack from his opponent. Once again, she pushed off and charged straight towards her target to attack. Ron, just waiting for this, launched a counterattack, causing chaos all around. The onlookers were horrified. The ground is cracking. What's happening? The clash of their two swords created a cloud of dust that enveloped the area. Everyone around them waited intently for the dust to clear. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a broken sword blade. The loser lying on the ground was Martha, while Ron was still standing firm. Everyone was shocked. Ron won. No way. Martha lost again. What's with his aura? Ron had clearly won the match. He said a few words to his opponent. I see that even while unconscious, you still clench your fists. You have something even more amazing than skill or talent. It's your mental strength. In another place, Glenn sat on his throne, having just received the news. So, Ron has defeated Martha. Rimmer continued, yes. He defeated Martha completely, even though Martha had been training her aura for 4 years longer. It's truly unbelievable. Glenn had to admit, the flame they saw that day was truly beautiful, like a flower made of fire. Its power far exceeded its size. At this point, he became concerned. I'm sure everyone in the family knows about this now. Guide the boy. Don't let him become arrogant. Rimmer cheerfully accepted. Of course. Glenn didn't forget to ask, but how is Martha? Rimmer reported on her condition. She seems a bit shocked, but her injuries are very easy to heal. The biggest issue is the psychological shock. I hope she can overcome it. In her spacious room, Martha sat huddled on her bed, her knees to her chest, her face dark and lifeless, her head always bowed down. In the garden, a hand was gently planting flowers of a soft pink hue. Ron was trying to plant this flower, with wrath nagging behind him. Can't you be a little more careful? Be more careful, or I'll freeze you. He turned back in annoyance and retorted, you can't do anything. Stop making empty threats. Wrath, feeling slighted, argued back, it's because of your elemental resistance ability. Ron was in no mood to argue with him and simply replied, good thing you know that. In his mind, Ron thought, the night after I defeated Martha, the divine pill I received greatly increased my stats. The system clearly displayed, the 4th fire ring has formed. The fire ring has reached level 4. The level 4 fire ring is strengthening the body and soul. Strength, agility, and stamina have increased. The reduced stamina debuff has disappeared. The reduced mana sensitivity debuff has disappeared. He continued to think, more accurately, what I've achieved so far has only now been activated thanks to this pill. Many things were enhanced, but the most prominent is the level 4 water resistance. Thanks to that, Wrath's attacks are nothing to me now. Since today is the last day of break, I wanted to spend some time in the garden. He thought while tending to the flowers. Wrath was still chattering away. You idiot, you have to dig deeper. Not like that. What are you doing? He felt even more annoyed. Why do I have to listen to this guy ramble on even when I'm gardening? Wrath continued nonstop. You have to use your hands so the stem doesn't break. His skills were not bad, making Ron marvel. How does he know so much about gardening? The blue flame kept showing off. When I was in the demon world, I always filled my garden with ice. The demons who saw my garden respected me a lot. But Ron paid him no mind, which made Wrath feel awkward. It turned out he had seen Martha standing right at the gate. She was rooted to the spot and also seemed very awkward, unable to speak. Ron already had a bad impression of her. Every time they met, she said something harsh. She's probably not here to cause trouble, is she? What is she doing here? Looking at Martha's blank expression, he thought to himself, what is she thinking? I thought she was very mature, but right now she's acting like a child. But that's not important now. Martha finally stated her true purpose. I want to fight you. Again, Ron Zieghart. He ignored her, not paying any attention. How pathetic. You still haven't admitted defeat. Martha awkwardly made an excuse. I'm not saying I don't admit defeat. I just don't understand why, so I came here to find out. Ron replied, what's in it for me? Martha's mouth fell open. He continued to tease her, but with a serious attitude. When the loser comes to challenge the winner, they should at least bring a gift, right? Martha found it hard to understand. Nonsense, why should I have to pay to fight? Ron replied calmly, but for me it's necessary. She was furious, biting her lip. It seems he has no intention of fighting at all. What should I do? Then she glanced around and her eyes fell on a flower bush. To get his attention, she wondered if she should step on the flowers. She probed, you must like flowers a lot. That's surprising. His answer shocked Martha. Not really. Hearing that, Martha could only exclaim, huh. He coldly said the heartless words, I don't like flowers. I don't understand why people like them either. I only garden for my mother. Seeing that her initial plan had failed, Martha was annoyed and pulled her foot back, abandoning the idea of stepping on his flowers. With no other choice, she left in frustration. Whatever. I'm leaving. Suddenly, behind them, a blonde woman's voice spoke up. Ron, there you are. He turned in surprise, muttering mother. It was Sylvia, Ron's mother. She continued, I was just wondering where you were. Then she noticed Martha. She said cheerfully, oh, is this your friend? A new friend from training. Martha realized it was Sylvia. The woman who left the family for a man and came back to save her son. You acted bravely for your child. Based on her golden hair and dark eyes, Sylvia knew immediately. You must be Martha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ron tried to intervene. She's not my friend. Let me handle this. But his mother insisted, I just want to talk to your friend. She was extremely friendly, approaching Martha, taking her hand, and starting to ask questions. I heard you fought with Ron. Are you hurt? Martha was also surprised and didn't know how to react. I'm fine. Really? I was so worried, Sylvia continued. I heard that Daniel brought a talented child. You're also beautiful. You're so lucky, talented and beautiful, she said to herself. She asked the reason. But why did you come here? Martha stammered, I just wanted to talk to Ron. Then she tried to find a way to escape. I've said what I needed to say, I'll be going now. But Sylvia didn't give Martha that chance. She took her hand and led the uncomfortable girl, inviting her to stay and eat with them. I can't let Ron's friend go home on an empty stomach. Martha became even more embarrassed. What? She couldn't find the words to refuse, just hesitating. About that. Of course Martha was unsuccessful in refusing Sylvia. She had to sit down at the dinner table in the house with an extremely awkward attitude. Ron's mother happily brought out plates of delicious food and set them in front of the two. On the outside, Ron appeared cold, but inside, he was incredibly confused. What is this? Why is Mom being so friendly? Opposite him, she kept talking to Martha about Ron nonstop. Ron loves meat stew, so I always cook this dish, which made it hard for Martha to focus on eating. She sat down and asked questions. From here, their conversation began. You're a year older than Ron, right? Yes. You're 15. Yes. Do you have any difficulties in training? Not really. We have a great chef, but the meat here isn't as good as the meat at the main house, so it might be a bit different from what you're used to. Martha started to put a piece of food in her mouth. Sylvia gently touched her shoulder. She thoughtfully advised with a gentle gaze, chew carefully, don't get a stomachache. At that moment, in her mind, she imagined her own mother, who had also said the same thing. Chew carefully, don't get a stomachache, dear. That was before everything happened to her. She had happily obeyed her mother, preparing to enjoy the meal. Yes, Mom. She ate while feeling emotional and choked up. After the meal, Martha thanked Sylvia and left. It was delicious. Thanks you. Sylvia also saw Martha to the door and said goodbye, not forgetting to add, please take care of Ron. Ron saw Martha's timidness and whispered to Wrath, what is this? I was so sure she came here to fight. Did she eat something strange? The blue flame was no different from him, simply replying, maybe so. Martha walked home aimlessly, her mind full of thoughts. Ron must think I'm crazy. But her eyes were so much like my mother's. I couldn't refuse her. Thinking about it, she recalled the image of Sylvia. Her face, hair, and voice are all so different, but at that moment I felt the same way I did when I was with my mother. Martha remembered the feeling of being with her own mother. She began to recall what she had to go through. After my mother was kidnapped by those bastards from the White Blood cult and I was adopted by the Z-Hearts, I decided I would never lose until I found her, and I've kept that promise until now. Her mind felt shattered. But that day, I lost to Ron. I was adopted for my talent, but if I lose like that, I might get kicked out. Thinking about this, she grew more and more anxious. Father is a gentle person, but what if that's just an act? Then I have no hope of finding my mother. Martha gritted her teeth. I shouldn't have lost. When she got home, the butler was there to greet her. Lady Martha, you're back. You're later than I thought. Martha was surprised. Were you waiting for me? The butler continued, I was waiting to give you a letter that Lord Daniel wrote for you, my lady. Holding the letter in her hand, Martha was still surprised. Father wrote me a letter. The butler replied, yes. It was written right after the match. The content of the letter was as follows, Martha, congratulations on your first loss. A single loss doesn't make you a loser, so don't be too troubled. But think about why you lost, that will help you improve. I wanted to come and comfort you myself, but my mission is taking longer than I expected. I'm sorry for not being there for you at this time. The letter seemed to dispel her doubts about her adoptive father. The letter continued, I'm still looking for your mother. I haven't given up, so you shouldn't either. After reading these words, Martha coldly told the butler, tell my father that I will remember this, and I am very grateful. The butler quickly replied, yes, my lady. When she got to her room, she closed the door tightly, her mind racing. I lost so pathetically. It wasn't because I was careless or anything, I just lost. She gently took out a small knife. She stood in front of the mirror, and lifted the hair at the nape of her neck. Now I need to accept my defeat, and move forward. I can't check my humiliation. If I pretend it never happened, I won't learn anything. She was too ashamed to face her father. Strands of long hair began to fall to the floor. Martha finished cutting her long, black hair. Let's start over. I will do my best to move forward. I will leave this foolish and pathetic past behind. A great determination, along with a new look, helped her regain her spirits. She thought to herself, I will become stronger. The next day, when all the trainees gathered for practice, everyone was surprised by something. One male student couldn't hide his confusion. What's going on? Another male student replied, Lady Martha, what happened? It turned out everyone was surprised by her self-designed haircut. She came over and called out, Ron Zighart. I won't make excuses for what I did. But I will keep my promise. Ron asked back, promise. She turned away and replied coldly, I mean, the promise that the loser must obey the winner. That's all I wanted to say. I'm leaving. Leaving Ron sitting there, thinking to himself, that's surprising. Even if she made a promise, I didn't expect her to accept it so obediently. Martha must have changed in that short period of time. Even though she's young, that trait is very precious. But just as he thought that, he saw a different Martha. Why are you standing in front of me? Get lost, she snapped at another trainee, making him flinch. I'm sorry. This made Ron realize, it seems she's only like that with me. After some time, the new year finally arrived. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Martha still kept her word after the new year passed. Now, all of them had grown up, all wearing new outfits. Frieren had become calmer and more reliable, and Runen's sword had become sharper than before, although her expression remained as blank as ever. As for me, risking my life in training had become a daily routine. More of his stature, making everyone see that his growth was not to be underestimated and earning the admiration of the other male students. How is it possible? We only just learned that technique, and he's already mastered it in just half a day. He must have learned it before, how could he possibly master it so quickly? Standing to one side, Limmer observed and happened to overhear everyone's conversation. But he was just standing there with his eyes closed for a moment, wasn't he? His posture is even more perfect than the instructor's. The other male students were completely overwhelmed by Ron's mastery of the skill, exclaiming in disbelief. Limmer reported the full situation on Ron to Glenn. That kid must have used his brain to record all those images. He's a monster, a real monster. Limmer talked so much about him that Glenn started to get annoyed. Are you his personal butler or something? Whenever you see me, all you talk about is him. Limmer chuckled and explained, Sir, I know what you mean, but I also know you want to hear about him. Suddenly, looking down from a high vantage point over the castle, he saw something and asked Glenn, but the servants in the main building seem very busy. Are they preparing for something? Glenn replied, nothing special, we're just about to have guests. Guests? Glenn explained that envoys from the Owen Kingdom would be arriving in a few days. He gave a brief introduction to the kingdom. The Owen Kingdom, one of the 6 kingdoms in the center of the continent, is one of the few that still maintains a friendly relationship with Zeeheart and rarely interacts with others. It is a kingdom of knights that highly values the art of the sword and martial arts. Limmer wondered, who is the envoy from the Owen Kingdom? Glenn answered, they announced it would be the 3rd prince, but Duke Tartan will likely be the true representative. Limmer repeated the name, Tartan. That madman ended up becoming a dupe. Wait, the 3rd prince must still be young, right? Probably around the same age as Ron and Frieren. Glenn wasn't sure either. I don't know, I haven't looked into him. You should also tell your students to be on their best behavior. Limmer was surprised. Does this involve my department, the 5th training ground, as well? Glenn informed him that the knight apprentices would be escorting the 3rd prince, and that they had expressed a desire to observe how the swordsmen and knights train. We cannot let them see a negative image of Zeeheart. Limmer was pondering. The 3rd prince and the knight apprentices of the kingdom are around Ron's age. He then smiled slyly. This could be quite interesting. Glenn immediately saw through him. You look like you're plotting something. A male student suddenly cried out, Huh. We're going to fight against the knight apprentices of the Owen Kingdom. It seemed this was what Limmer had been scheming all along. He addressed the students, yes, you must have heard the news that their envoys are visiting. The 3rd prince is also coming, and he said he wants to spar with you. The trainees were surprised. But why so suddenly? Limmer began to speak in a slightly provocative tone. What, are you scared? As I've told you, a swordsman must always be ready to draw his sword, even in his sleep. I heard he wanted to visit the 6th training ground instead of ours. Why the sudden change of heart? It seemed Limmer was reminiscing about something from the past. He pushed aside the flap of a tent, went inside, and said, Your Highness, I heard you visited the 6th training ground. Judging by your expression, they must have disappointed you. If you have the time, please visit the 5th training ground. I will be sure to impress you. Limmer continued speaking to the students. It's understandable that you're surprised. I announced it so suddenly. He then glanced behind him. Let's meet them first before drawing any conclusions. A procession emerged from the tunnel onto the stage. Limmer called them in. Everyone, you may enter. A blonde knight led the group out as Limmer introduced them. They are the pride of the kingdom, the knight apprentices. The blonde young man leading the group began to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jaden, and I am one of the 3rd princes. Ron looked up at the blonde young man, thinking to himself, so he is the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom. He is outstanding despite his young age. You can tell he has the strongest presence among them. Seeing Ron staring for so long, Limmer spoke up. Ron, what about you? Are you eager to fight them? Facing the 3rd prince, and the knights of the other kingdom, Ron thought that the prince in the middle would be a good opponent to practice the water stream technique and star swordmanship he had just learned. Then he replied, yes, I want to fight him. Before the students could recover from their shock, Limmer continued, if the top student is this eager, then I assume all of you agree. Let the matches begin. Now, we need a total of 20 people. Follow Ron's lead, and choose who you want to fight. At this point, he suddenly raised his hand as if thinking of something, and announced, I forgot one important thing. He then said with a terrifying tone, I bet my entire salary for this month on you, so you have to win. If you lose, I'll kill you all. The students were both confused and terrified, only managing to exclaim, huh. Finally, they gathered 20 people to participate in the matches. Ron looked over the assembled team and said, this should be enough. Ron reminded everyone, observe the knight you will be facing first. Looking at their hands, Ron quickly noticed something. They're trembling. He told everyone, they may look confident on the outside, but they're just like his. They're just trainees our age, nervous about having to fight. We are not inferior to any other kingdom when it comes to hard work. Your blood, sweat, and tears will pay off. Then, he shouted to boost the team's morale, don't worry and do your best. Let's show them how good we are. The students, who had been sweating nervously just moments before, were now resolute and emboldened. They shouted in unison, sir, Ron announced, I will decide the order. He began to observe the situation and think. The first match is crucial because it will boost everyone's morale. That's why I'll send out someone who is certain to win. With that, he gave the order. The name he called was Martha, who would be in the first match. Ron checked in with her before the battle. Martha signaled that she understood. All right, I'll finish this quickly. When you're ready, step into the center. That announcement was met with gasps of surprise from all the students. Wait, is he really the same age as us? Why is he so big? Martha's opponent this time was a knight with a large build that made him look older than his age, like a real, seasoned knight. He began to introduce himself. I am a combatant from the kingdom. Your body is in excellent condition. Though you are young, I think we will have a good match. The onlookers began to whisper, he's huge. Even for Lady Martha, this will be very difficult. Suddenly, Martha replied, a good match. The expression on her face was utterly contemptuous. She spoke in an arrogant tone, I will win. Stop talking nonsense and come at me. Their match began. The blonde prince, Glenn, was somewhat astonished as he watched. Looking at the state of the battle where Martha was attacking relentlessly, he exclaimed, she's overwhelming him. The swordsmen from the second training ground are truly strong. They live up to the Sieghart name, and in terms of skill, they can certainly match the knights of this kingdom. However, the sixth training ground is truly disappointing. Despite being well trained, they can't even compare to the Robert family's trainees. But now, the prince could no longer look down on them. It seems this training ground also has some very talented apprentices. Martha quickly and continuously aimed straight for her opponent to gain an overwhelming advantage. A man approached and spoke to Rimmer. Yesterday, you suddenly appeared and invited me to the fifth training ground. Rimmer replied, sparring with one of the 6 knightly orders of the Empire is a rare opportunity. I thought this would be a good lesson for them. The man said, it's hard to believe those words are coming from the mouth of someone called a genius of swordsmanship. Seeing this, Rimmer teased, so, should I go back to my usual behavior? Want to make a little bet with me? The man was annoyed. You still haven't given up that gambling habit. What do you want to bet? Seeing the fish take the bait, Rimmer said, there will be 20 matches in total, and there's a prize for the winner. Wouldn't it be more fun if we bet something instead of just standing here and watching? The man was extremely confident. They have all been properly trained at Owen. Do you think your kids can win? Rimmer didn't back down either. It seems you have great faith in your apprentices. But I have my own faith, Rimmer replied with a calm demeanor. In the battle before them, the overwhelming momentum was still in Martha's favor. The man blocked the sword strike. His own sword broke in two, causing him to exclaim, how is she so strong? Triumphantly, Martha charged forward, thrusting the hilt of her sword into his stomach, nearly taking away his chance to attack. He cried out in pain from the blow, clutching his stomach and collapsing to his knees. The announcement rang out loudly, the winner is Martha. Ron, seeing Martha's fierce battle, thought to himself, I take back what I said. I thought her swordsmanship had softened after her fight with me. But on the contrary, both her speed and her power have increased. Meanwhile, Martha continued to taunt her defeated opponent, relying only on strength. Yet you didn't even dare to use your full power on the first strike. What an idiot. Ron remarked, this match is interesting. Wrath, however, showed his disdain. Interesting. Is watching two ants fight interesting? It's boring as hell. Ron didn't pay him much mind, simply replying, a dog barking at the moon. Wrath began to brag, I remember back when I was in the demon world. Even fights between younger demons were more interesting than this. As he was speaking, he cried out, Ron had made him disappear. You're no fun. Be quiet for a bit. The announcement came, next, prepare for a new match. Soon, It was the 18th battle, Runan versus Idalia. Ron turned and said, Runan, it's your turn. She turned and nodded. Facing Runan was a red-haired girl. Idalia spoke first to greet her. You're Runan. I really don't like that vacant look in your eyes. As she spoke, she unleashed her aura, a red energy surrounding her like fire. Runan, with a dazed look, showed her annoyance. I don't like fire. Gripping her sword tightly, Runan also activated her aura, a cold, blue energy enveloping her. This was truly a battle between ice and fire. They both charged, attacking each other. When their swords clashed, dust from the dueling ground flew up, obscuring everyone's vision. Idalia gradually emerged from the dust cloud. From the dust behind her, Runan's silhouette appeared. She quickly sensed and detected it, turning around and swinging her sword with a loud shout, there, but the blade only cut through empty dust. She realized her sword hadn't hit anything and thought, an illusion. While she was lost in thought, a blade was placed right against her neck. By the time Idalia realized it, it was too late. Runan was already behind her, sword pointed at her back, ending the match. The announcement rang out. 18th match, Runan wins. Though defeated, Idalia graciously struck up a conversation. I lost. That was a great match. Runan, however, didn't spare her glance and walked straight back to her spot, leaving the red-haired girl dumbfounded. Runan returned to her place, seemingly showing off her victory to Ron. Did you watch the match? The protagonist praised her. Your footwork has improved a lot. Well done. With her usual cold demeanor, Runan plopped down on the ground. Lamer was clearly pleased and growing more excited. He announced, win or lose, these have all been beautiful matches. The atmosphere is heating up. Let's continue with the 19th match. Frieren and Seton, step forward. The two knights faced each other, their attitudes and styles evenly matched. The opposing knight introduced himself. First, I am Seton Kazeo, a knight apprentice. The other side also introduced himself. I am Buren Zeehart, a trainee. Observing before the match even began, Ron assessed, this Seton guy is quite strong. Aside from the third prince, he's the strongest among the rest. The announcement came, begin. As soon as the word was spoken, the two opponents lunged. Their swords clashed and recoiled. The battle grew fiercer as both fighters were evenly matched. Our techniques are quite similar, so if I let my guard down for even a second, it's over. He's probably thinking the same thing. With that thought, they charged at each other with determined eyes. After a loud clang, the result was clear. Both had their swords pointed at their opponent, but both blades were now only half their original length. The observing students quickly realized, both of their swords are broken. In that case, Lamer announced, the 19th match is a draw. But in their hearts, neither fighter was satisfied. As Buren walked past, Ron offered words of encouragement and praise. Good job, Buren. That knight apprentice was the strongest one on their side. Buren couldn't bring himself to be happy. He gnashed his teeth, what does that matter? If I'm fighting for the honor of Zeehart, I have to win at any cost. Ron placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll win the final match. With that, he strode towards the arena to bring glory to the house of Zeehart. Full of confidence, Ron faced his opponent, the third prince, Greer. Greer looked at the opponent before him and thought to himself, I have to fight him. The martial power I sense from him is so ordinary. Greer spoke up, are you a direct descendant of Zeehart? Ron replied, no, which greatly displeased the prince. To think I have to fight such a worthless match. He then glanced towards the three strongest trainees. I want to fight one of those three. The prince then turned and said, Instructor Lamer, I have a proposal. Lamer was curious, what kind of proposal? He gestured towards Martha and Runan and said, I don't think those two are tired. Can I fight them after I defeat him? Lamer cheerfully agreed. I'm fine with it, but you have to win first. Greer grew excited, placing a hand on his sword. Tell them to warm up. This match will be over quickly. Facing Ron, the prince showed no fear. I won't use my aura to conserve strength. A brown-haired man turned and said, what's with that monster, Limmer? I almost didn't notice him, because he was so unremarkable. Limmer introduced him with a tease, you're not completely blind, are you? If you knew, why didn't you warn the third prince? The third prince seems to be underestimating Ron a bit. The man beside him replied, he will soon be the future of the Owen kingdom, but he has never known defeat. Teaching him a little about losing here is a good idea. But the third prince is very strong, even a genius of that caliber won't win easily. Lamer seemed more confident. You're right, it won't be easy, he said, then began to provoke, how about a bet? A simple one, a jug of wine. The man next to him replied again, you really like to bet. Alright, what's the wager? Lamer held out his hand and said, Ron will defeat the prince in 5 moves. In the arena, Ron took the initiative, quickly lunging forward to end the fight as fast as possible. The third prince, faced with such speed, couldn't react in time. The man who had just taken the bet, confident just moments ago, was stunned into silence by the sight. In a single, swift motion, Ron's blade had slashed across Third Prince Greer's waist before he knew it, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse in humiliation. Ron coolly and slowly sheathed his sword. Lemur laughed amidst the other man's utter astonishment. Oh my, it didn't even take 5 moves. In the moment of his defeat, the prince realized, I misjudged him. I even wondered why he was ranked last. It's because he's too strong. Ron's image now appeared incredibly dangerous and terrifying. The man shouted in disbelief, is that really a cadet? His footwork and swordsmanship are completely perfect. Lemur replied, that's why I said Ron would win. As he spoke, Lemur was already thinking about his winnings. I'll book a table at a luxurious place. Suddenly the third prince struggled to his feet and ordered Ron, stop, I haven't lost yet. People tried to console him. Your Highness, the match is. Before anyone could finish, the third prince cried out in regret, I still haven't shown you my true skills. If I had used my full power from the beginning. Martha's voice cut him off. What's that? A dog barking. Why can't a prince accept his defeat? How annoying. Just like someone I know. Frieren flinched, feeling as if the jab was aimed at him. The third prince, stunned that someone would dare to be so disrespectful, turned and stammered, you. Without letting him finish, Martha cut him off. Hey, prince. I'm trying my best to be polite here. With her characteristically insolent tone, she said, get out of here. You lost. Seeing Martha's disrespect, Idilia shouted, watch your mouth. You're speaking to His Highness, the prince. Martha, not to be outdone, retorted defiantly, he may be royalty, but I am from the main line of my family. Why should I have to be subservient? Rumor stepped in to break the tense atmosphere. That's enough. Let's just hear what Ron thinks. Ron, you can choose what you want. Ron finally spoke up. You made a bet, instructor. The match is over, so there's no reason to continue. The prince was forced to say what he didn't want. Though, I accept my defeat. The third prince bowed his head. I misjudged you. I underestimated you even before the match began. I am deeply ashamed of this. But then he had another request, placing his hand and his sword on the ground. Please, fight me one more time. If I leave like this, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I'm begging you. Ron was taken aback by the third prince's persistence. He never expected him to apologize, and even lower his sword. He had thought he was just another arrogant prince. Convinced, Ron agreed. All right, but just one more time. The prince's demeanor immediately relaxed as he replied, of course. They faced each other, preparing for a new match. Clutching the royal family's emblem in his hand, the third prince thought to himself, I was careless, which is why I underestimated him and lost. Gripping the emblem tightly, he was more determined than ever. This time, I will fight with all my might. The third prince began to use his aura, and bolts of lightning enveloped his body. Ron was surprised by the powerful energy. Even those outside the ring, like Martha, were astonished by its strength. A man urgently spoke, as if trying to stop the third prince, that swordsmanship is. But the third prince was firm in his decision. This is not the time to hide my strength. I will fight him with everything I have. Wrath appeared beside Ron, a manifestation of angry flames, and said, this guy is a fool. He doesn't even know you're still hiding your true power. Ron, however, was unconcerned, confident that he could win again. But it seemed Wrath didn't share his confidence this time. He has more aura than you, and he's stronger. Ron was unfazed. Want to make a bet? Wrath replied instantly, of course. Ron took his fighting stance as a system notification appeared. Wrath wants to make a bet. Condition for victory. Defeat the third prince of the kingdom. Reward for victory. All stats 4 penalty for defeat. Emotion Wrath level increased. The third prince commanded. Let's begin. This time, he took the initiative, leaping much higher than Ron to strike from above. Ron easily parried the blow. When their blades clashed, it caused an explosion on the stage, startling all the onlookers. The third prince relentlessly pressed the attack, but in doing so, he realized the disparity in their power. I'm using all my strength, but he hasn't been pushed back at all. Looking at his opponent's unshakable expression, Ron thought, is he a genius? No, he's a monster. The third prince steeled his resolve and took a deep breath. Alright, I'll go all out against him. The aura surrounding the prince intensified, stronger than ever before. He was trying to unleash everything he had. Ron recognized it instantly. That must be the bear's swordsmanship, a style passed down only to the successor of the kingdom. Judging by the magic converging on his sword, he plans to put all his power into the next blow. Ron had no intention of standing still and waiting to be defeated. He also activated his aura, ready to receive the attack. Alright, bring it on. The third prince warned. This is all of my power. Take this. The amount of aura the third prince had gathered was immense. Ron realized. So that's the bear's technique, the swordsmanship passed down only to the heir of the kingdom. He must be planning to pour all his strength into the next attack. I've already memorized all the sword forms he has used. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, first form, Cyclone. He extended his sword, and all of his aura coiled around the blade. The third prince, in the middle of his attack, had to be wary. Fisher, Ron named the technique in his mind, preparing to counter with a strike even more formidable than the third prince's. Glenn thought to himself, this is impossible. The third prince, with no less determination, was still confident that victory would be his. I still have this skill, he roared, his fighting spirit blazing. Ron also showed his opponent his power. The two lunged, charging straight at each other. Their first exchange of blows seemed evenly matched as their blades met without either taking a step back. They continuously showcased their skills, one attacking, the other parrying, neither willing to lose. Suddenly, Ron's footing faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the third prince thought, I've pushed back his sword technique. I have the upper hand. Having missed a step, Ron now struggled to face the next onslaught. A sharp clang rang out as the keen-edged blades met. Although he was the one attacking, and had the advantage, the third prince's sword shattered, much to his astonishment. Glenn was stunned. Horribly. Ron, silent and swift, delivered his finishing blow. Are you planning to block my attack again this time? The third prince took the final hit and quickly collapsed to his knees. The announcement rang out, the winner is Ron Sieghart, following the complete collapse and defeat of third prince Greer. But this time, he seemed much more convinced of his loss. I'm definitely superior to him in speed and power, he thought, but he no longer made excuses and accepted his defeat. Did he use a true sword to counter my light sword? After the match, the third prince was the first to speak. The world is truly a vast place, isn't it? He extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Thanks to this match, I've learned a great deal. I admit my defeat. Ron didn't hesitate to shake the third prince's hand. I also learned a lot. They began to speak cordially. I apologize for underestimating you earlier. Just consider me as having no eye for talent. It's alright. I ask your age. I'm 14 this year. The third prince's words now carried a great sense of peace. I lost to a swordsman younger than me in both swordsmanship and character. With that, he held something out. Take this. Ron was surprised. What is it? He placed the crest of the Owen royal family into Ron's hand, and said, this is proof that the third prince of Owen, Greer de Owen, is willing to grant any favor you ask of him in the future. Ron was even more astonished. Why would you give me something so valuable? The third prince explained, I lost, but you truly opened my eyes. I feel as if I've reached a new level of enlightenment. I think I was lucky to have lost to someone like you. He then turned to leave, offering a farewell. We will surely meet again someday. I hope that on that day, you will still be stronger than me. The desire to catch up to you in strength. I think that will be quite interesting. Ron clutched the crest tightly in his hand and watched Greer leave. The third prince walked down from the dueling stage and spoke to Limer as if saying goodbye. Instructor Limer, we have lost. You are the victor. Limer replied with his usual nonchalant attitude. All right. After informing Limer, the third prince gave an order to the man accompanying him. Duke Tartan, let's go home. The man quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, your highness. Greer announced, I have something I need to do right away. Ron was still surprised by the reward he had received from his victory. In my past life, it was normal to complete missions without any payment. To be rewarded like this now is truly surprising. He looked at the crest in his hand and marveled, what a strange feeling. This life is surprising me in ways I could never have imagined. In the main building of the Sieghart clan, Glenn listened to the third prince's account of the match and replied, so that is the lesson you learned through the duel. The third prince admitted, yes, I thought I was the best, but meeting him helped me to reevaluate myself and learn a great deal. He is like a mature, experienced swordsman. I have fought in many battles across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time I have seen a trainee as powerful as Ron. He is younger than me, yet I could read so much from him. Glenn simply confirmed, understand. Third Prince Greer continued, that is why I intend to return immediately after this meeting. I want to quickly train and learn from what I have gained from him. Glenn bid the third prince farewell with a final piece of advice. Very well. Please send my thanks to the king for the letter. Owen agreed and took his leave. Of course, thank you. As twilight began to fall, the procession of Owen's trainees departed on horseback. Tartan, as if wanting to say something, turned to the third prince. Your Highness. Greer asked. What is it, Duke? Is there something you wish to say? The Duke cut straight to the point. Revealing your strength and even using a sword skill in the match against Ron. I think that was going a bit too far, sir. Concealing your power is very important. The third prince just smiled and said, I know, I might have gone a bit overboard. Tartan continued, giving him the crest was also a bit much. Greer interrupted, no, it wasn't. Ron Sieghart showed me goodwill. He could have been very angry that I underestimated him, but in the end, he still treated me with courtesy. So, I was merely returning that goodwill. Furthermore, Ron showed me a secret sword technique. That may be so, but... And that crest is an investment. Tartan, still not understanding the third prince's meaning, asked again. What do you mean, your highness? Frieren explained. He possesses such skill, character, and spirit at that age. He will surely become an outstanding individual in the future, even if he is not from the direct line. If I become close to someone like that, wouldn't it be very beneficial for me? The Duke finally understood. You have thought very far ahead, your highness. The third prince was modest. I grew up in the royal family. If I couldn't think like that, I might as well be dead. After speaking, the third prince privately thought about Ron Zeehart. I am very curious to see how strong you will be the next time we meet. Back with Glenn, who was sitting on his throne, the butler suddenly spoke up. You must be very happy to see your grandson acknowledged by the prince of another country, my lord. Glenn quickly tried to hide it. What are you talking about? But he couldn't fool the butler who had served the family for so long. It has been a long time, he said, since I have seen you smile so warmly. Glenn hastily touched his lips, embarrassed at having revealed something. Smile. Yes, my lord. You smiled when the prince mentioned young Master Ron's name. Glenn continued to deny it flatly to his butler. You're getting old and forgetful. You must be mistaken. But the butler brought up a more important matter. My lord, I am a bit concerned about what Duke Tartan said. What are your thoughts? As he spoke, he recalled that moment. Duke Tartan had reported something of grave importance. I have something to tell you besides the prince's letter. I have a message from the Emperor of the Owen Kingdom, Lexan de Owen, that needs to be delivered to you. Glenn prepared to listen to what seemed to be unpleasant news. The 5 demons are on the move again. Figures were revealed under a blood-red moon, carrying with them a sense of death and terror. The next day in class, Limmer praised the students. You all did very well in the sparring session with the kingdom's trainees. It seems you are all ready. Next week, I will prepare a special skills training session for you. The students below whispered among themselves. Special skills. A blue-haired boy stammered, what is this special training? Limmer replied, well, calling it special training isn't quite right. It's more of a real battle. You should all prepare to sweat blood and tears. In the southern territory of Zeehart, deep in the mountain ranges, there was a group of bandits calling themselves the Snow Tiger Claws. Their accomplices were in the south and north, and they lived by collecting tolls on the roads here. But recently, they seemed to be getting more audacious, killing and robbing merchants more frequently. The students asked worriedly, so our mission is to eliminate them. Limmer answered with an uncertain tone. Well, it used to be. The students below clamored, used to be. As the mission changed. Why don't we ambush them? Only then did Limmer say, we can't. They have already ambushed and massacred an entire village in the south. The corpses of innocent villagers lay scattered among the burnt-out houses, everything reduced to ash. Hearing this, the students were utterly horrified, unable to believe the bandits' cruelty. Limmer announced, that is why the mission has changed to tracking them down before eliminating them. Although they are just a gang of bandits, they are all users of hidden aura, so you must not be careless. We will depart tomorrow evening. Be prepared. Elsewhere, a swift and graceful sword stroke sliced a leaf in two. The owner of this masterful swordsmanship was none other than Runan. Her cold face and merciless sword strike showed she had matured greatly, but suddenly her expression changed. I want to practice my stance a little more before we leave, but things aren't going as I wish. Ron's sword thrusts are so fluid and smooth. I don't know where my problem lies. She thought relentlessly. She gazed into the distance. Ron is probably training in there right now. Should I go ask him? She stared at the main building, then dismissed the idea, looking at her sword. Probably not, I don't want to bother him. She raised her sword and continued her work. I'll just train by myself. The sun began to set, the bright light giving way to a gloomy dusk. The nearby puddles rippled with Runan's every movement. It seemed a long day had left her tired and discouraged. She lay on a large rock and thought, I've gotten weaker than before, but my movements have become smoother. That's enough for today. She suddenly remembered the person she admired. Ron is probably still training. I'll go say goodbye to him before I go home. Then, she suddenly uttered a small gasp as if remembering something. I remember my relatives reminding me to come home early this weekend. They bought some ice cream. With an urgent matter at hand, she hurried home immediately. I'll just go home. I'll ask him tomorrow. When I see him tomorrow, I'll give him some ice cream. As she walked the lonely path back home, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. The person called out her name, Runan, startling her and making her spin around. She reflexively asked, who's there? Recognizing the familiar shape, she was suddenly overcome with terror. The mysterious figure in front of her greeted her, long time no see. Her mouth, horrified, mumbled a name. The print. He was a man with white hair and purple eyes, exactly like hers. This person was introduced as Crane Ziegart. He approached and began to speak. Aren't you happy to see your older brother again? You're making me sad. Runen was frozen with fear. The man continued, didn't I tell you not to make that face? Hearing this, Runen trembled even more. He knelt, completely oblivious to the extreme fear he was causing his younger sister. He went on, anyway, Limmer's training is quite good. You've become stronger than I expected. I'm very proud of you, Runen. At this point, his expression became incredibly terrifying. He warned her, but you won't risk your life in any reckless battles or confrontations, will you? That face made Runen so terrified that she scrambled backward, screaming. As he spoke, he reached behind his back as if to retrieve something. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Perhaps I need to remind you. The squirrel you raised before, its name was Rubai, wasn't it? Runen, remembering a painful past memory, fearfully tried to stop him. But he held out his hand. In his palm was a peacefully sleeping squirrel. He smiled triumphantly. You remember now, don't you? How Rubai died because you didn't listen to me. This insane and cruel statement made Runen beg incessantly. Brother. Brother, she rushed towards him to stop him. Wait, but it was too late. The squirrel nestled in his hand was brutally crushed, its blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Witnessing a small, innocent creature die before her eyes brought back a dark and terrifying memory of this brother. She remembered the image of lifeless squirrels on the ground, and she knelt in despair before her brother with his cold, cruel expression. A series of disgusting memories flooded back, causing her to lose her sanity. She collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and screaming desperately. Her agonizing and helpless cries echoed in the dark night. Her mind was in complete disarray. All she could do was hold her head and scream, unable to escape. The man named Syria did not let up. He leaned down to the girl's ear and said, Runen, you must remember that you are mine until the day of judgment comes. Don't do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I need you to do otherwise. He spoke continuously, completely ignoring Runen's unstable condition. Suddenly, something shot between the two of them, causing an explosion large enough to force Syria to jump aside. He remained composed amidst the swirling dust clouds. In front of Runen, she no longer had to face her cruel brother. Ron had arrived just in time to shield and protect her. Ron finally spoke. With a voice full of hatred and anger, he asked Syria, Who are you? The white-haired man just chuckled. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for another's identity? You can't have a proper conversation by just barging in like this. Ron remained stern. You're the one blocking the way in this narrow alley. How can you say that to us? Are you a thief? Or a robber? The white-haired man's expression hardened, his smile vanishing. He spoke, I understand why you'd think that, but I'm no thief. I'm actually her brother. Ron glanced back at the trembling Runen behind him. She was still in a state of extreme panic, only able to make terrified, incoherent sounds. Ron questioned him. Runen seems quite scared. Are you really her brother? The man replied reluctantly, perhaps I went a little too far with my joke. It's been a while since I last saw her. The protagonist continued to press him. Do you consider crushing a squirrel in your hand in front of her a joke? The man just scratched his head. So you saw that. It wasn't a real squirrel, just a toy. He opened his hand. See, there's nothing in my hand. There's no way I'd kill a real squirrel. You're overthinking things. But the protagonist had already deduced that he had incinerated the squirrel's flesh and blood with his aura. The man continued his act. I just came here to give my sister some snacks. He set down a box. I'll have to undertake a rather time-consuming mission soon, so I came to see her before I left. Then he spoke softly, Runen, it seems you have a good friend. You two should continue being good friends. With that, he turned to leave. Sorry for taking the joke too far. Make sure you stay healthy. See you later. Ron watched him, his mind racing. I know that man. He is a sword genius from the Cillian family and one of the 12 stars of the continent, expected to become the next sword saint, Syria Cillian. Before my reincarnation, I had only heard of his reputation. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He's a madman pretending to be a gentle hero. He also exudes a disgusting stench, just like when I faced Duras Robert. He then extended a hand towards Runen. Runen, let's go. I'll walk you back. Runen quietly agreed. The air was a little awkward as they said their goodbyes. Runen got into the carriage and said coldly, Thank you for walking me back. The protagonist replied, Yeah, get some sleep tonight. See you tomorrow. He watched the carriage speed away. Inside the carriage, Runen bowed her head, still clutching the box Syria had left. When she got home, she locked herself in her room, lost in thought. The moonlight faintly illuminated the room, making everything seem hazy. Runen hugged herself, feeling insecure. He came again. Just like before, he hasn't changed at all. She recalled a memory. Her hand had a small scratch on it. At the time, she was just a child, protecting a squirrel from her brother. Syria, Rubai is just a little sensitive because she's pregnant. I'm okay. But the corpse of another squirrel on the ground told a more terrifying story. Syria looked at his sister with lifeless eyes and said, "You are mine. You cannot get hurt. You must never get hurt. You just need to breathe and live well." His words echoed obsessively in Runen's mind. "If you tell our parents, I will kill them all. Even if it's your family, I will destroy everything. I will burn it all to the ground, except for you." From that day on, a core belief formed in Runen's mind. Someone will get hurt if I talk about them. It's best if I live in silence. Everything will be fine, as long as I don't open my mouth. I thought I was the only one who was lonely, the only one suffering. But then I found someone I could share my pain with. When I met Ron, I learned how good he is, how hard he tries, and how many hardships he has endured. Seeing him change people's perceptions through his own effort, I thought I could do the same. I tried my best to be by his side, to become a better person, but it seems I can't. At that moment, she returned to the painful and lonely reality of her own existence. She told herself, it's okay, as long as I can endure it. At the southernmost region of the Zeeghart domain, Rimmer was leading his group, giving instructions. "We will rest here for the night. You all did well traveling through the warp gate. You must be tired. Get a good rest tonight, because this will be your last chance to relax before we begin the mission." A representative from the Jader village came out to greet them. "Welcome, swordsman from Zeeghart. This way, I will lead you to your lodgings." Rimmer went on behalf of the young trainees. "Thank you for your hospitality." Firewood was lit for warmth. Ron was relaxing in his room with the soul of Wrath. "Thanks, Wrath." Wrath was curious. What are you talking about?" The protagonist replied, "If you hadn't suggested it, I wouldn't have noticed yesterday. I didn't know he was hiding his energy." Wrath replied, "Of course I'd do that. It was for that ice cream girl." Ron grew pensive. He won't be back for a long time because of his mission. Runen will stay like this as long as he is her brother. Wrath suggested, "Give me your body, you idiot. I'll return it right after I kill him." Ron was surprised. "What?" Wrath insisted. "The King of Essence repays favors twofold, and exacts revenge tenfold. That girl introduced me to such delicious ice cream, so I will do this for her." Ron dismissed it. "Are you kidding me? No way. How could I do that?" Wrath was still trying to persuade him. "The King of Essence is serious." But Ron steadfastly refused. "Even if you are telling the truth, no. He hurt Runen. Even if you kill him, it won't change what has already happened to her." Wrath scowled. The protagonist thought to himself, "Runen was the first person to care about me in this life and the last. If anything happens to her, I will kill the one responsible." 2 days after leaving the Zeeghart domain, they arrived at the village that had been ravaged by the white blood bandits. Everyone was horrified. Some retched at the sight. The charred bodies of the dead lay beneath the rubble. "What is this? How could they do this? This is too cruel," they all exclaimed at the piled up corpses. Frieren, though disturbed, remained focused on observing the situation. Ron Zeeghart also assessed the surroundings. How brutal. They beheaded them before burning them. Martha was not flustered by the sight of the dead. She must have seen many in the past or killed people herself. Suddenly, he turned around. "Wait, where's Runen?" At that moment, Runen was standing in front of a house, faced with the charred corpse of a person. She was so horrified she felt nauseous, clutching her stomach and covering her mouth. Nearby, Rimmer was gathering everyone to give instructions. "The terrible scene you are witnessing here is the work of the white blood bandits. Burn this moment into your minds and never forget it. Be on high alert if you encounter them." He then took out a small flute. This is called a silent flute. It won't make any sound no matter how hard you blow into it. The only ones who can hear this whistle are those trained to hear it, so if anything goes wrong, don't hesitate to use it. The instructors will react immediately and come to your aid as quickly as possible. Runen looked at the flute with apprehension, clearly not yet recovered from what she had just seen. Rimmer continued his instructions. "Their blades are merciless. The consequences of facing them are unimaginable. However, instead of immediately blowing the flute, you should do everything you can first. You can try to fight them without our help. Do not hesitate to kill them as soon as you get the chance, because the crimes they have committed are worthy of death." The group responded in unison, "Sir." Runen, however, remained dazed. Rimmer began giving orders. "Now, divide into groups according to your captain's commands. Martha will be in Group A and Buren will be in Group A. You will move in groups of 3 to 4. Runen was once again lost in her memories. Her brother's voice echoed in her head. "Remember, Runen, you are mine. Don't do anything dangerous that could get you hurt. You just need to keep living until the day I need you. I will kill anything that dares to harm you." The protagonist's voice pulled her from the terrifying memory. "Runen," he asked gently, "will you come with me?" Runen hesitated, but finally she accepted. The two of them were now scouting the area they were assigned. Ron looked up and thought to himself, is that Duel P? From that high point, we could probably observe the situation below, and it would be easy to escape from the enemy. If we find ourselves at a disadvantage, it would be a perfect place to hide. He then looked around. But precisely because it's so perfect, the bandits won't be hiding there, as it would attract our attention. There's no way they would choose such an obvious position when they know many people are after them. They must have considered that we'd check that place, so they would have found another, safer hiding spot. This means their only option is to hide in those hills over there. From the outside, it seems like it can be fully observed because it's so open, but perhaps there's another hiding place inside. He then spoke up. Runan, let's go. We should check those hills first. Let the other teams handle the forest. She agreed. Okay. Ron Zieghart looked at her retreating back with a bit of sympathy. Wrath appeared and said, it's quite obvious that you're worried about her. Aren't you going to say anything to her? Ron replied, I'm not sure what I would even say to her. Besides, this is her family's business. Because I don't even understand my own current feelings towards Sylvia, there's no way I could give her good advice about her family. But I know what Syria did to Runan in the past. Perhaps I can resolve this issue if I get the chance. But finding that chance will be difficult. Moreover, this is all within my expectations. After passing the hills, they continued to move. Ron Zieghart continued to analyze the situation. There is a forest hidden behind the hill, invisible to outsiders, and it is quite deep. He paused for a moment to look around. It seemed that all human traces had been carefully concealed so that others would not find them. Even so, these tricks can only fool amateurs. They're useless against me. He then bent down, grabbing a handful of snow to observe it. Just killing the target isn't enough to become the best assassin. One must be the best in all aspects, including tracking, reconnaissance, and information gathering. They might fool an ordinary hunter or someone else, but against me, it's useless. He then spoke, Runan, I think the snow tiger claw's base is nearby. Following him, trying to be as silent as her breath, Runan agreed. The two of them cautiously took step after step forward. Ron had noticed the bear traps that were set up. He warily examined them but predicted that, in general, there was nothing special besides a few traps at the entrance. Perhaps they think no one can make it this far. There are many signs of life around here. It seems they've underestimated us. The bandits were right in front of them, before the mouth of a cave. They were holding a young boy captive. Ron was curious. Is that boy a hostage? The bandits guarding the entrance are quite large, but I don't sense any powerful aura from them. These guys are just low-level warriors. That massive guy lying near the hostage. He's strong enough to make a living with his swordsmanship. The rest of the bandits must be gathered inside. There's no way they would leave their only hostage outside with such simple security. He imagined there were probably dozens of bandits inside. Should I blow the whistle to signal everyone? I could retreat now and attack with the main force when they arrive. He noticed the child. The hostage's condition was critical. At this rate, the boy will freeze to death. He won't survive until the main force gets here. He placed a hand on his sword. They still haven't noticed our presence. The best course of action now is to rescue the hostage before they find us and deal with them as quickly as possible. The two continued to observe from a distance in the bushes. Runan was extremely anxious. The protagonist spoke to break her unease. Runan, look at me. Don't worry so much. We can save that boy, but I need your help. Once I give the signal, use your magic to block out the sound. I'll do the main part, you just keep an eye on the minions. Can you do that? Runan was a little doubtful, but more so of herself. Can I change like he has? Then she accepted. I'll try. The minion with a bandaged head began to complain. I'm so sleepy. How much longer until our shift is over? Ew. The two were startled when Runan appeared and cast a spell. The middle-aged man shouted, "Oh, who are you?" But Runan coldly continued to execute her skill, releasing her aura to block the flow of sound. The minions began to worry. Damn it, our voices can't get out. Did that girl just block the sound with magic? Why is there someone who can use magic in a godforsaken place like this? Ron seized the opportunity and rushed towards them. This is my chance. I'll deal with these two first before handling the big guy in the back. He then slid swiftly behind the two minions. His sword had already slashed through. The heads of the two men flew off, to Runan's shock. She suddenly froze. The image of the squirrel being killed by her brother flashed in her mind. Traumatized, she bent over and screamed loudly, waking the large man. Ron was annoyed. Damn it, the sound-blocking magic barrier has been broken. Did the situation trigger her trauma? Runan, now more lucid, immediately covered her mouth. The protagonist worried, at this rate, they'll discover us. The large man, now awake, grabbed his sword and rushed towards the kneeling Runan. Ron anxiously gritted his teeth as a sword was about to come down on Runan's head. But Ron quickly subdued the man, pinning him to the ground and holding a sword to his throat. He threatened, "If you know what's good for you, don't scream. If you dare make a sound without my permission, you're dead. You will answer my questions. If you don't comply, I'll rip your bones out." The man, trembling with fear, agreed. "All right." Ron glanced over at the trembling Runen. "She's scared. It's thanks to her that I was able to act. Even though she was afraid, she did a great job." He began to interrogate the man. "You belong to the Snow Tiger Claws, right?" He obediently answered. "Yes." The protagonist continued, "How many people are in your gang? Where are they sleeping?" The man answered truthfully. "A total of 39 people. They are in the forest." He continued to question, "How many more hostages are there inside?" He replied, "One." The protagonist pondered, "So there really is another hostage." The young boy from before approached and said, "Ah, Mr. Swordsman, the hostage inside is my little sister. Please, save her." Runen reassured the boy, "Don't worry, kid. We'll save her, don't you worry." Ron turned back, slightly reluctant. "Runen, I never said that." Runen replied innocently, "You were going to do it anyway." The protagonist was helpless. "Runen, it's not that I'm afraid of the bandits, but it would be safer to call for reinforcements to rescue the hostage. There are 36 bandits in there and a very dangerous leader." Runen suggested, "So, should I blow the whistle?" Ron agreed. "Yes, I think that would be better." Runen blew hard into the whistle. The protagonist seemed interested. "Even being this close, I still can't hear the whistle. That must be why Lemmer gave it to her." Suddenly, a loud voice came from inside the cave. "That's a silent whistle. Everyone, move out, they're hunting us." This shocked both Ron and Runen. They were both stunned. "What? How does he have such sharp senses? I'm right next to it, and I can't even hear it." Ron had Runen lead the hostage away while he stayed behind to hold the line. The old man in charge spoke up. "You bastard, are you not afraid to come to a place like this? You're quite reckless. Who were you trying to call with that whistle?" Ron's face remained ice cold as he replied, "Who I was calling is none of your business. Let's exchange people." The little girl hostage was now trembling just like her brother. The bandit leader inquired, "You want to exchange hostages?" The protagonist replied, "If you hand that child over to me, I will return this man to you." The leader laughed mockingly. "Haha, it doesn't matter to me whether that bastard lives or dies. He's not worth me releasing this kid." He pressed his sword against the little girl, threatening, "If you don't want to see this little girl's head fall, drop your sword right now." The little girl trembled and began to cry. Ron remained calm and replied, "All right." He signaled to Runen, "Get back. Wait for my signal." He grazed the guard's neck with his blade, startling the entire group. Then he drew his sword and cut again, causing blood to spurt from the man. The bandits were shocked. "Off, you bastard, what did you just do?" Without giving them time to recover, he threw his sword forward. His target was the young man in the back, the very one who had held the sword to the little girl. One sword through the chest. Ron immediately ordered, "Runen, create a fog to block their vision." Runen instantly channeled her aura into the ground. A thick fog began to emanate. The bandits were stunned as the powerful and dense fog enveloped them. They began to panic. "Damn it, the fog is blocking our vision." Ron used the situation to his advantage, grabbing the little girl hostage and running. When the fog began to clear, the bandits discovered the hostage had been taken and became furious. "Damn it, he took the girl and ran. That son of a bitch, don't lose their trail. If you find them, kill them." Immediately, after getting a safe distance away, Ron and Runen set the two children down to rest. He said, "I think the kids passed out from the cold. It will be hard to run like this. I can't let these bandits go. If we just leave them, there's no telling what atrocities they'll commit against the village. Even though there are many of them, I have to eliminate them right now. Runen, you stay here, and watch over the kids." But Runen noticed the wound on his hand and worried. "Ron, your hand is bleeding." He reassured her, "It's nothing. After I deal with the bandits, I'll be right back." But as he turned to leave, Runen pulled on his sleeve. She pleaded softly, "Ron, don't go. You're injured, it's too dangerous to fight. The instructors will be here soon. Wait for them to help you." Ron looked at his friend and softened slightly. Runen kept her head down, her eyes filled with sorrow and worry. Ron reassured her, "It's true that every battle is frightening. Whether for seasoned warriors or for trainees like us, we all feel it. But do you know what the most frightening thing is? It's sitting still and doing nothing." These words seemed to awaken something in Runen. Ron continued to explain, "The bandits have committed unforgivable, atrocious acts. There are people who have sacrificed for the village, and there are people who fought to protect their loved ones. We cannot turn a blind eye to their sacrifices. We are swordsmen, so we must carry out our mission until the very last moment. We must follow in the footsteps of those who came before us to protect those who remain. I don't know how your brother treated you, but the more you fear someone, the more their image will appear, and the fear will embed itself deeper into your mind. If you keep running from your fear, it will torment you for the rest of your life. Runan, only you can protect yourself and those you care about. He then reached into his shirt, pulled something out, and placed it in her hand. From now on, what you do is decided by your own hands, Runan. He then slowly advanced towards the enemy's camp. You don't have to hide in the shadows anymore. Runan was silent, a tear forming in the corner of her eye. She had her own secret desires. I want to change. I want to forget. I don't want to be bound by the past anymore. I want to protect what is most precious to me. I won't hide in the shadows anymore. Looking towards the bright future ahead, I must continue to stand up. She tightly gripped the wooden squirrel Ron had given her. With a single fatal slash, Ron cut across the necks of 3 bandits. The remaining bandits spotted him and began to alert each other. Damn it, kill him. Damn it, stop him. Stop him now. It's just a kid, the leader roared in anger. Why can't you stop him? Ron stared grimly at him. While he was focused, a man from behind leaped high into the air, intending to slash down on him, catching him by surprise. He quickly dodged the fatal blow and immediately retreated. From behind, the leader was also silently swinging his blade for a sneak attack. You're dead for sure, you damned rat. A powerful blow crashed down, sending earth and rock flying. The leader was stunned. What? The space under his blade was empty. He was bewildered. Where did he disappear? Ron appeared behind him, his voice stern. How long are you going to wait for an opening like a coward? Before the ringleader could even react, a single slash from Ron's sword sent his head flying. The remaining bandits began to tremble in fear. A monster. He's so young, how is he that strong? Is he really just a trainee? Ron's voice was menacing. Surrender. Your leader is already. Before he could finish, he was forced to raise his sword to desperately block an incoming object. A savage, mocking laugh echoed. Ah, how ridiculous. A man who appeared to be a rogue swordsman stepped out from the bandits' ranks. He sneered, are you all really going to surrender to a kid like that? If you act like this, we'll just embarrass ourselves when we join the North-South Alliance. And you, he said, looking at Ron, you look rich. You must come from a wealthy family. Bitch, all the better. I was worried there wouldn't be much of a ransom. He leaped and swung his sword towards Ron. Still rambling, God hasn't abandoned me, I'll take you hostage. His downward slash was parried by Ron's horizontal block, but the force of the blow was so great that Ron was sent flying into a wall. Ron struggled to hold his ground. This man is the true leader of the White Blood Bandits. He's not just a novice swordsman. No, he's an expert. From outside, a man's shout made both of them pause slightly. We found them. The bitch and the hostages are in here. At that moment, outside, a trembling Runan was parrying a bandit's sword strike. Ron grew anxious. Damn it, Runan isn't ready to fight right now. I have to help her. The bandit leader took the opportunity to strike at Ron, but he managed to barely block the attack. The man grinned excitedly. How dare you look away while I'm standing right in front of you? Worried about your little friend. His expression became twisted. You and I can have a little more fun. While desperately parrying the blows, Ron's anxiety grew. The bandit outside was screaming, damn it, this bitch, she's using some strange skills. It's like you've never killed anyone before, have you? He threatened loudly. Hand over the hostages. Stop messing around. As the bandit charged, Runan stood her ground, resolute. I have to protect those children at all costs. She gripped her sword, her heart filled with determination. But to do that, I have to kill the man in front of me. Luckily, he's not a strong opponent. I have to kill him. I can do it. The words kill him repeated in her mind like a mantra. Memories flooded back, but this time they were tinged with resolve. Don't forget what Ron said. But then, the memory of her brother proved to be too overwhelming. She froze. No, I'm seeing him again. I have to drive him away. But I can't forget the fear from that day. Can I protect something? Like Ron did. I can't even swing my sword properly in a situation like this. I'm scared. I've never been able to protect anything. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Ron's powerful voice shouted, awakening her. Runan instinctively looked towards him. He was still smiling, reassuring her even in the middle of his own battle. It's okay. You can do it. Tears welled up in Runan's eyes. His reassurance was like an awakening for the insecure child within her. In her mind's eye, he was there, holding out a hand and comforting her. Don't worry, come here with me. And as the child's hand reached out, she truly awakened. I have to thank him for giving me courage. She swung her sword as if aiming for the specter of her brother. She lunged towards the bandit in front of her, determined. Thank you for helping me move forward. With a single thrust, she pierced the brutal bandit's heart. All that remained was Runan, filled with gratitude. Thank you for believing in me. The true bandit leader complained. Did those guys really lose to these kids? Useless fools. But Ron retorted, she's not just a kid. She's a child who was able to overcome her own past. And she has a kinder heart than anyone I know. She is a swordsman who has passed her trials. A fiery resolve burned within him as his aura flared to life. Skill activated, 10,000 flames cultivation, first form, falling flower. He shot forward, slashing at the brutal leader's neck. After everything was settled, Ron began to search the bandits' loot. I should check for any traps before the instructors get here. He then picked up a flower bud. A bicolor flower. This is a rare herb, but did they really slaughter an entire village just for this? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. What? It's already over. Ah, that's the bicolor flower. The speaker was a young man, a member of the North, South Alliance and the leader of the Eternal Bandits. He asked excitedly, "Did you two kill all of them?" Ron replied nonchalantly, "What if I did?" The man said, "You're courageous. Not only that, but you're also good at assessing situations. You must be skilled to be so confident." Ron asked, "Are you from the North, South Alliance?" The man was honest. "Yes, my name is." Ron immediately became guarded. So he's Jitter. I've heard that name once before. A genius swordsman who joined the North, South Alliance with just a single sword, then became the leader of a large bandit group within 10 years. The white blood bandits are nothing compared to him. He is a truly powerful swordsman. Jitter began to speculate on Ron's identity. A child from a famous family, a direct descendant of the Zegart clan, right? Your swordsmanship isn't impressive yet, so you must still be a trainee. What should I do now? He threatened with a casual tone. Should I kill you? A murderous aura rolled off Jitter in waves, coiling around Ron. He immediately grew wary. His killing intent is too obvious. He instantly placed his hand on the hilt of his sheathed sword. For me, who lived my entire past life as an assassin, this is nothing. Jitter looked surprised. Oh, you can withstand this pressure. You're no ordinary kid. Ron remained wary of his words, silently calculating. If I attack from behind, I can definitely kill him. In a direct confrontation, I can't win. But for some reason, I don't want to back down. He drew his sword from its sheath. He then issued a clear challenge, "Draw your sword and fight me." The other man was surprised, but his hand moved hesitantly towards his own sword. "You'll die if you do that." Ron said calmly, "It's only natural for the weak to fall at the hands of the strong." Jitter seemed both surprised and reluctant. Not many kids your age can say something like that. He then dropped his killing intent and raised his hands. "After getting a sense of who you are, I don't really want to fight you. It would be a waste to kill you." But Ron only said, "A warrior cannot choose where he dies." Jitter was taken aback. "Whoa, for real? Are you sure you're not an old man in a kid's body? Do you have a collection of philosophical life quotes or something?" He then turned away, seemingly without a guard up. There's another reason I don't want to kill you. Whirlwind has been watching us for a while now." Ron was surprised and curious. The man began to leave, but not without a parting word. "It would be fun if you were a part of the North, South Alliance." Before leaving, he stood on a rock outcropping and asked, "So, what's your name?" Ron replied, "My name is Ron. Ron Zegart." The man was calm. "Ron Zegart. You see. I hope to one day hear your name echo from Mount Teal and the Rabel River." Then he pushed off the ground and vanished. Ron said softly, "He's gone." He turned to Runan. "Runan, let's go." Okachigri. Then she called out Ron. He turned curious. "What is it?" she asked shyly. "Was it good?" Ron froze for a moment, then smiled. "Yes. You were the best." Her face lit up with a brilliant, happy smile. "And so, my short but very long mission came to an end. When I returned with the head of the white blood bandit leader, Frieren and Martha were furious at having lost to me once again." Rimmer comforted the other students who hadn't performed well, seemingly giving them advice that turned into a story about how amazing his own first mission was. That chatterbox didn't miss a chance to brag about himself. Listening to those two loudmouths made my ears feel like they were going to split. The children who had lost their parents were adopted by the Sulian family. The kids seemed to like the idea, as they had grown fond of Runan. After returning from the mission, Runan and I were summoned before the head of the family. We were both awarded medals for our achievements. I was surprised to be praised by him, but I was even more surprised when he gave the bicolor flower to me, saying that since I had acquired it, I should keep it, even though it was an incredibly precious elixir. Well, that's fine I guess. At that moment, Ron was surprised. "What? Dorian is here to see you." Ron asked, "Why are you here?" Dorian replied, "Young master, you're finally back." He was shy. My lady told me to stop by and let her know when you completed your mission." Ron was worried. "So, did you tell my mother?" Dorian wiped away tears of happiness and said, "Of course. I told her the whole moving story of your deeds." Hearing this, Ron's vision swam. What has this idiot done? At that moment, his mother, Sylvia, burst in, worried. "Ron, is that you?" The maid Helen also asked, "Young master, you've returned." Ron grew nervous. Sylvia is going to be furious if she finds out I fought a group of bandits. He tried to explain, "No, the thing is, I didn't intend to," but then, his mother wrapped him in a hug, a moment full of surprise and affection. She stroked his face and praised him. "Well done, Ron." He was surprised and taken aback. "But," Sylvia said, "did you think I would be angry with you, Ron? I'm always telling you to be careful." But then Sylvia explained, "The reason the head of our family wields a sword is to protect the weak. I heard that he always extended a hand to those in need. The Ziegart family continues to carry on that wish. My dream was to become a swordsman like that. How could I possibly scold you for rescuing those hostages?" She gently placed her hands on his shoulders and said, "I'm proud of you." The maid Helen, standing beside them, added, "We were also very proud when we heard the story." Another maid chimed in, "I'm going to the main palace tomorrow. I'm going to brag about this everywhere." Meanwhile, Sylvia was still happily hugging Ron. "My son, you've grown up to be a good man." Ron was truly surprised. "I can't understand her. These feelings are so complicated." He glanced behind him. That idiot Dorian. But he had already slipped away long ago. Wrath appeared and said, "You're just remembering him now. That coward ran away a long time ago." Ron flicked his tongue. "Well, tonight's watch doesn't seem so bad after all." In Rumen's room, she was placing the wooden squirrel Ron had given her on her nightstand. Elsewhere, Limmer was lounging leisurely in an outdoor hammock. He recalled the protagonist's conversation with the bandit leader. A proud and joyful expression spread across his face. "It's been a long time since I've seen the Lord's shadow in someone else," he mused. "It seems the seed for the next king has been sown. Things are only just beginning." At that moment, in the main Robert family villa, a man named Robert was writing in his journal, still engrossed in his work. Suddenly, he noticed that blood from a wound on his hand had seeped slightly onto the page. He instinctively looked at his hand and thought, the wound still hasn't closed. It's been 17 years, and I've tried so many different high-quality divine medicines. I've even invited famous scholars and priests. After all that, it still can't be healed. It's a wound that neither heals nor worsens, as if I was just injured yesterday. Perhaps it wants to remind me not to forget that day. Does some dead soul want me to never forget him? Honestly, I'm not one to dwell on the past." He closed the book and stood up. "There's only a short time left before my wish becomes a reality." Meanwhile, Ron was looking at his system screen. Wrath has weakened. 10,000 Flames Cultivation has reached 3 stars. Ring of Fire has reached 3 stars. Master of Senses has reached 3 stars. Fire Resistance has reached 3 stars. You have completed the objective, become a sword expert. Aura control speed has increased. All stats have increased significantly. Swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Fist and foot technique proficiency has increased. Ron tapped the system screen and sighed. A finally reached the expert level. He happily flexed his muscles. Even though it's just the initial level, it took a lot of hard work to get here. Wrath appeared behind him, sneering. "How ridiculous. Even if he's a so-called sword expert, to me, he's nothing more than a mere insect. And yet, you're proud of this little bit of progress." Ron replied calmly, "Not every 15-year-old can reach my level. You could search the entire continent and not find anyone my age who's my equal." Wrath retorted irritably, "What does age matter? Only fools compare ages on the battlefield. Age is irrelevant. Weak is weak." Ron didn't argue. "That's right. Once you're on the battlefield, no one is obligated to go easy on you just because you're younger." "I completely agree." Wrath spoke again, "You fool. At your current level, you couldn't even touch a single one of my fingers. No, not even a fingernail." But Ron just replied indifferently, "Is that so?" Wrath pressed, "Then why are you smiling?" Ron answered cheerfully, "Because I'm happy. I never reached this level in my past life." He turned away. "And you've acknowledged my growth, too." Hearing this, Wrath was taken aback, then became furious. "You think I would praise a human? Especially one like you?" But Ron remained calm. "Then why are you so angry now? I can hear your voice trembling, so I guess I'm not wrong. I've been with you long enough to know what you're thinking." Wrath grew even angrier. "How dare a mere human see through me? How infuriating," he roared in a surprisingly cute way. Ron just chuckled. "Your wrath has no effect on me. If you don't regain your strength soon, I might just devour you." But Wrath turned to mock him again. "Listening to you spout such nonsense really reminds me of the old days. I remember the days in hell when all the demons came to challenge me." Ron changed the subject to avoid Wrath's nagging. "I'm going to go stretch." Wrath snapped, "Where are you going?" "Listen to me." Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Limmer clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Everyone, stop for a moment. That's enough for today. Good work." Frieren, standing behind, questioned, "Shouldn't we be making up for the 20 minutes we missed?" But Limmer brushed it off, and started to Leaf, angering Buren. We can make it up tomorrow. Today, this is more than enough. That irresponsible elf, Buren cursed silently. Ron then spoke up. Alright, it's over. Those on cleaning duty today, stay behind. Dorian was stealthily opening his locker. He reached into his compartment to grab something. As he closed the door, Martha appeared beside him like a ghost. She angrily grabbed his shoulder, making him yelp. Martha said furiously, "Is cleaning up with me that terrifying?" Dorian nervously turned back. "No, it's my honor." Martha turned away. "Training alone is enough to keep me busy." She then shouted angrily, "What are you all staring at? I have to clean, so get out." Ron, standing next to Lemur, was also amazed. "She really only seems to be calm when she's around me." Lemur spoke up cheerfully. "She hasn't changed a bit. I guess she's only composed when she's near you." Ron turned in surprise. "Instructor Lemur, I thought you ran off." Then replied, I forgot it. Few things, so I came back." The students were curious. What could he have possibly forgotten? Lemur once again gathered everyone. "Attention, everyone. I still have something to announce. It's very important." He paused dramatically. "It's about your second mission." Everyone fell silent. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ahaha, my apologies." Below, both Buren and Dorian were dumbfounded. How could he forget something that important? Ron, however, had his own thoughts. "It's been almost half a year since the first mission. The time until the second mission is longer than I thought. Are there fewer missions for the Zeehart clan to handle than in my previous life?" Lemur began his report. "Orcs have suddenly appeared and invaded the southern territories of Zeehart. Your mission this time is to eliminate the orcs that are threatening the villagers and to protect the people and their village. In other words, your job is to protect the village and hunt monsters." Everyone seemed excited. "Orc hunting? Yeah, this is the kind of mission I've wanted to do for a long time. I can finally test my swordsmanship," Lemur commented. "Looks like everyone's excited for the new mission, you newcomers. This time, there will be no instructors accompanying you. You'll have to go to the village on your own, and will be required to work together to complete the mission." Buren spoke up. "What if we find ourselves in a dangerous situation we can't escape from?" Lemur replied, "That depends on you. If a mission is impossible to complete, you need to know when to retreat. Therefore, the leader must have the ability to accurately assess the situation. It's crucial for the leader to predict the best and worst-case scenarios." Dorian also chimed in, "Isn't running away from a mission frowned upon?" Lemur clarified, "Usually, yes, but it depends on the situation. If you're alone against 5 monsters and still manage to escape, that's worthy of praise." Hearing this, Dorian was overjoyed. "Excellent, so I can run away without getting into trouble." Lemur then announced, You will be leaving early the day after tomorrow." Everyone was incredulous. In 2 days. The trainees below started to clamor. "Why so little time? That's unreasonable. It's already dark now, so we only have 1 day left." Lemur continued his reminders. "There are many more things you need to prepare for a monster subjugation compared to a defensive mission or dungeon exploration. You'll wreck the village if you aren't fully prepared. So be careful." Buren, feeling underestimated, said loudly, "We will prepare better. You'll see, instructor." From behind, Ron spoke up. "That's enough. Instructor Lemur has always told us that we won't know when or what a mission will be. Now is not the time to panic. We should be preparing. The more you complain, the less time we have." Everyone felt a bit sheepish. "Well, that's true. There's no guarantee we'll be prepared even after the mission starts. Let's get moving." Lemur smiled, looking pleased. He then announced, "Also, orcs are more aggressive and stronger than you think compared to your previous matches. They are much more difficult to deal with simply because of their numbers. There are many of them, so you won't have the advantage in numbers. It will be very difficult to face them one-on-one. It's best to dodge their attacks rather than block them. Pack light and gather here at dawn in 2 days. That is all." Later, in his room at the Zeehart estate, Ron had finished packing his belongings into a small, compact bag. He assessed the pack, which had a lightning spell cast on it. Clearly, he doesn't intend to help us store our things. I suppose he's trying to say we have to do everything ourselves. That's fine with me. Wrath appeared again. You arrogant brat. You think everything will go as you plan. The unexpected can happen at any time." Ron agreed. "Well, that's true. But that's as ironic as you giving me all those stat points." Wrath fumed. "I want to sew your mouth shut." Ron teased back, "As if you could." Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. He grabbed the doorknob, curious. Who would be visiting me at this hour? He opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" Then he froze and stammered in surprise. "Mother." Sylvia was standing sternly in front of him. She frowned slightly. "Ron, you should have told me you had a mission." Ron was flustered. "How did you know?" "Did Dorian tell you?" Sylvia stated, "Lemur told me." Ron scowled. I'm sorry. Sylvia's expression softened. She took Ron's hand and advised him. Ron, being the class leader isn't just about representing the other trainees, you also have a responsibility to guide them down a better path. You shouldn't try to solve the mission by yourself. You should assign tasks that fit their strengths to minimize losses, and lead everyone to success. The lives of your friends depend on your decisions. Ron was surprised. I thought she came to scold me, but she's giving me advice instead. Sylvia continued her reminder. A monster subjugation mission may seem easy, but it's actually very difficult. Ensure that every single one is eliminated to guarantee the safety of the villagers. You should be aware of that when on the mission. You are no longer just a trainee, but a swordsman of Sieghart. I want you to prove that you are a knight who can inherit the will of the Sieghart clan. Finally, Ron spoke. I thought you came here to scold me. Suddenly she raised her voice. I am angry, I'm both worried and upset. However, Sylvia then wrapped her arms around Ron and comforted him. But this isn't the time to scold you. You should prepare to be scolded when you return. I'm glad you're shining brighter since you began your training, but I've never stopped worrying about you. The two stood embracing in the twilight. The next day, Instructor Limer had gathered everyone at the appointed location. Finally, anything can happen. Remember to be extremely careful. Retreat if you think you're outmatched. The group replied in unison, yes, Instructor. Seeing that no one was backing down, Rimmer sat down, reassured. All right, go on. This would normally take a month, but since we've already paved the way, it should only take about 2 weeks. Good luck to you all. The trainees all responded together, yes, Instructor Rimmer. Ron then began to organize the class. All right, form up in 4 rows. We will move in the formation we discussed earlier. From behind, Rimmer thought to himself, I am sure they'll be fine. Ron isn't just talented in combat and aura control, he also excels at strategy. I'm certain he'll complete this mission with ease and return. He's only 15, and I look forward to seeing how he performs. An instructor next to Rimmer asked, should we follow them? At this distance, the trainees won't notice us leaving. But Rimmer refused. Not yet. One of them is incredibly sharp. He then stretched and walked away. I'm going to take a nap before we head out. The other instructors began to discuss among themselves. Will that be all right? Shouldn't we go? Rimmer seemed pleased. He should be more worried about the trolls. At that moment, in a cave deep within the forest, a mysterious figure was asking a question. Are you certain about that information? Another mysterious figure, who seemed to be of a lower rank, was kneeling and said, yes, we have confirmed it is that village. The first figure gave the order. All right, let's go. You may kill anyone who stands in your way. Move out. Back in the forest near the village, Ron's group suddenly came to a halt. His team had run into Crane Sieghart, the top ranked trainee from the 6th training ground. Ron spoke first. What are you doing here? Crane shot the question back. And you? Ron thought to himself, this must be Crane Sieghart. I heard he entered the 6th training ground late due to an injury. It seems he's fully recovered now. From his physique, you can tell he's a talented swordsman. Crane spoke again. We're on a mission to eliminate the trolls. What is your team doing here, Ron Sieghart? Ron replied, we are also on a mission to eliminate the trolls. Crane was surprised. The same mission. I was never told about this. Ron was equally surprised. Why was this happening? The night before their departure, in a nearby bar, a man's voice could be heard. Rimmer, I heard your students did a great job on their last mission. That's right, I heard they're so young, yet they've already defeated mountain bandits. Rimmer laughed smugly. I told you so. I've praised them for it, but honestly. How about we have them raid the trolls? I bet they'd jump at the chance. Then the head of house will have to praise me too. Suddenly, he turned around. A person behind him announced, the 6th training ground will take on this mission. For a raid mission, teamwork is more important. Unlike the 5th ground, which focuses on individuals, the 6th ground is better suited for this task. Recently, the 6th training ground passed the week of hellish training without any issues, so we will be taking this mission. The one who had just spoken was Medon, the head instructor of the 6th training ground. Rimmer retorted, are you getting nervous because my kids are getting all the attention? Why not just send both groups? Medon was taken aback. You want to send 2 training grounds on the same mission? Rimmer replied, we have to wipe out the trolls anyway. Why not send both teams? A little competition between them will make things go faster, don't you think? Medon agreed. Very well. I will request permission from the head of house. I look forward to seeing the results. Back in the present, Buren spoke up. There must have been some kind of mistake. You can all head back. We can handle this ourselves. This took Crane by surprise. He grew irritated. I can't just let that comment slide. How long have you been in the 5th training ground that you've become so arrogant, Buren Sieghart? This mission requires teamwork skills. which clearly makes our 6th team more suitable than the 5th. Your team has less experience. You'll undoubtedly struggle working as a unit. Frieren also grew annoyed. Prain Zieghart, I know your skill level, but don't you dare look down on the 5th team. Meanwhile, Ron had seemingly figured everything out. Rimmer must have known about this. But why didn't he tell us beforehand? He closed his eyes and thought. Rimmer believes that experience is paramount. If that's the case, this mission will be a highly practical combat scenario. But our team lacks both teamwork skills and tactical knowledge. Perhaps he wants the 5th team to compete against the 6th so that we can learn how to improve on our own. That makes sense. That cunning old fox. Well, I might as well treat this as a good learning opportunity for the others. Besides, I can't ignore what my mother told me before I left. He finally spoke up. Both of you, calm down. Are you going to waste time arguing? This isn't getting us anywhere. How about we have a wager to decide things first? Frieren was confused. What? What do you mean by a wager? Why waste energy when we're unclear on the current situation? Ron reminded them. They don't want to give up the mission, and neither do you. This mission will involve a lot of trolls, and it's being called a raid. That means we'll definitely face a difficult opponent. So, let's bet on who gets to be the commander for this mission. How about we hunt the leader to throw the rest into chaos, and then deal with what remains? If the main force struggles, it'll be an opportunity for the other team. Sound good? Frieren agreed. Fine. Ron continued. Alright. We'll start from that mountain over there. At that, a small group from Frieren's side immediately took off. Martha was leading them, looking excited. The conditions are simple. Destroy or capture the opposing team's flag to win. Much simpler than fighting everyone one by one. Ron bent over their strategy table. Then let's make a plan. But Martha dismissed it. Why bother? They're just a bunch of failures. I'll wipe them all out, so just sit back and wait. She was bursting with excitement. I see them. With failures like these, we don't need a strategy. She charged forward, bringing her sword down on one of the vanguards. Her divine sense activated, heightening her senses to the point where she didn't even need to open her eyes to see. Ron silently observed the battle. It started. Runan turned to ask Ron, is it really okay to charge in like that without a plan? Ron replied, they're all confident. They wouldn't listen even if I said something. Runan asked again, so, is there a chance of winning? Ron replied, no, we're guaranteed to lose. A miserable defeat, at that. At that moment, both Martha and Frieren were met with a surprise. They grew frustrated and impatient. Why can't I break through? They're all weaklings, but their defense is too strong. A man from the other team shouted, you're not the center of the universe. Don't look down on us. Suddenly Martha became flustered. By the time the sun had set behind the mountains, Martha's group returned, disheveled. They couldn't look at each other out of embarrassment and shame. Ron finally stood up to address them. Was that easy? Look who's been pushed back now. Misjudging your opponent is one thing, but the world doesn't wait for you to improve. Did you all look down on them because they aren't valued by the Owen Kingdom? Did you think you would win no matter what because of our previous achievements? Is that what you were thinking? This is the consequence of fighting without a strategy, knowing neither your enemy nor yourselves. You charged in with your arrogant heads held high, wasting your energy and aura only to reveal all of your techniques to the enemy. Brilliant. They train every single day too. Just because you think you're better doesn't mean you can look down on them. Runan asked, so, we've lost? Ron said, no, there's still a chance. Martha and Frieren were surprised. Really? Martha said, if we can beat those bastards, I'll do whatever you want. Ron asked, so you still have some fight left in you? Alright then. I'll draw up a path to victory for our team. Meanwhile, the 6th team began to talk amongst themselves. The 5th training ground is too easy. It's refreshing to see them struggle. But one of them warned, don't let your guard down. The 5th training ground was able to take down an organization affiliated with the North, Alpha Alliance, the White Blood Bandits. I bet they won't give up. He became vigilant. Just as they expected. Let's finish this. Martha stood before them, taunting, you absolute fools. If you badmouth us one more time, you'll regret it. She then charged forward, taking them all by surprise. One of them ordered, 4th formation, frontal assault, focus your aura forward, but as he raised his sword, Martha had already attacked their exposed flank. The 6th team's commander was shocked. She attacked from the side. On another front, Frieren was using a similar tactic. Another commander from the 5th team was leading his small group. This is the stance we prepared. Counterattack just as we practiced, but Frieren quickly broke through his initial line. Frieren sneered, you fool. His sword strike took down 2 of the vanguard. The 5th team's squad leader was stunned. What? He changed his movements so quickly, they've changed their fighting style. Both of the 5th team's squad leaders were in shock. What the hell happened to make them change their fighting style? Meanwhile, Martha was storming through the other side's defensive line like a tempest. She was ecstatic. He was right. Back at the strategy meeting, Ron had said, "Why would you think we'd lose when we are stronger individually?" Frieren asked, "Information and strategy." Ron confirmed. "Exactly. The sixth training ground knows our personalities and our skills. They prepared a strategy centered around that. However, we prepared nothing, thinking we would win no matter what. In the end, we suffered a humiliating defeat in a match we should have won." Dorian worriedly asked, "So are we going to lose?" Martha angrily turned and threatened him. "Shut up." Dorian was so scared he started to cry. "Why, I'm sorry." Ron continued, "Even if we don't consider it a total loss, we've already expended a lot of stamina and aura. It's true we're at a disadvantage, but it's not just about information and strategy." Frieren was curious. "Ron, do you have an idea?" Ron began his analysis. Frieren, the top trainee of the sixth training ground, has sharp eyes and keen intuition. Thanks to that, he can spot people from a distance and send out trainees who can counter you." Martha muttered, "Damn it." Frieren Zighart. Ron continued his assessment. Martha's strengths are her power and endurance. But her attacks are too predictable. Because of that, he sent out swordsmen who could block her attacks to drain her aura. Frieren, you are fast, but your skills are rather straightforward, so he sent out swordsmen who are good at adapting. So how do we win? The simplest way is to change the fighting order. But I don't think you'd want to do that. Martha spoke up. I don't like that. I have to win. Frieren also said, sorry, I feel the same way. Ron then suggested, in that case, you have to fight differently. Martha was surprised. Differently. Ron explained, your fighting styles are too rigid, but there are still many openings because they aren't skilled at circulating aura around their bodies. So find an opening and attack it. Frieren, you are weak against opponents who rely on their instincts to fight, but those types are often easy to deceive. You have to abandon your usual fighting style and trick them. Martha complained, that sounds nice, but haven't you been here the whole time? Frieren chimed in, it sounds like you were just watching us fight. Ron ignored them and continued, it's true that Crane has sharp senses, better than the average trainee. But my senses are sharper. At that moment, Ron was observing the situation from the side using his sensory perception. They're doing very well. It seems Runen can't possibly lose. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. Shall we begin? It was Crane Zighart. Ron assessed that because the situation had changed from before, Crane had no choice but to take a gamble. Crane spoke, I was wondering why we were losing. It turns out you told them to fight differently, didn't you? The rumors that you weren't acknowledged by the other trainees were false after all. But Ron showed no reaction to the provocation. This battle ends here, Crane declared. Ron, I hear your aura is of the fire attribute. Crane channeled aura around his sword. Ron seemed surprised. Crane also has a fire attribute aura. Crane continued, unfortunately for you, I possess the highest level of fire attribute aura. I also have more aura than most official swordsmen. Theoretically, you can't win against me. Ron finally spoke. Why do you people talk so much before a fight? Ron's fire aura blazed to life around him. Let's begin. I'll show you how my fire can overwhelm yours. Ron instantly dashed towards Crane, so fast that he left no afterimage. Crane was bewildered. So fast. And those flames. I heard he not only defeated Martha but also the Prince of Owen. As the sword came down, Crane managed to dodge in time. His aura isn't as strong as mine, but he's definitely powerful. However, Crane began to counterattack. I am stronger. He clashed head-on with Ron. A surge of fire erupted between them. A sharp stream of aura cut across Crane's face, drawing blood. He lost his composure. What? This is absurd. My fire is weaker. Immediately, Ron broke through his defense and attacked. Crane struggled to parry reluctantly. Impossible, he shouted, trying to escape the powerful assault. An explosive shockwave shook the entire forest. Crane lay defeated at the tip of Ron's sword. Ron repeated, your fire is stronger, you say. That's right. Just then, the fifth training ground trainees returned. Everyone was surprised. Dorian spoke up. That's Crane Zighart. What is he doing here? The best way to turn the tide of battle is to defeat the opponent's leader. Did you know this would happen? Frieren continued. Not only that, you were right. They were deceived so easily, even I was. If it weren't for you, I probably would have lost to the sixth training ground. Martha also spoke. I don't want to admit it, but he's right. If your judgment had been wrong, maybe even I would have turned my back on you. But in the end, we won. We've come to understand your talent and effort. We'll listen to you without complaining anymore. Ron was pleased. It seems they've matured quite a bit after this. That's good. This is the fifth training ground, I know. He then gathered everyone. You all did well. You've probably all understood the consequences of resting on your laurels and acting without thinking. If this had been a real battle, you all would have died. Don't forget what you've learned today. Crane looked at Ron with admiration. Ron Zigar. He's better than I thought. He's good at fighting and also knows how to lead. I thought the 5th training ground was full of arrogant fools, but it turns out I was the most arrogant one. He then approached Ron. I've learned a lot from you, Ron Zigar. You've taught me to never let my guard down and to always have a backup plan if the first one fails. I thought I was sure to win because I thought I understood you all well. But I not only lost a team battle but also a one duel with you. What I thought was confidence turned out to be arrogance. Now I understand how small I am. Thank you. He extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Ron also smiled. He's more sincere than those from the direct line. He shook his hand. It's nothing. Frieren replied, as I said, we will dedicate ourselves to you. 2 weeks later, everyone seemed to have arrived at the designated location. Ron stood at the head of the group on a large rock. We're here, he announced. Below them was the village in need of help. It was a small, unremarkable village, simply a place where people lived and farmed to get by. This mission wasn't special either, it was to deal with the monsters that occasionally appeared, and caused trouble. However, why do I have this feeling that someone is watching me? There are no examiners following us. Moreover, his presence contains killing intent. It's best to find his location first. Frieren, I have something I need you to do. Frieren was curious. What is it? Ron assigned him, you will lead everyone on this mission. Frieren looked confused. Why? Ron explained, on the first mission, only Runen and I could face the snow tiger claws, so it's probably better to have you in command. Didn't you say you wanted to be like me? If so, then prove yourself with what you've learned. Frieren hesitated but then agreed. Alright, I'll show you. I will be a good commander. Ron then said, you all heard him, right? From now on, we will follow Frieren's instructions. Everyone chorused, you understand? He then turned to Martha. Martha, I'll explain to you later. Just act as you normally would. Martha turned and walked away. You don't need to tell me specifically. I'll follow your arrangements. I'm always normal. Ron watched her, a little concerned. He asked Raph, you also feel someone watching us, right? Raph said, you already knew. Well, of course, you inherited my abilities. Ron then asked, how many of them are there? Raph said with a slightly devious face, if I tell you his direction, can you guess? Ron interrupted, just one. Raph was surprised. Ron explained, because you said he, not they. Thanks for telling me. Raph became annoyed. This brat. He started to roar, but Ron just tuned him out. I can't be sure. It's just one person yet. Even if there's only one person watching me, there's a high chance his accomplices are nearby. I can't let my guard down. After thinking too much, Ron sighed. Well, this mission isn't going to be smooth. The strange leader from the other day had appeared. He was questioning his subordinates. Where are they from? One of his underlings replied, most of them are from the Zigar clan. The leader said, one of the 6 great emperors. Oh, nothing special. The subordinate added, I saw that they are just rookies. I didn't see any instructors with them, so it's very likely this is their second mission. The leader asked, were you discovered? The scout replied, of course not. I'm sure that even if I got close, they wouldn't have been able to detect me. The leader said smugly, I don't think a bunch of mediocre rookies could have detected you. Then the scout reported, but we have already controlled the orcs, and they have all left. What are the rookies doing here? The leader replied, perhaps the villagers noticed the increase in the number of monsters and requested support. But our search for the stone is too slow because we were too confident. The underling continued, we searched this place thoroughly but still haven't found it. It's probably inside the village. Should we attack now? But the leader objected. No, wait. The henchman was puzzled. But now is a good opportunity to take down those rookies. The leader said, killing a few rookies is easy, but the mana stone will be revealed. The harm would outweigh the benefit. Let them defeat a few monsters and go back as if they've completed their mission. Then, the leader put on his hood. His entire body became enraged, his muscles bulged, and his figure grew as tall as an oar. He said, when they've left, I will attack that village and destroy everything in my path. Night fell at the gathering point. Everyone was sitting together and enjoying dinner. Ron looked at the person opposite him who was about to put a piece of meat in his mouth and thought to himself, Frieren Zigar. I was a little worried about him at first, but he's doing much better than I expected. Recalling the previous events, the boy continued. He didn't use the reputation of the Zigar clan to be arrogant. Instead, he prioritized the mission of reassuring the village chief and the villagers. I can see that he's trying to do better. Sticking his fork into the fried egg on his plate, Ron thought to himself, but I probably shouldn't worry about Frieren. Even if I weren't here, Frieren and the other trainees could handle the monsters on their own. Looking out the window at the rugged mountain ranges in the distance and the snow-covered pine forest, he felt a bit uncertain. The person who was watching us while we were on the outskirts of the village is the real problem. I'm not sure, but I felt them disappear towards the mountains when we entered the village. Is the Sieghart clan testing us, or is it someone else entirely? Somewhere in the back of the boy's mind, an unpleasant feeling lingered. I guess we'll find out the answer tomorrow, he told himself. The next morning, everyone was looking down at the ground, where footprints were imprinted on the white snow. Frieren and his team were here. He looked ahead and concluded, it seems the monsters are around here. An elderly man had said that monsters appeared at this time of year, but this year there were 3 times as many as usual. We can't handle that many monsters. Exactly, we've observed over 100 monsters from here to there. That means there could be a total of over 200 of them. Based on the old man's observations and predictions, he gave an approximate number. He approached the blue-haired boy and added, the problem isn't just their numbers. I'm sure you're not familiar with the forest here. We'll prepare a guide for you so you don't get lost in the mountains. He's the fastest young man in the village, so I'm sure he'll be a help. The young man the old man mentioned yesterday was also with them. His name was Kamba, the mountain guide for Mount X. He was thinking to himself with a tired attitude, when the village chief came to see me last night, I knew something was up, but he's asking me to be a guide for the trainees of the Sieghart clan. Don't worry. A voice rang out, catching the young man's attention. Ron asserted, we guarantee we will return home safe and sound. Everyone paid attention. Someone else spoke up boldly, orcs usually fight better than other monsters, while goblins and imps play dirty with poison or other things. Frieren analyzed the monsters for his teammates. A small wound could be a fatal one, so don't let your guard down. Yes, sir, the others replied. Then the blue-haired boy turned to the side and said, 6th training ground, please surround that area. Frieren agreed. Alright, leave it to us. Then let's begin the raid on the monsters that are threatening this land. Show them the power of the Sieghart family. After his battle cry boosted the team's morale, they immediately sprang into action. In the distance, the shadows of trolls could be seen. Unflinching, Frieren stood ready to lead the charge. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wrath spoke to Ron, who was observing from a distance. Watching those fools is an exercise in stupidity. They prepare an ambush, and then they start screaming and reveal their own position. What kind of ambush is that? Ron had his own perspective. They're just shouting to overcome their own nerves. A mistake like that is understandable since this is their first raid mission. The cat-like manifestation of energy thought to himself, this one is on his first raid mission too, but instead of being nervous, he's observing the bigger picture. He's acting like a seasoned veteran. His gaze was fixed on Ron with a look of appraisal. At that moment, Frieren's group was engaged in combat with the giant trolls. Martha, Frieren, and Runan charged forward in unison. The black-haired girl seemed to be in her element, roaring, I'll annihilate all of them. Deal with the goblins and imps first, then attack the trolls, Frieren shouted, giving instructions to the team behind him as he swung his sword. Another team member, noticing something was wrong, shouted a warning. They've broken through our formation. 2 trolls are heading in the other direction. Kran, the guide, was terrified as he saw the monsters charging toward him. That the trolls are coming this way. But before they could reach him, they had to get past the imposing figure of Ron. Wah, I shouldn't have come here, the guide screamed in fear. Ron calmly leaped forward. Then, with a single slash, he took down the first troll. The second one fell with just one more swing of his blade. Once again, the young man executed his slashes and movements with swift precision to finish off the third. Ron slowly sheathed his sword. Remarkably, not a single drop of the giant monster's blood had stained him. Frieren hadn't even been able to follow his movements. He only realized what had happened when the trolls collapsed. When did they die? Ron approached him and asked, are you injured anywhere, Mr. Kran? No, I'm fine. I'm glad. I wanted to ask you something, Ron said. Are there any urban legends about this mountain? Something like a great treasure or a monster. The guide stood up and thought. An urban legend. Yes, there is one. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle took place here between the kingdom of goblins that swarmed from the west and the knightly order of this land. They say that the snow has buried the elf king's ring somewhere around here. This information sparked something in Ron. He glanced at the young man, then looked ahead, his mind racing. So that's it. The eyes I felt watching me, both now and before. They belonged to Eden. He recalled their symbol, a western dragon, representing one of the 5 demons. They were notoriously insane. Eden's goal is to resurrect the era when monsters ruled the world. They want to return to that time, viewing monsters as deities, a cult where a demon is worshipped by the masses. But if that was all there was to them, they would have been wiped out long ago. They possess the ability to control and tame monsters. Despite being human, they can also use the abilities of monsters. They are as powerful as the Sieghart clan. Their strange power is a secret that not even the most renowned families on the continent know about. It was a secret locked away in a sealed chest, surrounded by swords stuck into the ground like a warning. With a serious expression, Ron thought, but I know what that secret is. It was thanks to Durus Robert, the man who had haunted his past life until the very end. He recalled a mission from his previous life. We encountered Eden during a mission Durus ordered us to undertake. Eden killed the entire assassination squad, leaving me as the sole survivor in that hellscape. I didn't realize it at the time, but something was definitely strange. Durus, as one of the 6 kings, knew from the beginning that Eden was using mana stones. How could he have known that? And why didn't he reveal it to the world? Ron remembered that haunting expression, and began to piece everything together. Wrath, noticing his state, grew curious. What are you thinking about? I can feel a deep, dark rage within you. Ron immediately clutched his left chest. Thinking about Durus is agitating my emotions. Stay calm. Eden is what's important right now. The young man closed his eyes and calmed himself. I believe Eden's goal is to find the Elf King's mana stone. Hundreds of years have passed since the Elf King was defeated here. I'm sure an extremely powerful mana stone is buried somewhere. So their plan must be to let us complete our mission, so they can search for the mana stone after we've left. The scene shifted back to the battle, where Buren was charging toward the troll leader. I'll end this with one ultimate attack. But suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, stopping him in his tracks. Buren was surprised to see the figure who emerged from the smoke. It was Martha who had interfered, nonchalantly claiming the kill. That one was mine. Buren just sighed and sniped back, so undignified. He then turned and told his comrades, the leader is dead. Now we just need to clean up the rest. The others all cheered in celebration. Mr. Cran, Ron began, about that story of the Elf King. Has anyone ever found any treasure or jewelry in the mountains since then? Actually, the guide shared, when I was a child, the village chief went up the mountain and came back with a red jewel he found on the summit. He recounted the time he saw something similar to the mana stone the protagonist was looking for. So where is that jewel now? Most people don't pay it any mind, but the village chief buried it under his house. Ron was stunned to hear this. He clenched his fists and thought, the situation is worse than I imagined. If Eden can't find the mana stone. Cran, still oblivious, asked, huh? Is there a problem? They'll burn this village to the ground. The blonde-haired young man had already envisioned the worst-case scenario. We don't see any more orcs around. Same over here. Members of Buren's team reported back. We've completed the subjugation. Late in the afternoon, the village chief, along with a few prominent members of the village, came to express their gratitude. Thank you all for doing so much for us. You are truly as skilled as the Zeeghart name suggests. We sincerely thank you. Of course, the young man replied. I'm glad we could help. Ron watched from the back as his fellow clansmen were praised. Suddenly, an unexpected voice spoke up. Is everything going according to your plan? The voice startled the protagonist. Perched on a tree, holding an apple, the voice added, although I have no idea what you're planning. The young man looked up towards the voice. Martha. The girl casually took a bite of her apple. Ron replied, I'm not sure yet, but I'll tell you when the time is. Suddenly, the woman jumped down, interrupting him. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll follow your orders until this mission is over. She walked past him, leaving him with that message. Just then, Runan approached and asked, Ron, what are you doing here? Are you worried about something? You don't look very happy. The young man simply replied, I'm fine. There's no problem. The village chief said he's throwing a feast. Let's go. As he stared into the distance, he thought more deeply about the mysteries that only he knew. Eden won't make a move until we've left. The next day, in the outskirts of Sibiu village, the sky was clear and the trees cast long shadows. Buren seemed to feel a great sense of relief. Perfect, he thought to himself. He glanced over at Crane and continued his thoughts. We've eliminated all the monsters on Mount Sol, and we did it with very few injuries. Even though it was our first mission, we were able to complete it exceptionally. His gaze then shifted to the back where Ron was standing. Perhaps that's why Ron didn't insist on taking the lead again. His leadership is flawless. I'm not sure why he entrusted the command to me. The more he looked, the more questions he had. But then, Buren placed a hand on his chest, expressing his own confidence. But I hope he also recognizes that my leadership skills can match his. The blue-haired young man then addressed the entire team. Let's move out quickly. And so, the group traveled until dusk. Ron was walking quietly at the back when he suddenly stopped and spoke up. Everyone, halt. The other team members found this strange and turned their gazes towards him. What is it? We can't go on. It's still too early to make camp. This is when the real mission begins, the blonde-haired young man announced. What do you mean, Ron? As I said, the mission isn't over yet. What are you talking about? Buren was confused. We defeated all the orcs and even cleaned up the area. So what do you mean by that? The blue-haired young man argued that they had done enough for their first mission. But Ron replied, our mission is to defeat the monsters and protect the village. So what's the problem? Ron cut in and began to explain. Someone was watching us just now. What? Ron recalled seeing a shadow hiding behind a tree branch while they were on the move. They were following us for about an hour before they disappeared. You could say it was an instructor, but I clearly sensed hostility, far too much hostility to be an instructor. I felt those prying eyes even before we set foot in the village. And I felt them disappear once we were far enough away. Are you serious? Frieren was shocked to hear this. Martha came forward and asked further. Wait, even before we arrived here. To be precise, from the moment we reached the hills near the village. So the reason you gave command to Frieren was? The girl finally realized Ron's true intentions. Right. I concealed my presence to better sense the enemy. Frieren, who was at the back, was just as surprised but remained calm as he reasoned to himself. I bet he sensed this during our wager as well. His tactical sense, and his other senses are far superior to even the instructors. I didn't even know we were being watched. Frieren asked once more, just to be sure. That's the reason you gave me command. Ron nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I thought that if you became the commander, you could take good care of the rookies. Recalling the time the blue-haired young man had sent troops to fight the orcs, Ron praised him. You did a very good job. I'm sure the enemy thought you were the leader of the rookies because of that, and they didn't pay any attention to me. Placing a hand on his kinsman's shoulder, Ron asserted, you are a true Zeehart. I will recommend you as the second-in-command rookie when we return. Frieren could only look down, a little ashamed, thinking, damn it, I thought I was on par with Ron, but he was actually just learning more about the enemy while no one was paying attention. I didn't even know about it and was happy thinking I was his equal. From the beginning, monsters were creatures that couldn't communicate with other beings. But on this mission, the orcs and goblins were working together. That meant the enemy had used some kind of magic to control the monsters. Ron concluded, our first mission is to protect the village. That mission is not over yet because there is still a potential danger threatening the village. A pair of crimson eyes were watching, ready to seize the stone at any moment. Returning to the present, he announced, we are going back to the village, but we have to be very discreet so that the enemy doesn't realize we're returning. It would be good if we had the right equipment for this, but unfortunately, we don't. But then Dorian came forward, pulling out a pile of equipment and showing it to the team. Is this enough discreet equipment? The man named and asked, where did you get all this? The moss green-haired young man replied nonchalantly, I brought it just in case. He brought a whole 40 of them just in case. It's never a bad thing to be well prepared, is it? Good, very good. Although it was a bit unbelievable, he still praised his optimistic teammate. Alright then, we'll proceed as we practiced in stealth training. Frieren, please. Inform a nearby branch of the Zeehart clan about our current situation. You're the fastest in this team. The blonde young man, after receiving the order, was a bit startled but then agreed. Alright. After his friend left, Ron turned back and said, everyone, from now on, follow my orders at all costs. I will not accept any acts of defiance. 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary hiding place behind Mounts, one of the scouts returned and reported to the leader. They've finally all left. We had to check the other side to be sure, but there were no problems. Then we will begin the plan. Reverting, the leader transformed into a giant orc with an iron helmet on his head. He then let out a tremendous roar. He stepped outside, surrounded by a horde of other orcs under his command, also prepared for the conquest. Kill them. At the leader's command, the orcs ran towards the village with the intention to attack. Don't let a single one escape, the leader added as a reminder. At that moment, from a hard-to-detect position, Frieren looked down and saw the horde of orcs moving in a swarm, his voice trembling. There really are more of them. The young man showed a sense of urgency and voiced his opinion, we really have to take them all down this time. But Ron thought otherwise. No, it's not time yet. I thought I told you someone was watching us. Not the eyes of a monster, but of a human. We still haven't identified the enemy. And calmly analyzed. But Frieren was not so calm. He argued loudly, but look at how many orcs there are, the village won't be able to stop all of them. The blonde young man remained calm and presented his own argument. But if we intervene now and lose, we will all die. We better intervene now if we want to save the village. Frieren retorted. Don't you remember the instructor said that understanding the mission is extremely important? It's not time yet, Ron reaffirmed. Then the young man told the other skilled members some important information. And we have to be even more careful because the enemy is from Eden. Wait. Eden. Frieren and Martha showed surprised expressions. The black-haired girl asked again, you mean Eden from the 5 demons? They could be from Eden or a lord-class monster, so we need to be careful. Frieren looked down and began to understand what had just shared. I can understand how strong Eden is, and you're right. The blue-haired young man turned back and said to the captain, but if we don't act now, half the village will die. Are we supposed to wait here while the enemy slaughters the people? I thought you were someone worthy of the name Zeehart, but this is wrong. We have to act now. The green-haired man was starting to lose his patience, and his voice had a hint of bitterness. Placing a hand on his chest, Frieren affirmed, "That's what a swordsman of the Zeheart clan should do." Just like that, he left his comrades above and rushed down the slope alone with a message. "Don't care if you follow me or not. Anyone among you who believes themselves to be a true swordsman of the Zeheart clan, follow me. I am going now." At that moment, Runan stepped forward and replied. Then she also jumped down the slope, preparing to join the effort to stop the horde. A few other members also thought, Lord Frieren is right. As people of the Zeheart clan, it's shameful to be afraid just because the opponent is one of the 5 demons. That's right, we are rookies in the alliance of the 6 emperors. We're going too. We must quickly protect the village and the villagers. Like a chain reaction, a series of team members followed Frieren and advanced. Frieren was also rallying his comrades. 6th training ground, have you pulled yourselves together? We will help the 5th training ground attack the phantoms of Black Eden. Yes, sir. Now, only a few people remained with Ron. The young man thought to himself, everything is happening just as I predicted. Based on my observations, Frieren and the other rookies, with their personalities, wouldn't be able to tolerate injustice and would rush to stop Eden and the monsters. That's why I sent Runan an aura message to follow them first. With Frieren, Runan, and Crane all there, even Eden wouldn't be able to withstand them if something went wrong. He then turned back and asked the girl leaning against a tree. Martha, why didn't you go? I thought you'd be the first to run off. The girl replied nonchalantly, I told you, I'll follow your orders to the end. This made Ron a little happy, though he sighed and smiled faintly. Then the young man said to those who remained, all right, in that case, we'll go to that village just like them. But hide your presence as much as possible while moving. Eden's reinforcements are surely hiding somewhere, not on the front lines. Looking towards the mountain ranges, he thought to himself, I can feel a particularly strong killing intent coming from the mountain, not from the village. The 5th and 6th training grounds can handle the remaining enemies, but if they face that one directly, they could be in danger. But that's only if they face him head on. Assassinating him is another matter. Don't take the orcs' attacks head on. Retreat and then counterattack. A reminder came while slaying one. Someone was directing the other team members on how to minimize risks. If fighting them alone is too difficult, then form teams. Remember, if we can't stop them here, the village will be in danger. Frieren directed while also participating in the fight, which severely depleted his stamina. These orcs are more ferocious than the ones we fought yesterday, but if it's just this many, protecting the village won't be a problem. The problem is that as long as Black Eden, our enemy, is still around, they won't stop here. The young man continued to reason, then let out a curse. Damn it. In the end, Ron was right. The green-haired leader then said to his comrades, all troops, watch out for dangers from above and from the camouflaged forest. One of the rookies panicked and said, oh, impossible, it's the green phantom corpse of Black Eden. From the trees, a group of people in black attire appeared as if they were reinforcements. Seeing this, Frieren knew he had made a disastrous move. Goblins and hooded figures. It's definitely them. I expected them to come, but I didn't expect so many of them. A quick glance revealed at least 40 of them. We have to play our cards right if we want to fight this many enemies. Then, Frieren gave the order. Crane, you hold off the orcs with the remaining people. Don't let them enter the village. Runan, use your cold air to freeze the feet of the orcs and the green phantoms. I will charge forward. Understood. The girl acknowledged the order and immediately executed her skill. I will freeze all of them. Focusing her power into her sword, she unleashed a wave of cold air around her. The white gusts of wind solidified into bands of ice. They rushed towards the orcs and held them in place. Ice pillar. This made the monsters unable to move. Frieren took this opportunity to show off his own skill, flowing sword style, autumn wind sword. Then, with one step, he leaped high into the air, heading towards the monsters. The young man spun around with his enchanted sword, aiming to quickly eliminate some of the monsters in his path. But then he realized his landing spot was in the sights of one of the green phantoms. The phantom used a hidden weapon from his mouth to assassinate Frieren, but luckily, the young man managed to dodge it in time. The other members were not as agile. They could only raise their hands to shield themselves as a volley of poison needles rained down from the sky. Poison needles are falling from the sky. Use your aura to block them or use footwork to dodge them, Frieren shouted. But then one of the rookies spotted a poison bag being thrown down and announced, Lord Frieren, they threw down a bag of poison gas. Damn it, this poison is stronger than the poison the monsters use. Everyone, cover your mouths. After realizing the urgency of the situation, the blue-haired young man gave the order for everyone to follow. But some were not quick enough to act on the instructions and were affected by the poison, causing them to become exhausted. Forget aura. I can't even lift my sword anymore. Frieren was helpless, his sword trembling in his grip. In that one moment, not only the remaining members but I also inhaled the poison gas. My body won't move as I want it to. Runan's complexion was also fading. But the orcs and the green phantoms are completely fine. At this rate, he glanced at his friend and concluded, they will wipe us out. Just when he was at his most helpless, another large explosion occurred in front of him. The green-haired man was surprised. This energy, this destructive power, it was him who had come down to provide support. Along with the other rookies, she gave the order. Let's replace these idealistic fools and clean up Eden's trash. Don't let a single one escape. Reinforcements. Lady Martha and the reinforcements are here. The other team members were overjoyed at the sight. If they had been even a moment later, we would have passed out from the poison. Get up and fight. Frieren was also secretly relieved. They still don't see Ron anywhere, but with Martha and reinforcements, we can turn the tide. If things continue like this, we'll be able to win. The assassins, having tasted the blades of the Z-Heart swordsman, began to flee. What kind of trainees are this strong? Let's run. If we stay, we'll die. But a large foot blocked their path. Are you trying to desert the battlefield? At that moment, a terrifying sound rang out, creating an unbearable pressure. A presence far more powerful than anyone I've ever faced. A green war troll. Champion of the orc tribe. And it can speak the human tongue. The group now faced an opponent of a completely different caliber. Eden's green war troll. Frieren spoke up. What is a warrior like you doing here? The orc chieftain replied, I received a report that you had returned. Did you come back after realizing our plan to ambush you, hoping to stop it? For trainees, you are quite skilled. From what I've observed of your strength, that black-haired woman seems quite strong. The leader's attention turned to Martha. He lifted his greatsword and added, but if you know what you're up against and want to keep your lives, you should leave quietly. The reason you will all die here today is because you don't know your place. Despite his massive body, his attack speed was terrifyingly fast. In an instant, he swung his cumbersome sword, bringing it to Frieren's neck. A loud crash echoed across the battlefield. In less than a minute, all three of them had been rendered unable to fight by the monster. The trainees in the back were horrified. With just one blow. All three of them. Where is Sir Crane? Sir Crane is dealing with the trolls by the wooden fence. Damn it. What about Sir Ron? There's no way he'll show himself after seeing that. Oh, you can still stand. The orc praised Martha as she struggled to get back up. It seems you are the best of the trash here. Of course that's to be expected, since you were able to sense our presence. But even so, you are just a newly sprouted seedling that I will crush under my foot. Mediocre insects with no effort, no power, and no discipline. Your luck has run out. The orc chieftain continued to taunt them. He raised his blade high and declared, all of you will die here today. No. A voice accompanied by a flash of fire. Ron suddenly appeared from behind, unleashing his fire technique. You're the one who's going to die, the young man retorted. He closed in on the monster. With a single strike, he severed one of its arms. 10,000 flames cultivation, first form, revolving flame. The orc's arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the clean cut. That was a pretty good ambush, the green war troll complimented. But it seems you didn't think I had a way to keep your blade from my neck. The young man turned back with a look of disappointment. You damn lunatic. Sacrificing an arm for that. But what I really wanted was yet to come. Even though it was a surprise attack, your skill is impressive to be able to sever my arm, the promising-looking man said. But that's as far as you go. The giant orc continued, looking at your current state, it's clear you've used up most of your strength in that attack. He's right, Ron thought to himself as his sword hand trembled. I pushed myself too hard with the intention of ending this with that surprise attack, so now I can't even stand steady. Ron spoke up, are you the one in charge here? You lunatics never act as expected. The troll replied, do you think my superiors would show themselves for a puny village like this? For such a pretty face, you've got a sharp tongue. The giant swung his blade, preparing for the next attack. Let's see how long you can keep that up. He immediately dashed towards Ron at high speed. Ron was surprised by this movement. I haven't fully recovered. But neither has he. He swung his own sword to block the attack. The orc hadn't expected this. You can withstand it. You're better than I thought. If I couldn't even handle that, I might as well give up being a swordsman. The giant's rage seemed to escalate as he swung his blade once more with determination. That's a good mindset to have, the giant praised Ron's spirit as they fought. The two of them continued to exchange blows. From the side, Frieren couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? That green war troll took us down with a single blow. And yet, he's fighting on even terms with him. Not only that, but he's also using a continuous sword combination, just like me. The blue-haired young man watched in silent admiration. I thought I had caught up to him. Looking at the battle, a sense of disappointment washed over Frieren. Martha came to his side and explained, that's his true strength. What he showed before was just the tip of the iceberg. But even so, it's not enough. It may look like Ron is on even ground, but he hasn't had time to recover his strength and aura. He used it all up in that surprise attack. The two leaders continued to fight, while the other two could only stand and analyze. A worried expression crossed Martha's face. Can he really defeat the green war troll with the little strength he has left? Runan came up from behind, apparently still conscious after the orc's attack. We have to help Ron, she stated. The black-haired woman sighed. Can't you see we're also trying to conserve our strength? You're even weaker than us. What can you possibly do? If you charge in there, even a single mistake will get you killed in one hit. So what? With determined eyes, Runan gripped her sword and stepped forward. I thought she'd be scared, but she's calmer than usual. Does this mean she's different from when she was chasing after Ron? Martha was a little surprised by the change in the girl before her. Frieren also spoke up. I feel ashamed for even hesitating when Runan is. As Runan said, we have to help Ron. Have you forgotten the last attack? Do you think the three of us rushing in together will make any difference? Turning his head back, the blue-haired young man said, even so, I can't just turn my back and let my comrade fend for himself. We are swordsmen of Sieghart. Martha had no other choice. She was convinced by the actions of the two before her. Fine. But if anything goes wrong, you'll have to take responsibility. Let's risk our lives and fight. And with that, they all moved towards the battlefield. Back where the duel was taking place, the orc remarked, for a trainee to last this long against me is truly amazing. You're so talented that I want to recruit you into Eden. What is your name? The young man replied, Ron. The monster's eyes grew sharper. He asked further, wait. Are you a direct descendant of the Sieghart family? Your hair and eye color made me suspicious. It seems the blood of the Northern King of Destruction runs thick in your veins. From the information the orc knew, he saw the image of Glenn Sieghart within the young man. The monster tensed his body and continued, I take back my recruitment offer. In this situation, I will use any means necessary, at any cost, to eliminate you. He let out a deafening roar. A black aura enveloped the monster chieftain's body. His movement speed increased unnaturally. In an instant, he swung his blade once more, bringing it to Ron's neck. The young man was completely taken by surprise. This madman, he's faster. Ron ducked to avoid the blow. Is he using his own life force to draw out more power? I'm barely holding on with the ring of fire, and I haven't even fully recovered. Suddenly he noticed a shadow behind the orc, preparing for a sneak attack. It was Martha. Having not drawn the monster's attention, she easily carved a large gash along the monster's body. The chieftain turned around in a rage. You little shrimp, you dare. But then, another wave of cold air washed over the monster. Runan used her ice magic to slow the troll's movements. A spirit's breath. As soon as she finished her technique, she signaled for Frieren to move. The young man quickly closed in on the monster's position. He leaped high into the air, his sword poised to strike. Fallen Star swordplay, starlight combination. Frieren unleashed a flurry of attacks on the enemy's body. But unfortunately, he was caught by the monster's massive hand. The troll sneered, do you think such pathetic tricks can defeat me? It seems you've underestimated me. If you're not at least at the level of that golden-haired brat, you'll never be able to touch me. Though injured, the blue-haired youth replied with a confident expression. As you said, it's hard to defeat you with the attacks we just used. But at least it bought some time. What? Below, Martha was channeling her power, accumulating more energy. Giant's aura, flowing force. The ground sank under the weight of the aura radiating from her body. Taking her stance, she shouted, let's see if you can block this. A critical strike with the power of a giant, she gave the orc no chance to parry. This infuriated the monster chieftain. He roared, you brats. He then swung his arm forcefully, throwing Frieren towards Martha. The two of them collided, and were sent flying into a nearby tree. The orc then turned his attention to the small fry who had attacked him earlier. Know your place, you insects. But then, Ron, from behind, had finished preparing his own attack. It wasn't meaningless, the young man said. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to your efforts, I've had enough time to recover. A rich source of energy erupted from his body. Looking at his unconscious comrades who had supported him, the young man added, I swear I won't let the opportunity you all risked your lives to create go to waste. Leave everything to me. The orc sensed the danger and turned to ask, how can you still have so much power? Who in the world are you? Ron raised his sword high and answered, Green war troll of Eden, you should feel honored. This is the first time I've used the skill on an enemy. I thought I couldn't use it yet, but thanks to the enlightenment I received in this battle, I can now. 10,000 flames cultivation, flame fist gale. A large pillar of fire erupted in the direction the sword was pointing. The young man's expression was a stark contrast to the intense heat his skill created. The orc leader thought to himself, those flames. They're different from what he showed before. My instincts tell me they are very dangerous. No matter the cost, I have to kill him now. Die. With those thoughts in his head, he charged at the young man with all his might once again. But just as he lunged, the boy also swung his sword down, a straight line towards the orc's body. It seemed Ron's attack speed was slightly faster than the orc's. What remained on the battlefield was the giant's body, standing tall but motionless. The young man's gaze remained fixed on his enemy. Suddenly, the orc's head fell, leaving only. Not only that, but his entire body had been split in two and collapsed to the ground. Ron was splattered with his blood, his face showing clear exhaustion as he breathed heavily, looking down at the corpse at his feet. Runen couldn't hide her surprise at what her friend had just accomplished. Martha and Biren, as soon as they recovered, also came forward to express their astonishment. Ron. He really defeated a green phantom combatant. Raising his blood-stained sword high, the young man loudly announced to his comrades, "Everyone, it's not over yet, the green phantom corpse is still here. For the peace and prosperity of the kingdom, kill them all." As if invigorated, everyone drew their swords and shouted, "Yes, sir." A short while later, the remaining remnants of the green phantom corpse had been found and eliminated. Suddenly, Biren walked up to men and called out, "Hey, Ron Zieghart, you were right. If it weren't for you, and the timely intervention of the reinforcements, we probably would have all died. Moreover, the villagers we were supposed to protect would have died too." The blue-haired youth's expression fell as he added, "Thank you for saving us, and I'm sorry for not listening to you. It's just that, even though you mentioned it, I still didn't pay attention to the village. Turning a blind eye to injustice because of weakness is not something a swordsman of the Zieghart clan should do." He placed a hand on his chest and declared, "Yes." But contrary to the young man's enthusiasm, Min just turned his back and replied with a short word, making the blue-haired man freeze up a bit. What? You fought with everything you had. The fact that I was able to win against the Green Phantom was partly thanks to your efforts." Not just to Biren, but his words were also directed at Runen and Martha behind him. Holding the sword in his hand, Ron showed no sign of ease. Even the absence of a single person could have led to unforeseeable consequences. "So, thanks you. I really mean it." The young man stood between the three of them and expressed his gratitude. Biren, hearing this, was somewhat embarrassed and turned away with a stammer. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I will become stronger so that this never happens again. That way, I won't need your help anymore." But not paying much attention to the boy's words, Min turned to the black-haired girl and spoke. "You did well too, Martha. I had a chance to recover thanks to you. Thank you for following my orders." The young man walked over and said it directly to the girl. Martha gave a slight smile. Then the girl left, saying, "If I can't even follow orders, I might as well be dead. I'm going to the village to help them. Do whatever you want." After the girl left, Ron looked down, his hand on his knee for balance, and thought to himself, "Is this over?" It seemed the last technique had exhausted him. He slowly leaned back, losing consciousness. "Damn it, I relaxed too soon. I can't feel my legs anymore." But then, Runen knelt down and caught the young man from behind. "Ron, are you alright?" "Runen, you were here all along. How did you know I was about to fall?" The young man was very surprised to see his friend. Runen thought for a moment, then with a cold expression, replied, "Just like at the training academy. It's as if all your strength was drained out." "I thought so." Ron, with drowsy eyes, replied in his heart, "It seems it's not just me who cares about them, they also care a lot about me." "Thank you," the young man said to the girl. But then something appeared that caught his attention. The system's notification board popped up. "You have demonstrated your abilities by surpassing your own limits in the difficult battle just now. All stats increased by 1. You have successfully ambushed a stronger opponent. You have received the special skill Shadowless Strike. You have defeated an opponent of a higher level than yourself. You have received the title Unwavering Heart. Status window name, Ron Zieghart title, Unwavering Heart state, Cursed special skills, Wrath, Fire resistance 4 stars, 10,000 flames cultivation 3 stars, Ring of Fire 3 stars, Master of Senses 4 stars, Water resistance 1 star, Shadowless Strike 1 star agility, 58 strength, 57 stamina, 59 energy, 42 perception, 64 reading the information. He thought to himself, killing that green phantom combatant was a pretty good harvest. All my stats increased, and I even got a new skill and title. I'll take a closer look later. Not wanting to rely on others for too long, Ron stood up and said to his friend Runen, "I'm feeling much better now. You go back to the village and help them. I'll go check the surroundings for any remaining danger." Finding a secluded spot, the young man sat on a rock and reviewed his information. "This Unwavering Heart title is more useful than I thought. Unwavering Heart, this title is bestowed upon those with a steadfast will, who do not waver when facing a powerful opponent. Effect, when fighting a stronger opponent, all your stats will increase by 3. Looking at it, Min thought 3 may seem low, but as I get stronger, that number will be very significant. From now on, I'll have to fight enemies much stronger than me, so it will be very useful. Shadowless strike 1 star when performing certain assassination techniques, your presence will be reduced, and the critical chance of the attack will increase. Shadowless strike seems to be a special assassin type skill. If I had gotten it before fighting that guy, I probably could have killed him on the first ambush, Ron reasoned. Wrath also appeared at this moment. This guy looked at the young man's stats and couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, just by defeating one low-level monster, you got so many good rewards. This system was created by me, but how can this be? And just casually thanked him. Thanks to you, I'm getting stronger quickly. Thanks, Ref. This seemed to be taunting the cat. It said fiercely, I won't let you die an easy death. I will flay you and drink your blood, letting you die in agony. If you can do it, then go ahead. Ron gently waved goodbye and left. Behind him, the energy cat wailed loudly. A while later, in the village, the rookies were helping the villagers repair the structures destroyed by the orcs. Bring the wood over here for a bit. Where are the scraps from before? The wooden fence is finished. Ron seemed to have woken up from his sleep. The young man sat up, holding his head, and said to himself, I only meant to rest for a bit, but I ended up falling asleep. He opened the door and went outside. Seeing everyone working actively, the young man thought, it seems they finished repairing the fence while I was asleep. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Ron, you. Oh wait. Runen came over with a bucket of water. How are you feeling? I feel much better after a good sleep. Then hurry up, everyone is waiting for you. Who's waiting for me? The young man seemed to be unaware of what had happened while he was asleep. The people of the village of Expo, a husband and wife, were bowing to express their gratitude. Along with the village elder, he and all the villagers stood in the same posture and spoke. On behalf of the villagers, we thank you all, the swordsmen of Sieghart. Thank you for protecting us. You all risked danger to protect us. If it weren't for you, this village would probably have been destroyed. Everyone felt a debt of gratitude for having their lives saved. We will always remember this. Ron was a bit surprised by this scene. The young man turned around and saw his comrades were also there. I can feel it, he said while looking at the friends who had gone through life and death with him. The respect from my comrades and the sincere gratitude from the villagers. This is the first time I felt this way. In my past life, when I lived as an assassin, doing good was something I never did. My steps were only marked by darkness. The only thing that mattered was life or death. No one knew my name, no one knew my face. It was all because of that bastard Duras Robert. The soulless eyes from that time still haunted the young man. All the dirty work I did, the people I killed, just to get his recognition. But now I have to live a different life. Thinking of that villain's feigned holy expression in front of the public, he told himself, have I ever thought like this before? The young man asked himself, standing among the villagers with his comrades. Clenching his fist, Ron continued to think, I can feel ambition rising within me, desire taking over my inner self. From now on, I will live as a swordsman. I will see this scene many more times. The young man directed his gaze towards the gradually brightening moon, and told himself, a dim light, but one that will never go out. That is the ideal of my life. That evening, everyone was happily enjoying a peaceful evening in the streets. Ron went to the bald old man and asked, Village Chief, do you have a moment? I have something I want to ask you. Ron. All right. He turned around and agreed. A short while later, in a more deserted area, the old man got straight to the point. So what did you want to ask about? Do you know who controlled the orcs to attack the village this time? The young man asked. The blue-haired swordsman told me. I heard it was one of the 5 demons, Eden. He added, I don't understand why they would target this village. This is just a small, nameless village. The protagonist suggested, during the battle, I heard Canva say that you once brought a red gem back from Mount Ebu. The elder immediately realized, I did find one on the mountain when I was young and brought it back to the village. No. It can't. Suddenly, the old man's tone changed. That's right, Eden is targeting that gem, Ron confirmed. This made the old man's eyebrows furrow. So you're saying all this chaos is because of that thing? I almost destroyed the village with my own hands. We managed to stop them this time, but as long as that Duel remains here, Eden will continue to attack. How can this be? The village chief lamented. After I buried the Duel, our fields became more fertile and the village grew warmer, so we came to see it as our guardian deity. I never imagined it was a cursed stone that would attract those dark elves. What should we do? Should we dig it up now and throw it away? He pleaded for the young man's advice. No, I will take it with me, Ron replied. What? You will? The young man explained, Eden views humanity as a sacrifice for their second coming. Even if you discard the Duel, they will still search for it. I will take it back to Sieghart. But then, Eden will target Sieghart. We can't place such a danger upon you. The village chief's voice was laced with worry for the young man. It's all right. That is the path of a Sieghart. Ron placed a hand on his chest, accepting the responsibility. The old man fell into a thoughtful silence. After a moment of consideration, he bowed his head once more to express his gratitude. Once again, Zeehart has shown us boundless kindness. Once again. Ron seemed not to understand the meaning behind the man's words. The village chief began to recount. Decades ago, when I was a little older than you are now, the current head of house, Glenn Zeehart, saved this village. He recalled the moment that man single-handedly faced a horde of trolls. The head of house. Ron was surprised to hear this. He still remember it vividly. He saved the village from a pack of monsters, just as you did. He smiled kindly at us and treated us with respect. As he spoke, the image of the young man from all those years ago appeared in the chief's mind. Ron, however, could only picture the perpetually grumpy face of his old man. A friendly smile. Unimaginable, given his current demeanor. The village chief then turned away. Heavens, this old man's meaningless story has gone on for too long. Please follow me, I will show you where the jewel is. Arriving at a patch of land, the old man bent down and began to dig a hole. It's buried here. To think that the thing we believed was protecting our village was actually a cursed object. Ron asked, what is that cloth wrapped around the stone? Ah, it's a piece of cloth that has been passed down in my family for generations. We used it to wrap the stone to hide its brilliant red glow before burying it. When the object was handed to Ron, the young man could still see the powerful light emanating from the stone, even through the layer of cloth. After witnessing the artifact, Ron thought to himself, this is the Goblin King's Mana Stone. If this falls into Eden's hands, a new monster with the power of the Goblin King will be born. The young man told the man before him, Chief, first, let's wrap it back up in the cloth. Now it makes sense. A voice rang out from nowhere. That cloth conceals the Mana Stone's aura, which is why they couldn't find it despite scoring the entire mountain. Otherwise, this village would have been reduced to dust long ago. A tall, bald, and incredibly muscular man covered in scars stood beside them, having appeared without a sound. He raised a hand to his chin in contemplation. On reflex, Ron's hand went to his sword as he took a defensive stance. This bastard. Who is he? What? He got this close, and I didn't sense him at all. Me? Who knows? The man laughed loudly, and snapped his fingers. An orc-shaped mask appeared in his hand. Who do you think I am? That mask, it looks like an orc. Are you the blood-crazed demon? The young man deduced. The bald man replied, Ho ho, you recognize this mask. As expected of a Zeehart trainee, your senses are incredible. This man is indeed Eden's blood-crazed demon. The man narrowed his eyes and added, and with that unpredictable power, you must be the swordsman who killed the green war troll. Ron spoke. And you must be the superior that the green war troll mentioned. He said you wouldn't come here. The man placed the mask on his face, and his body gradually began to change color. It's true I pawned that mission off on the green war troll. If he hadn't died, I wouldn't have had to come here. In other words, I am here because of you. An alarmingly dark aura erupted from the man. Ron felt it and thought, this overwhelming killing intent is paralyzing my entire body. Not just me now, even if all the trainees in Sibiu village teamed up, we couldn't win. Wrath also appeared, stating bluntly, Ron, you don't stand a chance of defeating him. Right now, you have two options. You can either die fighting him in despair, or you can surrender your body to me. The energy cat smiled and made his offer. The man had now completed his transformation. He stumped heavily on the ground. Those are your only two viable options. Faced with a clearly superior opponent, the cat presented Ron with a difficult choice. Back in the village, everyone was still gathered. Burin spoke up, what are you doing here? Martha, standing right next to him, replied, I came to see if you were fixing the fence properly. Not bad. It seems you have more of a knack for carpentry than swordsmanship. The jab slightly irritated Burin. He moved closer to her and clarified, once you're done inspecting, shut your mouth and leave. The black-haired girl disagreed, continuing to provoke him. Hey, you need to remember your place. You can't order your older sister around like that. There's only one person who can give me orders, you know. At that moment, they both noticed a person with distinctive white hair approaching with a basket of fruit. What are you doing? I brought fruit, Runan replied. The villagers already picked some, why did you? Runan stated her intentions plainly. These are Frieren. I picked them for un. War the sight. You're so thoughtful. Anyone would think you two were married. The white-haired girl walked past with a blank expression. I'm going now. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from behind them, shaking the entire village. Runan, sensing something was wrong, turned to check. She inadvertently cried out, Ron. Immediately, she dashed towards the explosion, leaving the fruit basket rolling on the ground. That's the direction Ron and the village chief were in. It's an emergency. Grab your weapons and inform Crane and the 6 officers. The group rushed towards the village chief's house. It's the chief's house. What's going on? Ron, if you're okay, answer meh. But then, another explosion erupted in front of them. Ron, cradling the village chief, was sent flying out. Ron, the young man seemed to have been holding on for a while, both of them were covered in wounds. He was out of breath, his head bleeding. Ron. The young man then threw the chief to Buren. Catch him. The blue-haired swordsman quickly reached out to catch the chief. Ron struggled to his feet and ordered, "Everyone, get out of here now." With a serious and urgent gaze, he urged, "Take the chief to safety and leave immediately." Martha, confused, demanded an explanation. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, an extremely powerful tremor occurred beneath their feet. I can't breathe. Buren collapsed to his knees. Runen and Martha were also unable to move. "It feels like my lungs are being crushed. What is this pressure?" A pair of giant feet stepped into view. "Oh my, it seems there are still many cute little things around here." That form. "That's the armor of a demon ogre," the group exclaimed in shock. "Is he one of Eden's leaders?" Eden's leader spoke. "He can't even withstand this level of pressure. How pathetic for those who bear the Sieghart name." Runen and Martha were stunned, humiliated and unable to do anything. "Do we want to die?" Ron roared. "Snap out of it." At his shout, the two girls managed to regain their composure. They looked at their blonde-haired friend and listened. "If you just stand there like fools, we'll all be annihilated. Focus your aura to overcome the pressure and get up. Buren, split off and evacuate the villagers." The blue-haired young man accepted the order. "I understand, I'll be back soon." Martha, Runen, stay behind and create a diversion. The two women drew their swords, preparing for battle. "Don't engage him directly, just observe the situation," Ron commanded. Now in a three-person formation against the strongest enemy, the young man didn't forget to remind them. "Remember what Instructor Rimmer always told us. We must surpass our own limits. Now is that time. We need to push past our limits, both physically and mentally." The ogre smiled. "Ha, I like your spirit. I wonder if surpassing your limits will be enough." A cruel and contemptuous expression appeared on his face. Ron glanced behind him and thought, "The trainees and the residents are behind me. Everything will be over the moment I take a single step back. I have to find an opening and sever his head." He shifted his footing, taking a defensive stance. "I can't convince myself that I can do this. It feels like I'm facing an endless cliff. It was difficult in my past life, let alone this one." The Eden leader was still talking leisurely. "You acted as if you were going to attack immediately, but you're just standing there and watching. Well, whatever works." He crouched down, gathering his power, placing both hands on the ground and kicking his legs back. With a burst of divine speed, his figure vanished in an instant. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." It didn't take long for him to close the distance and prepare to attack Ron. The young man didn't realize it until he was almost upon him. He's even faster than before. Immediately, Ron used his skill. 10,000 Flames Cultivation, Heavenly Fire, a fiery attack aimed at the monster. "Heavenly Fire," the monster said, then threw a punch forward, instantly neutralizing the young man's technique. Ron couldn't believe his technique had been snuffed out so easily. He blocked the punch with his sword, thinking, "At least I anticipated this outcome." But the sheer weight of the attack still sent him flying back towards the cliff behind him. All that remained in the young man's eyes was shock. He's breaking through the flames of the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. "Ew, I have to block it." I just barely managed to change the trajectory of his punch. If I hadn't been able to read the flow of his strike with the Ring of Fire, I would have died on the spot. Gathering his aura once more, the young man intended to try again. They must be watching the fight now. I have to let them observe his movements as much as possible. It's necessary for us to have even a 1 chance of survival. Seeing the young whelp charging at him, Eden's leader laughed heartily. Ha, that's right. That's the spirit." He stumped down on the ground again, crouching to gather his power. Once more, he leaped high into the air. If the flame is extinguished with just one punch, it's no fun at all. In midair, he was preparing for his next attack. Taking advantage of gravity, he descended like a bullet. Ron couldn't execute any skills in this situation. He was completely passive but still managed to step back to avoid the powerful attack from the Eden leader. A massive explosion occurred in the forest. The orc stood up and remarked, "Your flames surpass the level of ordinary aura." As foolish as that green phantom was, I still found it strange that he was defeated. However, seeing your power, I now understand. That makes it all the more regrettable. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why? Eden paused his attack to chat. Of course, I know. Using his sword to keep himself from collapsing, the young man replied, "The helmet you're wearing has the properties of a Cerberus, the king of the forest. They can destroy a castle even with countless flaming arrows piercing their bodies. An iron-blooded demon can use the properties of that ore." Eden replied, "In that case, you should be well aware of this. No matter how much aura you try to release, it will be useless against me." What a pity. Ron thought, if my flames are meaningless, I just need to use something else. What? The young man then changed his sword stance as well as his attribute. A cold chill suddenly enveloped the battlefield around his body. Wait, this coal. After seeing what the young man was demonstrating, the orc thought, first, that incredible fire-based aura was surprising enough. And now you're using a water-based aura of equivalent power. Your high-level attributes and aura control at such a young age. Who are you? A question was posed to Ron. The young man replied, do you need to know? You'll soon die at my hands anyway. He had, look how arrogant you are, Eden sneered. Let's see how long that will of yours lasts. With that, they both lunged at each other. At that moment, all the other trainees were also moving towards the explosion. Frieren arrived and couldn't believe his eyes. Hey. The blue-haired swordsman was surprised to see Ron still holding on. The aura he's using is ice instead of fire, as usual. Can he use 2 types of aura? Moreover, the pressure around him and his aura blay. When did he become a sword expert? Frieren couldn't help but ask as Ron's power advanced at a divine speed. Anyone who uses a weapon, including a sword, is classified based on their aura skill. Those who have just learned to use aura are novices. Those who are familiar with aura and can separate it from their body to channel it into their weapon are called weapon users. Then there are those who have trained their aura endlessly and can release it into their surroundings. These are the ones who can use sword energy, called aura experts. Back to the battle, while observing Ron and Eden fighting, the young man thought, that means Ron has reached the level of an expert who can use sword energy. That should have been impossible. Yet, he's fighting the iron-blooded demon, who is known to be an expert. Frieren broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. The blonde young man was still continuously trading blows with the giant orc. Every sword strike, every punch that both sides threw left a massive aftershock. But even though he was fighting the iron-blooded demon, he still hadn't been able to inflict any significant damage. Can he somehow ignore the difference in power? While analyzing, the blue-haired swordsman suddenly noticed Ron's gaze directed at him. The young man seemed to have something to say in his eyes. Frieren deduced, Ron just looked me straight in the eye. He's saying he'll create an opening, and needs us to coordinate our attacks. Having spent so much time training together at the 5th training ground, they could communicate with just a glance. He then turned to look at Martha and Runan. Both girls understood, and nodded in confirmation. Gripping his sword tightly, Frieren thought, that's right, we are Z-Hearts. We have to protect this village. For a moment, all 3 of them had the same thought. If Ron is with us, we can do it. And was now using the ice aura accumulated in his sword to stab at the monster. Eden also used his steel-like fists to counter, but it seemed he had felt a bit of the cold on his arm. Realizing this, Ron shouted, now's the time. Attack. After the command, the young man's 3 friends leaped high into the air, preparing for the final blow. We will win, we can win. A series of morale-boosting phrases ran through Frieren's head. With all their combined strength, they all aimed for the villain's head. But then those sharp golden eyes looked up. Eden spoke. I was waiting for you, you insects. He then tensed his powerful body, creating another extremely strong wave of aura. Immediately, those in mid-air were blown away by him. Frieren thought that fighting spirit. He can release fighting spirit around him. Like an explosion. This bastard. What kind of expert is he? He's reached the level of a master. Back to Ron's position, the orc thought, ha ha ha, I was wondering if I'd have to chase after each and every one of you. You're saving me the trouble. Seeing those hopeful expressions turn into complete despair always brings me great joy. Did you think you could push me back? Raising his magic-infused fist high, Eden prepared to deliver the finishing blow. All of you will die here today for not knowing your place. Ron was completely exhausted. He tried to get up, but the fist was getting closer and closer. With his last bit of strength, the young man shouted, you're not the only one who's been waiting for this chance. All the killing intent he had accumulated in his past life as an assassin allowed the ice energy to merge with the 10,000 flames cultivation, concentrating everything into a single point. The lotus flower in his mind had now bloomed. Ron unleashed a new technique, the ultimate form of the 10,000 flames cultivation, and thrust his sword towards the enemy. Attacked so unexpectedly, Eden had no time to react. Pillars of fire clung to the orc's body, and chunks of his flesh were torn apart by the immense power. After the attack, the monster knelt down. Ron was panting from exhaustion. His eyes had lost some of their vitality as he cursed, damn it. Amazing. It seems what just happened wasn't real. Black Eden, who was holding the young man's sword with his bare hand, remarked, you took advantage of the moment my defense was weakened while I was channeling aura into my attacks, didn't you? If I had made a mistake, I would have died. However, he swung a diagonal punch, a powerful blow straight to the abdomen, sending Ron flying into a tree. Breaking the young man's sword, the leader of the Green Phantom stated, if you want to overcome the skill gap between us, you still have a long way to go. Clutching the wound just inflicted by the monster, and thought to himself, I thought I could do it if his aura weakened, but I couldn't pierce his muscles. He had strengthened his aura and muscles to block my sword. So this is an aura master. The shadow in front of the young man was now a truly dangerous threat. He had to admit his strength. The young man gritted his teeth and cursed himself. My plan failed. Using his remaining strength, he shouted, "All Zihar trainees, I order you as your captain. Everyone, run from here." Friren's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" Before he could finish, he was cut off by the young man. "We can't win against him right now. Run from here and evacuate the villagers. There's no time left. We must evacuate the trainees and the villagers to minimize the damage." With that thought, he signaled to Frieren, "Do you think Azihart deserves to die a coward's death here? If you don't think so, then fulfill your duty." Attacked at his psychological weak point, Frieren gritted his teeth and thought. Finally, he made a decision. "Everyone, retreat." He led the trainees away. The green-haired man ordered, "Focus on escaping from the iron-blooded demon. We have to save at least one more person from him." Runan was a little reluctant. The girl turned back and reminded him, "Ron, whatever you do, don't die." The young man smiled gently at his comrades and replied, "Understood." At that moment, the orc spoke, "You think those insects can escape from me? More importantly, do you think you can hold on long enough for them to run?" "Wrath, I want to make a bet." The shadow of the energy cat gradually appeared. "It's finally my turn." The cat remarked, "Although you tried to make a bet, it seems you're about to die at any moment. What are you planning to bet on?" "A bet on whether he or you will die." "You think you can win against him?" Ron replied, "It's almost impossible. So, to meet the minimum conditions, restore my aura and my body. In return, I will accept your wrath." The young man made the deal. The cat replied, "In this situation, you'll die and I won't be able to take your body. Fine, I'll restore you. Let me see how you directly withstand my wrath." After those words, an intense pain washed over Ron's body. His entire musculature tightened, and the pain was so intense that tears streamed down his face. Hearing the humans cry in front of him, Eden was a bit curious. "What was that? You didn't drink the blood of an oar. I don't understand how you're recovering so quickly. It's absurd. I told you before, you don't need to know." Ron pointed his sword at the villain again. With his strength partially restored, the young man issued a challenge. "Come on, I'll keep you company until dawn." A loud voice rang out. "Now I expect everyone to act according to my orders." Frieren stood before the crowd and spoke to the trainees. "Help those who are injured or have difficulty moving. I know everyone is very tired, but we have to move quickly. We don't have time, so we must hurry and find a safe place." Some of the team members began to murmur in confusion. "What's going on? Are we going to be okay? This had to happen right when we got here." Martha clenched her fists and spoke up after hearing the murmurs. "Ron," the young lady recounted, "is facing that monster alone for the sake of all of us." The two others turned to Lady Martha. The girl added, "Even though his arm and ribs are broken, he is still fighting. And what is your attitude now? Can't you do anything?" A harsh sound was emitted. Martha continued to vent, "Are you going to die a stupid death here?" Frieren also paid attention. "Martha. She's right. This is no time for despair." Friren's voice rang out, his fists clenched. He then gave orders to the trainees. "Everyone, hurry. Crane has already gone to a nearby branch to request aid. Reinforcements from the family are surely on their way. We must act quickly before." Suddenly, a sound came from behind them. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone spotted a giant green shadow emerge. "Isn't that a goblin? Why is it here?" Frieren was confused. Why would a goblin king of the forest come to us? "Another one has appeared. Wait, there's one over here too." Gradually they were herded into a tight group. "We're being surrounded by goblins. The goblins are closing in on us. How can this be happening?" Martha seemed to realize something. "It can't be. But that bastard from Eden can control monsters. The reason the blood-crazed demon didn't finish off Ron and came for us is because he had already released the goblins, anticipating this would happen." Seeing this, some of the team members lost their will to fight, dropping their swords and collapsing. "We're done for. We're going to die without even being able to fight back. Don't give up." Frieren stepped forward, continuing his role as a leader and motivating them. "Ron is still fighting. If we die a meaningless death here, I'll never be able to face him again. The one who is fighting the blood-crazed demon all by himself." Martha came to his side. "You're right for once. We have to evacuate everyone and quickly get over there to help Ron." "That's right, we can't die here." Ron's three friends once again took on the task of clearing a path to fulfill the responsibility he had entrusted to them. "This is the least we can do for Ron, who is fighting alone for us." A gust of wind blew, and the three of them charged forward. But before their swords could touch the monster's flesh, the wind had already done the job for them. Frieren was utterly astonished. This wind. Back at the battle, this blood-crazed demon was facing Ron. "You're quite resilient," the green giant remarked. "Don't struggle anymore," he advised the young man. who was now battered and bruised, lying motionless beside a rock. His eyes were glazed over. The young man looked to his side. My broken left arm is hindering me. If it cut it off, I could fight for a little longer. But why am I doing this? A thought of self-doubt crossed his mind. Every inch of my skin is screaming in pain. Why must I endure a pain I've never felt even in my past life, and fight this monster? The world around him went dark. He had lost his sense of space, left alone with his thoughts. If this were my past life, I would have definitely run away, he told himself, his eyes devoid of motivation. But then, a familiar head of hair and a warm, gentle voice called out. Ron. Sylvia rushed to embrace the young man. I want you to become a proud warrior, a swordsman of the Zeeheart of old. That's right. Sylvia's words. In his delirium, he recalled the past, and the memories with his comrades that now bound him to this place. The images of his 3 friends appeared in his mind. Runan, who seemed indifferent to others but was kinder than anyone. Runan. He had a rough start, but was now striving for a respectable goal. Frieren. And the last one, she was rough around the edges but had an iron-clad conviction. A person he could trust. Martha. The young man gradually regained his strength and stood up. To say they didn't move me would be a lie. I want to save them. The ones who are gradually becoming true swordsmen of Zeeheart. Wrath, who was beside him, remarked, Did you stall for time to let your comrades escape my control while still enduring my wrath? The young man replied, So you finally realized. The energy cat was slightly irritated. How arrogant. There's a limit to how much you can disrespect me, Ron. Do you really believe you can regain control of your body while I kill this man and chase after your comrades? What can you possibly do when you can barely even stand? The cat continued to increase the penalty's damage, sending another sharp, intense pain through the young man's body. He collapsed in exhaustion, listening to the cat's rambling. Even with my wrath, you have failed. You may be able to endure the possession, but once you give me your body, you will never get it back. Eden's demon, seeing Ron's pathetic state, remarked, It seems you've also reached your limit. I just had a great idea. He walked past the young man and added, I'll leave you for last and go kill your comrades first. Now that sounds much more interesting. Just imagine it, the look on your face as I tear off each of your comrades' heads right in front of you. Ron turned his head and screamed internally. No, the trainees can't withstand attacks from a master like the blood-crazed demon. While everyone is escaping, I need to hold him here. The young man watched the giants retreating back and steeled himself. Suddenly, he spoke up. My name is Ron Zeeheart. Somehow, the golden-haired youth managed to stand and speak. I am a descendant of the northern king of destruction, Glenn Zeeheart, and one day I will become the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until my heart stops beating, you will not leave this place. The blood-crazed demon held the sword that had been broken by the oar. The young man added, For your age, that's a commendable spirit. His words had successfully made the orc turn back. He remarked, To say you're amazing would be an understatement. All right, I will show a warrior like you the respect you deserve. The man channeled his strength into his fist. I will remember your name. Ron Zeeheart. Seeing the finishing blow approaching, the young man thought to himself, I don't have the strength to dodge this attack anymore. As if accepting his fate, he closed his eyes, preparing for death. But a gentle breeze blew past him. He opened his eyes to see it. Head of dark red hair, and the distinctive ears of an elf. Rimmer had used his sword to block the blow for the young man. Ron smiled in relief and chided, You're late, instructor. Sorry, I overslept a bit, Rimmer replied. You can leave this to me now. He took a stance with his sword, preparing to end the fight with Eden's demon. The light sword of Zeeheart. It's been a while, Baldy. The instructor retorted. What are you doing here? Eden glared and asked. Rimmer channeled power into his blade. The man gave a slight smile. I can't just stand by and watch a piece of trash like you trample on a promising young sprout. The orc also prepared to attack. I can't believe someone of your level was sent to supervise trainees. Zeeheart has grown soft. So you're having trouble pushing back a group of this size. Even your body's balance is completely shot. Is the rumor that your energy core was shattered, leaving you a cripple, true? As he threw a punch, the orc also tried to provoke him mentally. Rimmer blocked the blow with ease and replied, You're wrong about everything. You should get a new source of information. You've always been slow to gather intel, both in the past and now. How long has it been since I left the front lines that such rumors have started to spread? You're such a blatant liar. Your old self contained a terrifying killing intent, but now your sword is nothing more than a passing breeze, the villain assessed. Like this, you'll never be able to cut me. After his exploratory attack, Eden now poured his strength in to gain the upper hand. A powerful punch was thrown with enough force to tear up a large chunk of the ground, but Rimmer was still nimble enough to dodge it. Looking at the scene after the monster's punch, Rimmer commented, What a brute. And just like that, Ron was pulled from the fight. As he watched his instructor fight, he analyzed. Instructor Rimmer. He's so graceful in the air, as if he's flying on the wind. On top of that, his attacks are so perfectly interspersed that I'm getting goosebumps. If Rimmer were to use his full strength, this battle would essentially be over already. So why is he dragging it out? As if for me to watch. Ron's eyes widened as he sensed something. Wait, could it be? Just like before, he's intentionally showing me his swordsmanship. Even in a situation like this, he's still teaching. He looked at his teacher, who was executing incredibly fluid sword techniques, despite facing the blood-crazed demon. This time it was the master swordsman's turn to take the initiative and attack. As he moved, he thought, he's insane. Acting so arrogant, yet he still can't take me down even when I'm weakened. At this rate, that helmet of yours is going to get stolen. Eden swung a punch in response, but as swift as the wind, the red-haired man easily dodged the attack. Dait, he thought. Light Ord, stop playing around and fight me seriously. Dealing with him gently has its limits. The teaching material has gone crazy. I guess it's time I ended this. Directing his words to the injured child behind him, Rimmer spoke. Watch closely, Ron. This is how a Zeeghart fights. From his feet, a massive aura surged up and around Rimmer's body. And you must learn it. The instructor pointed his sword forward, and emphasized. Sword field manifestation. This technique unleashed a powerful gale, obscuring a large portion of the forest. Eden looked at the power before him, feeling a sense of unease. Is that a violent storm with the user at its center? On top of that, his aura is crushing everything within its range. He's doing this so I can't escape. Then the only way is to crush it, Henman. Eden channeled strength into his body, tensing every muscle in preparation for a final, all-out attack. With his inherent rage, he charged towards the elf, screaming, I will crush you, light sword of Zeeghart. The instructor's feet also began to move. And so, the two of them brought their strongest techniques to bear for a final confrontation. Sword against fist, two opposing forces about to collide. Then, a massive explosion rocked the forest. The two of them were now in different positions from where they started. Eden stood up and spoke. You split the power from our bodies, and auras, then stored all the wind in the calm area of your sword. Of course, that's how a sword field is supposed to work. But how can you, who is not a direct descendant of the Zeeghart line, create a sword field? Rimmer smiled and replied, actually, it's not a sword field. It's something similar that I created by borrowing power from nature. Elves are quite close to nature, you know. You see. Even when old and weak, a tiger is still a tiger. The orc looked up at the full moon in the night sky and spoke a philosophical line. Then, looking at the young man, he added, if there's one thing I regret, then it's that I couldn't kill him. I must kill him. This will heavily affect our work. The elf interrupted, stop it. How could we possibly hand over our little king to something like you? Eden added, he truly possesses the qualities to become a king, but don't be mistaken. We also have a talent that can rival that monster. Eden looked at Ron and confided, it's my failure. The sword of light of Zeeghart. After those final words, the orc finally collapsed from the wounds inflicted by Reimer's sword technique. Walking over to his student, the teacher said, you were observing from very close, weren't you? That is something you must learn as a member of the Zeeghart clan's swordmasters. Unlike mages who create a spatial field with mana, this is a spatial field created by one's spiritual growth and explosive aura. Reimer explained, a sword field is created by all of your experiences, achievements, aura, and even your future. You're a direct descendant, so someday you will be able to use it. In the boy's silence, he added, so until that day, engrave as many experiences onto yourself as possible. After such a long speech, Reimer still wore an innocent smile and asked, you all saw that, right? Ron turned his head to see Bryn, Runen, and Martha had returned at some point. Why are you all here? The group rushed over, calling the young man's name. Ron, you bastard, you're alive. Reimer stood to the side, watching the children gather together. Ron Zeeghart. I'm so glad you're okay. How are your wounds? Acting normal is so hard. The elf's body trembled slightly. There are certain conditions that those who are not direct descendants of Zeeghart must meet to be able to use a sword field. Experience is a given, as is an affinity with an attribute, and above all physical strength is life force. Therefore, they are actually consuming their own lifespan. In addition to my already damaged energy core, I even used a sword field, so just pretending to be okay is already a difficult feat, Reimer thought to himself. But looking at the growing saplings, the man smiled with satisfaction. Well, I have nothing to regret. From the moment he arrived at the child's location, he determined that what Ron had shown him when he joined the battlefield late was the birth of a new monarch. A brilliant figure was reflected in the child's eyes. In that moment, he formed a resolution, he would serve this child as his new master. With a damaged energy core, he no longer felt like he was truly living. But because these children had given his life meaning. A stream of painful past memories flashed through the man's mind. But looking back at the light brought by the new rookies of Zeeheart, he had received a new life. Raymer was happy with that. Looking at the children together, he thought, so even if my lifespan is shortened, I have no regrets. Of course, before I die, I want to see him become the king of Zeeheart. At the residence of one of the most powerful forces on the continent. Say that again. Glenn sat on his throne and asked, you're saying Ron confronted the iron-blooded demon from Eden? I swear that everything I say is the truth, without exception. Not only me, but the trainees on this mission, including members of Teams 5 and 6, the children who completed their tasks, and even the villagers of Sibiu all witnessed Ron fighting the iron-blooded demon by himself. The current king of the Zeeheart clan mused, the level of the iron-blooded demon can even be compared to that of a sword master. If what you say is true, then how many injuries did they sustain? Raymer replied, most only suffered minor injuries, but Ron was seriously injured after the battle with the iron-blooded demon. Yet, he held on and survived until I arrived. You think I can believe this? Glenn had reason to be skeptical. But Raymer didn't hesitate to explain. I know, it sounds absurd. But you'll have no choice but to believe it once you see that Ron has become a sword expert. My lord, the boy truly survived an encounter with the blood demon. A being with power comparable to a grand sword master. It was so clear that I could use the elven sap without any hesitation. Thinking of the treasure Raymer was willing to use, Glenn was more inclined to believe. Elven sap. That is a priceless treasure made from the sap of the second world tree. Something that even 1,000 gold pieces cannot buy. He has proven himself worthy. After hearing his subordinate's words, the clan head let out a small, unconscious smile. It seems you're quite biased towards Ron. Biased. Want to help Ron and the other children grow. Is that so? Glenn narrowed his eyes. He then turned to his butler and ordered, Rowan, summon the lords. We will hold a meeting when the trainees return. Yes, my lord. Good work, Raymer. An unexpected compliment from Glenn. The elf was overjoyed to hear it and went up to the man sitting on the throne with an excited tone. Whoa, how long has it been since I've heard you praise me? It must be close to 20 years, right? The clan head was a little startled by the young man's spontaneous action. What do you think you're doing? If you were less of a chatterbox, you might hear it a few more times. When will the new trainees arrive? By now they should be on the street. A group of young swordsmen walked in a line down the road. We're almost there. Ron was also among them. The young man, with a dazed look in his eyes, thought to himself, due to the appearance of Eden, we returned later than expected. However, the mission to protect Sibiu village was completed successfully. Because the village suffered unforeseen damage after the iron-blooded demon's attack, we also spent some time helping them repair it. As the one with the most injuries, I spent most of my time recuperating in the village chief's house. The young man recalled the time. He was bedridden, with Runan occasionally coming to keep him company. Right after I woke up, I was able to confirm with the Wrath spirit about the reward for our bet. Of course, Wrath insisted that it was Lemmer who defeated the blood demon, not me, so the bet was considered cheating. It's great that I can get stat points as a reward. But the cat looked at the stat sheet and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, how can this be? Ron was just as surprised. What is this? The system displayed a notification. You have received the Berserk trait as a reward for winning the bet. You have received the Indomitable Will trait. After suffering terrible physical or mental damage, your mental strength will temporarily increase and the pain will be reduced. Indomitable Will. The young man tapped on the notification board to read it again, just to be sure. I didn't expect this trait. This way, even if I have to endure the Wrath Spirit's resentment, I'll be able to resist it like before, Ron thought with a happy expression. Seeing the other's unsightly expression, the energy cat thought, who would have thought this brat would get Indomitable Will? Making a system that's too good is almost like a curse. I created this system so that people could get the qualities they want most. If it weren't for that trait, I would have been able to take his body. Though extremely bitter, the cat still calmed itself down. No, calm down. You still have a lot of time. Although very slow, my recovery speed is increasing, and now I have successfully planted the seed of resentment in that fool. He recalled the time he unleashed his wrath on the young man in exchange for his recovery. Looking at the patient playing with his stat board, the cat thought, even as a human, he can grow very quickly, but in the end, I will be the one to win. Just you wait. Your body and soul will soon be mine. The moment I win, I will seal you inside the eternal ice prison forever. Back in the present, the trainees were now standing before their commander. The man with a scar on his eye was named Lillian, the border general of Zeeheart. He spoke, "Welcome back." The group was now extremely tired after the long journey. Everyone was lethargic and exclaimed, "I want to go home and sleep. I'm dead tired." Hearing these words, Frieren encouraged them. "Let's just be glad we made it back." But some bad news came from the commander. "I know you are all very tired, but you can't rest yet." Ron showed his surprise. "Go to the Lord's Hall," he ordered. A short while later, the group had moved to the audience hall, where many nobles were already waiting. Before the throne of Sieghart, the swordsman knelt and performed the ceremony. It is an honor to meet the clan head. Beside them, the familiar whispers continued. Is that Ron over there? He beheaded the green demon and withstood the attack of the blood demon. It seems he's a high-level sword master. Or is that just a rumor? Ron didn't seem to pay much attention to those words. At this moment, he was thinking, at first, I was quite worried about being summoned here. But it turns out this is an unexpected opportunity. Right now, the high-ranking officials of Sieghart are gathered here. On this mission, I realized something. At this level, I won't be able to avoid being overwhelmed in the battles I endure. So I need to get stronger. The image of the giant orc was still a major obstacle that the young man needed to find a way to overcome. Looking around, the young man also discovered that not only were the elders and lords gathered here, but also the commanders of the main line. This meant that the Sieghart clan had taken notice of this incident. With a careful gaze, Ron made a plan. Not only is Glenn skilled in diplomacy, but he is also a person who will reward very fairly. If so, then there is something I need to do here, which is to prove my achievements and learn new sword techniques to become stronger. Glenn then spoke. Ron, I hear you were the key person in this incident. I want to hear you tell everything right here, he requested. The young man also complied. Yes, sir. At first, we received a very warm welcome at Shu village. But then, the demon Eden attacked the village. Their target was the Mana Stone of the Goblin King, and recounted based on his findings. Then, when we thought the mission was over, perhaps because the communication line was cut, the blood demon unexpectedly attacked the village. And as trainees, the damage would have been immense if we had insisted on fighting him, so I chose to be the bait. Hearing this, Karun felt extremely indignant. He loudly criticized, How dare you? Who do you think you are to dare to tell such lies? My lord, do you really believe that those words are the truth? Contrary to the other's harsh attitude, the young man just remained silent and listened. He's only 15 years old and he was able to kill Eden's green monster, and even fought the blood demon. He's clearly lying. After knowing what the other man wanted, the young man turned and made a request to his friend. Dorian, bring that out. Ah, understood. A moment later, the mossy green-haired young man presented a cloth. Inside were the bisected head of the green war troll, and the head of the blood-crazed demon. Everyone in the audience hall immediately recognized them. The green war troll's helmet and the blood-crazed demon's head. So what he said was all true. Ron then spoke up. Head of house, if I may be so bold, could you permit me to draw my sword? Permission granted, the old man on the throne replied. The young man then drew his sword from its sheath, a flow of mana enveloping the blade. The moment the sword was halfway out, a powerful, fiery aura erupted from it. Everyone else in the hall was completely astonished. That powerful sword aura and flame. 10 years ago, at his mana evaluation ceremony, his was only average. Is this really the same person? With that kind of power, he could definitely have defeated the green war troll. The young man used his sword, not his words, to prove his strength. Is this sufficient proof? Seeing this, Karun was filled with a sense of unease. Damn it, that brat. He's reached that level, and on top of everything, he brought back Eden's helmet. There's nothing it can refute anymore. Team Captain Ron Sieghart and all trainees of the 5th and 6th teams, listen well. You have done an excellent job, Glenn Sieghart himself said, offering his praise. Receiving praise from Glenn, a man we thought would never speak such words, caused quite a stir among us, even in the hallowed hall of the head of house. No matter how difficult the mission, he would usually just say, good work. But for the first time in a decade, he had said, excellent job. Some of the trainees even had to discreetly wipe away tears. After finishing my report, I handed him the goblin's mana stone and said that Eden's purpose was still unknown. In the end, all the trainees received a bronze medal, while I alone received a silver one. Leaving the throne room, Ron asked himself, was I expecting too much? I thought I'd receive something more than just a silver medal. In the end, I didn't get any new techniques. A hint of disappointment appeared in the young man's eyes. Wrath appeared and spoke up. I can't believe you only got a medal. That head of house is a fool. The young man ignored the cat and thought to himself, when I received the 10,000 flames cultivation, I started to trust him a little more, but in the end. Suddenly a voice called out. Young Master Ron, I have something to speak with you about. Ruin. Why is he suddenly? The family's butler approached and proposed, could you come to the annex tonight at midnight? Tonight? Why so suddenly? The head of house has requested that I bring you there. The old man smiled kindly as he announced, it seems he wishes to give you a second reward. My lady, the young master has returned. As the voice rang out, Sylvia and her maid rushed to the gate to welcome her precious son back. Ron, oh, my goodness. Like any mother, Sylvia immediately placed her hands on her son's face with a worried expression and asked, I heard you encountered Eden, is that right? Is your arm okay? I'm fine, mother, Ron replied. It's completely healed now. Embracing her child, Sylvia said, I'm so sorry, Ron. It's because I said those unnecessary things. Because I said it would be wonderful if you could show them what a true Z-heart is. Her eyes looked as if they were about to overflow with tears. The woman felt immense guilt for pushing her child into danger. It's because I said that Ron had to face those Eden demons alone. Actually, I'm more grateful to you, Mother, the young man said, surprising her. As he spoke, tears finally welled up in her eyes. Ron continued, to be honest, when I faced the blood-crazed demon, I wanted to run away because I felt I couldn't win. I even considered using the other trainees as bait. But in that moment, I remembered what you said. That you would be happy if I could live like a swordsman. Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise as her son recounted the event. Ron stepped closer to his mother and added, those words helped me stand firm as a swordsman in that moment. The only reason I can stand here so proudly is because of what you told me. So, I am truly grateful. Ron looked at the woman before him with a gentle gaze, expressing his gratitude. A tear fell down Sylvia's cheek, and she let out a sob. Then, just like that, the maid also burst into tears. Young master, you look so mature. While his mother knelt and cried like a child. This left the young man a bit flustered. What's wrong with you two? Did something happen while I was away on the mission? That evening, the annex was brightly lit. Another maid entered Ron's room and announced, I received an order to return from the Central Martial Hall, and I believe they are going to eliminate me. Looking at the dejected girl before him, the young man thought she's definitely going to be punished for failing to get information on me becoming a swordsman, and partly because of the surprise of what happened in the observation room. I can't let Duel, the double agent I went through so much trouble to save, die. With that thought, the golden-haired youth called out, Duel, if you want to live, do exactly as I say. So, the girl replied, startled. Don't go back there. Instead, send a letter saying you have become Ron Z-heart's personal handmaiden. My mother, worried about the state of my body, has chosen you. They won't suspect you, and will instead think you have an easier opportunity to gather information. Ron continued, if you're afraid of being suspected, just say that my recovery is almost complete. Currently, only the head of house and instructor Rimmer know about this matter. The girl was utterly shocked by this proposal but remained silent to hear more. That way, they will think you are still useful. If you agree, go and tell them quickly. And if you don't want to be found out, remember to stay calm, the young man added as a reminder. The maid laughed, stammering, I understand. At that moment, Wrath appeared from behind and said, her actions and gestures are both pathetic. How long do you plan on using that useless spy? Ron looked ahead and spoke his thoughts. She's not useless. Duel can become a trap for Karun Z-heart. And, just like me in the past. The young man thought, I can't just stand by and watch her be used and then thrown aside, thinking of the girl walking down the hallway. Looking out the window, he figured, now, the only thing left for today is. A short while later at the Z-heart annex, the young man arrived at the family's meeting hall and bowed his head. I have come as you requested, head of house. There's no need for such formality, Ron, he replied. I will skip all the pretense and ask you, what was the main movement technique you used during this mission? Why is he asking this? A thought flashed through the young man's mind. He then replied, as a swordsman whose life depends on the quality of his techniques, I used the river footwork, the basic movement taught to the trainees. Glenn rested his head on his hand and remarked, river footwork, you say. While it may be a decent technique even if you are stronger, its movements are too simple, making it very limited when facing a powerful enemy. He stood up and added, all right, I have decided on your reward. He descended from the throne, throwing his cape back, and proposed, I will personally teach you a more worthy movement technique. Ron was completely stunned. No way. Glenn. He's going to teach me directly. Standing in the great hall, the old man circulated his energy and warned, watch closely. You only have one chance. A series of fiery energy strands shot out from his footsteps. And just like that, Glenn demonstrated his footwork. Ron watched, whispering to himself, the footwork of the strongest swordsman on the continent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Knowing how fortunate he was, the young man used every second to observe. I've never seen movements like the ones Glenn is showing. Slow then fast, powerful yet smooth, like a feather gliding across water. Nowhere on the continent can you find such fastness and freedom in such a short time. Yet it demonstrated perfection, something that even with the ring of fire, I couldn't comprehend. Glenn calls this the harmony of fire footwork. A moment after his analysis, a system notification appeared. The ring of fire has observed the harmony of fire footwork almost perfectly. With the first step of the harmony of fire footwork, the acquisition speed of the heavenly true method has increased. The man of the family then asked, did you see it? My apologies. With my current abilities, I could not see it clearly. I still have difficulty observing your first step, head of house, Ron replied with a blank expression. Is that so? My part is done. You may leave. And just like that, he turned back towards the throne and allowed him to leave. That is your reward for uncovering Eden's plot, whether you learned it or not. Thank you very much, sir. I will take my leave now. The young man bowed and prepared to depart. A while later, the doorway was empty. The butler, Ruin, laughed heartily and remarked, "Haha, I never expected you to teach him the harmony of fire footwork, but it's still quite concerning. Since you taught him directly, head of house, I worry that Ron will find it difficult to learn this technique." The old man continued to voice his opinion while Glenn sat in silence. Then the head of house said, "Ruin, in that short moment, Ron has already learned half of it, the first step of the true harmony of fire footwork." Recalling his demonstration, he had noticed the young man's eyes and thought, the boy used his instincts to learn it. The harmony of fire footwork is built upon that first step. Though the boy himself may not realize how important it is, he will eventually understand that he needs to add more to that first step. For I know that one day, he will definitely be able to use the harmony of fire footwork. Outside, Ron and Wrath were on their way back. A few days have passed since I learned the harmony of fire footwork from Glenn. I've been continuously practicing under the system's influence, but I still haven't been able to fully master it. Wrath was at his side, still nagging. I told you, this isn't something you can learn. After a series of attempts, the young man was still doubtful. I thought I had grasped some of it after a few tries. But, Ron, a loud call startled the young man. Sylvia vaulted over the garden railing and rushed towards him with an angry expression. I told you to rest. What do you think you're doing? The young man and the cat watched the scene unfold, and he wondered, is this really someone with a damaged energy core? Her speed alone is on par with Rimmer's. She approached him brusquely. You promised me. Before you are fully recovered, you promised you would rest. I understand, mother, please calm down. Ron hastily tried to placate her. My mother is scarier than a demon from the underworld. The young man had no choice but to obey, sitting dejectedly on a swing. In the end, Sylvia has forbidden me from practicing the harmony of fire footwork. Just you try getting caught by your mother one more time. And even though I tried to avoid Sylvia to practice, Helen and the other maids also cooperated in monitoring me, so I couldn't practice at all. Young master, you won't be practicing anymore, will you? And could only sigh, and sit in one place. They were strangely excited, but he smiled. This kind of rest wasn't too bad. At that moment, a maid suddenly came running in a panic, calling for the young man. Young master, there's an emergency. Raiden Zeehart is coming to visit us. That young master, with his hands in his pockets and a butler behind him, was swaggering this way. Ron asked the maid back, what reason does he have to visit the annex? We don't know the reason, but he immediately resorted to violence against the madam and the maids as soon as he arrived. Hearing this, Ron's expression suddenly hardened. At the front door, the young master spoke, guests are visiting, yet the garden is in such a mess. What now? You just said you never received a letter announcing my arrival. Sylvia, in her formal attire, replied, we did not see any letter. Hearing this, the other man pushed forward. So you're saying my head butler made a mistake? Or are you accusing me of lying? The lady could only lower her head and reply, I didn't mean it that way. I'll go prepare right away. Please wait a moment. Just like that, even Sylvia had to kneel down and pull out the weeds that were growing out of place in the garden. I don't like this at all. Frieren recalled the time when he had just achieved a great feat. The whole family should be paying attention to me. Because recently, I destroyed one of the branches of the white blood cult. It should have been like that, but no one even talked about what I did. The whole family is only focused on that brat Ron. He was completely ignored while the influential people only discussed how Sylvia's son had defeated a blood warrior. How dare a mere collateral line brat overshadow my achievements. With that jealous thought, he took his anger out on Ron's mother. How much longer are you going to make me wait? Then, a glob of his saliva flew straight onto the lady's hand. Helen felt indignant and spoke up, young Master Raiden. Even if you are of the direct line, this is too much. Who do you think you're yelling at? This guy didn't even show any pity, and with one blow, he knocked the maid down. He even lifted his foot and stepped on her clothes, saying, hey, I am the rightful heir of this family, so I am also your master. Even if I were to kill you right now, I would only be grounded for 2 days at most, yet you dare to yell at me. Helen could only tremble in fear. Seeing this, Sylvia immediately spoke up, don't, stop. Jody, at the side, immediately intervened. Lady Sylvia, be careful, I can't let Lady Sylvia get hurt. I must quickly stop. But then Raiden's attention shifted to another target. Ah, are you Ron? You've come at the right time. I was just wanting to meet you. The blonde-haired young man now came out with a sword in his hand. The other side saw it and started to mock him. But what are you holding in your hand? Don't tell me you're planning to point that scary thing at my face. I am of the direct line. This guy was still smiling with an arrogant attitude. Quietly put it away before you make a big deal out of it. The red-haired man introduced himself. my name is Raiden Sieghart, son of Barden Sieghart of the Uncrowned. But before he could finish his introduction, whoosh, Man's sword was at his throat. With ice-cold eyes, he cut him off. So what? But immediately, his sword was blocked by the butler beside him. You madman! A curse rang out, irritating Ron. He immediately threw a punch straight into the face of the person who dared to block his sword. Seeing this, the red-haired man shouted loudly, "Do you know who you're attacking?" The young man replied nonchalantly, "I know it's a thief who broke into my house." The young man once again raised his sword, preparing for the next blow. Seeing this, Raiden broke out in a cold sweat. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am the rightful master of this house." "No, you're wrong." The young man gave the arrogant guy a knee straight to the stomach. The other guy crumpled after the attack, groaning, "You bastard, you'll pay for this." Ron calmly stated, "You're nothing like our master. Besides, the annex is not your house. This is my family's home." And brought his sword over his head, preparing for a finishing blow that was probably aimed at his life. The merciless blade, that sharp weapon, swung down. Raiden couldn't react in this situation and could only scream in hopelessness. But then, a person in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere. "Stop it. That outfit. Is he from the Heavenly Sword Division? A swordsman who works directly for the clan head. Why is he here?" The young man wondered as he looked at the man. Seeing this, Raiden immediately took advantage of his position and tattled to the Heavenly Sword Division. "Heavenly Sword Division. Quickly, kill this mad dog for me. A mere collateral line brat dares to attack me, a member of the direct line." The butler also helped Raiden up, while the man from the swordsman unit that worked exclusively for the clan head stated, "We only take orders from Lord Glenn. You should also stop, young Master Raiden. You're just a guard dog. How dare you?" The butler of this guy also whispered to prevent his master's mouth from going too far. "That's enough, young master. Let's retreat for now. If you oppose a swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Division, it will only cause more trouble." The other guy was so angry he couldn't do anything but grit his teeth. He just left like that, leaving a message behind. "I will never forget what happened today, Ron Sieghart. Just you wait. For the crime of pointing your sword at a member of the direct line, I will make you suffer humiliation and pain worse than death." Despite the other's ramblings, the young man didn't reply at all. At this moment, Helen also spoke up, "I'm sorry, my lady. It's because I didn't do my duty properly that." Sylvia worriedly touched the maid's face and replied, "No, you were very brave to stand up and protect me, Helen. You did nothing wrong." Sylvia added, "Don't worry about what happened today. I'll take care of it." But she was immediately cut off. "No, let me handle it myself." Ron stood in front of the two and stated that blatant provocation. "I will resolve everything, so don't worry, mother. Just believe in me." Sometime later, the two had to go to the clan head's residence again. At this moment, Glenn told the two nephews to stop kneeling. "Stand up." He began, "I heard something disrespectful happened yesterday." "Yes, my lord," Raiden recounted with an innocent and aggrieved expression. "I sent a letter saying I wanted to visit Ron, but that residence not only ignored and did not welcome me, but Ron also attacked both me and my butler. If something had happened, I might have died at his hands." The other man just stood to the side, listening to the other add fuel to the fire. This guy seems to be better at acting than at wielding a sword. What Jody told me about him completely matches what I'm seeing now. Ron then had to speak up. "My lord, what he has reported is all lies." The way he shouted, his face red with anger, as well as the way he used his strength are still vivid in my mind. Hearing this, the other guy lost his temper and grabbed the young man's collar. "You bastard, that's enough." A sound stopped the two. Rowan, with a radiating pressure, stated, "Have you two forgotten who else is present?" Vedin, hearing this, broke out in a sweat. Glenn closed his eyes in annoyance and then stated his opinion. "If you are not lying, then I will call a witness who saw everything." A snap of his fingers was made. Immediately, a black-robed figure appeared and performed the ceremony. "Ruin of the Heavenly Sword Division, pay my respects to the clan head. Tell me what you saw." The young man recounted. Young Master Raiden said he had sent a letter. However, Ron's residence did not receive any such letter. While Lady Sylvia and the maids were gardening as usual, Lord Raiden suddenly barged in. Standing in the back, thought to himself, "This is surprising. I thought this person would support Raiden, the direct line descendant, instead of the disliked people in the annex, but he's telling the truth. Raiden Sieghart. Yes." The other man stammered in response to the clan head's words. He glared at him and stated, "Things seem to be different from what you reported. Are you lying to me?" "My lord," the other guy stammered, about to explain. "The important thing is that a member of the collateral line dared to attack the main line. This is something that could shake the very foundation of our plan." "Well, that is true. It seems this is a fault on both sides." Hearing this, the other guy's expression revealed his grievance. so both of you will receive appropriate punishment. Raiden still tried to get the upper hand. My lord, just a punishment. If you let this Ron also spoke up. My lord, I am more than willing to accept the punishment, but before that, there is something I want to do. Something you need to do. Yes. Raiden cursed my mother in front of everyone and used violence against the maids. The young man clearly remembered what the other had done. Yet, I have not received any compensation from him. With a determined gaze, the young man affirmed. Glenn's face darkened, and then he said, I'm pretty sure I said this was a fault on both sides. Yet you both keep raising your voices. The old man began to use his aura to intimidate them. Do you remember who you are talking to? Raiden thought to himself, it feels like the entire hall is about to be crushed under his aura. A great tremor made both young men feel a bit oppressed, but Ron still placed his hand on his chest and stated his opinion. My lord, he once said this is a land of swordsmen, so I believe a swordsman should prove himself with his sword. Please allow us to have a match. Ron clearly stated his intention and requested Glenn's approval. The clan head, after a huff, seemed to agree. This sounds interesting. Alright, I will allow you two to have a match. In 1 week, the match will take place at the main training ground. He announced the time and place. So, in that bet we'll finally have a showdown. That's right, father. At this moment, Raiden was in his father's private room, tattling about the incident where he was beaten, as well as the clan head's approval for a duel. The red-haired man recounted. He arrogantly stood before our grandfather and openly issued a challenge for a sword fight. The condition we set is that if I win, we will cripple his dantian. And if I lose, my butler and I will personally apologize to the people of the annex. Furthermore, the uncrowned will no longer be allowed near the annex. No matter how talented he is, in the end, he's just a child born between Sylvia and some nameless person. Show him why you are of the direct line. This man was Barton Zeehart, Raiden's father. Encouraged by his father, Raiden was full of fighting spirit and said, Don't worry, father. Last time, I was careless and unprepared. But this time, I've reached the expert level of aura user. He won't be able to touch me. The father laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, that's my boy. But no matter what, remember not to get too excited and accidentally kill him. Killing someone in a sword duel can cause trouble, so just severing the tendons in his hand will be enough. Cripple him to completely crush his hopes. Like father, like son. Both of them were just as vile. Yes, I understand, father. The young man clenched his fist, showing his determination. In the annex, Sylvia and Helen were upstairs, watching the young master train intently for the duel. Helen said, the young master is about to have a sword duel with Sir Jaden. Are we really just going to stay here and do nothing? Sir Jaden is a high expert, but our young master has only just reached the expert level. Perhaps it's not too late to stop him. The maid spoke with worry to her lady. The mother was also a tangled mess of worry for her son. As Helen said, this duel is too dangerous. Ron wouldn't be in this situation with Jaden if he hadn't panicked. Despite his appearance, Barton cultivates the soft sword, an unpredictable sword style that specializes in targeting an opponent's openings. And Jaden learned from his father, so when he enters a battle, he becomes a completely different person. Sylvia analyzed her son's upcoming opponent. However, the look in Ron's eyes then. She suddenly remembered the moment the young man told his mother he could handle everything. She then replied to the maid, let's trust in him. Are you really going to let this happen? The maid asked. To be honest, I'm very worried and anxious, but there must be a reason why Ron is so confidently asking us to trust him. The lady of the house then added, let's believe in Ron. She looked at her son, who was training diligently. At that moment, Jodiel approached the young master's training ground and called out, Young master, I've brought your lunch. The young man was a little surprised. Jodiel. Yes, I've prepared some sandwiches to make it easier for you to eat. You've been exercising a lot, so please eat slowly to avoid upsetting your stomach. I know, thank you, the young man replied, taking the meal from the maid's hands. But then, something surprised him. In her other hand was a book. After opening it and skimming through a few pages, he realized it contained all the information about the phantom sword style that Jaden cultivated. Moreover, the content was neatly organized and easy to grasp. Could she really have gathered all this information in just one day and compiled it into a book? Looking at the amount of work Jodiel must have done, the young man was a little taken aback. Looking at the girl, he added in his thoughts, and at that time, she even stood up to protect my mother. Now, she's proactively bringing me information about Jaden without anyone asking. Thank you, Jodiel. The young man looked at the orange-haired maid and silently expressed his gratitude. Time passed as both sides spent it in their own ways. One side trained persistently, while the other simply lay around and enjoyed themselves. The day of the duel finally arrived, attracting the attention of everyone in the estate. The two young men arrived at the martial arts hall where they would have their sword fight. Jaden placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and thought, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Since that day, You have no idea how much I've looked forward to the day I would sever your head. His gaze was fixed on his opponent, Ron, as he uttered words filled with killing intent, though only in his mind. Of course I will crush your body, making you unable to hold a sword ever again. The referee standing in the middle signaled. Alright, both sides get ready. During that time, the red-haired man opened his mouth to taunt. I'm really looking forward to seeing the look on your face after this duel. I wonder if you'll be able to witness it, Ron replied. The drum sounded, along with the referee's introduction. Let the sword duel begin. Jaden was the first to attack. He charged forward, shouting, your empty boasts won't work anymore. A thrust containing fire attribute aura. But instead of aiming for his opponent, he aimed at empty air. But it turned out that Ron had disappeared so quickly that it confused him. He disappeared. Swish. In a flash, Ron was behind him, his sword held gently against his neck. This made Jaden break out in a cold sweat. This bastard. When did he appear? And behind me, no less. Ron also gave a warning. This was the first time he'd put his sword aside. The young man had decided to fight this one with his bare hands. Today, you will die 8 times. The first punch landed squarely on the direct lineage young master's face, distorting his features. The force of the blow was so strong that it sent his opponent flying a considerable distance. He coughed up blood, struggling to get back up. What just happened? Jaden thought. I couldn't see his movements at all. What did you do? The young man calmly picked up his sword and continued, get up. What are you waiting for? I already told you. Today you will die at least 8 times. Once for your lies about the letter. The direct lineage punk was furious now. He roared as he swung his sword. You arrogant bastard. I'll make you regret not finishing me with that first blow. But before his opponent could even make a move, Ron had already stepped forward at high speed, slightly overwhelming the red-haired man. But the sword was already in motion. Once again, his attack hit nothing but air, confusing him. He disappeared again. I thought I was sure to hit him this time. I am on your left, the young man replied, thrusting the hilt of his sword directly into the young master's face, making Jaden cry out in pain. Standing behind him, Ron continued, this is the price for the mouth that spat on the flower my mother nurtured. He threw another punch and added, this is the punishment for trampling on my mother's flower. Another punch aimed straight for the face. And this is the punishment for hitting Helen. While being beaten to a pulp, Jaden still wondered why the enemy before him could be so different. This can't be right. This shouldn't be happening. He's only using the star-connecting sword, and the river footwork. Moreover, I'm certain he's only a high expert, a lower realm than me. The next blow was about to land on his face, but the man was still just wondering where Ron's strength came from. So why am I losing to him? By the time he finished the question, the punch had landed squarely on the cheek of the fool who dared to touch the protagonist's family. Ellen, observing from the side with Ron's mother, was beyond surprise. Young Master Ron could have ended the match with the first blow, but he's intentionally giving his opponent a chance and cornering him. He's not just doing this for the win, the maid analyzed. Her hand trembled slightly. She covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. He's avenging the violence directed at us. Even though we are just worthless servants, even though we are not considered human in this house where bloodline determines power, he is fighting someone from the direct lineage for our sake. And he's destroying him. Sylvia also felt a stir in her heart and called out Ron's name. She recalled her past. Because her father only sought power, the house had gradually grown cold. Over time, she always felt out of place, even though she was from the direct lineage. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and ran away from home. Her footsteps carried her further and further away from the place that could give her everything but love. Looking at Ron, the son who was fighting for his own indignation, she thought, I should have relied on my own strength to overcome the unreasonable situations of this cruel land. That's what he's showing us right now. No matter how weak we are, we must have a strong will. After disarming Jaden, Ron prepared to deliver another punch to the detestable man before him, fighting until the very last moment, regardless of who the opponent was, so they would not dare to cross the line again. That's what I should have been able to do, Sylvia thought. On the battlefield, Jaden could only gape before another punch landed on his face. The child is showing us that we need to move forward instead of just running away. At the same time, the red-haired man was officially knocked out. The referee on the side announced, Jaden has been incapacitated. The result of the sword duel has been decided. The winner of this match is Ron Zieghart. Without showing any emotion, the young man simply looked with his lifeless eyes at the defeated man lying on the ground. The winner of the sword duel is Ron Zieghart, the referee announced. Barton, observing from above, couldn't stand the outrage. He yelled at his son who was lying on the floor in disgrace. Gaiden, what is this mess? Rimmer, in another section, celebrated. Ha ha, I told you Ron would win, despite the others looking at him with slightly odd glances. In the trainees section, Dorian, Runan, Martha, and Byrne also celebrated their friend's victory. Ron, that's right, That's our young master. I knew he would win. Ruin, next to the head of house, remarked, I have served the Zegart family for a very long time, but this is the first time I have seen people cheering for a collateral branch member without any regard for his status. Old man Glenn thought to himself, it's truly surprising that his friends are cheering for him regardless of his status, but what really surprised me was what happened during the match. Although he's still inexperienced, the boy was able to use the harmony of fire footwork. He recalled the moment the child approached Jaden with the footwork he had only demonstrated once in front of him. The harmony of fire footwork is a style I created after going through the darkest parts of my mind and overcoming temptations. It's not a martial art that an ordinary warrior can learn, even if they spend their entire life on it. Yet, Ron learned it in just 2 weeks. The old man looked at his grandson and silently marveled. And with the popularity the boy has gained at that age. At that moment, the entire arena was chanting Ron's name. Ron, Ron, Ron. Thinking back, Glenn reflected, in the past, I was too thirsty for power. Power is the measure of value in this family, and I was too old to change that. But born into the direct lineage and aware of the injustice towards those of the collateral branches, one day, that boy could completely change this family. The head of Zegart then rose from his seat and told the butler, the match is over. Fulfill the boy's conditions. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He turned back and told the butler, Ruin, cut the budget for the true martial hall by half. Use every excuse if the situation demands it. The older man could only chuckle and agree. Yes, sir. The conditions for the sword fight were carried out immediately under Glenn's direction. Vedin confessed his guilt in front of everyone, kneeling before his mother and the maidservant, and apologizing to them. And the uncrowned was forbidden from entering the annex. Under Glenn's threat, the maids could also breathe a sigh of relief. Their stiff faces finally relaxed, and they shed tears of happiness. The incident was finally over. And we returned home together. Ron held his mother's hand, with the maids beside them, as they walked out of the arena. Outside, Sylvia couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Son, when did you get so strong? I was very surprised. Ron was a bit awkward and evasive. I'll explain later, so stop clinging to me. At another location, a woman with a scar on her cheek looked at the mother and son and remarked, at times like these, he looks like a normal boy. His aura is completely different from before. The silver-haired woman standing next to her replied, with that level of skill, Limmer must have been telling the truth about him surviving the blood demon. The man behind them also chimed in. That's right. Both his footwork and swordsmanship are nearly perfect. It's not just talent anymore. If he joined my unit, he would be extremely useful. The girl with the scar stated, that man is not hiding his intentions at all. I will bring him to the Black Tiger unit as soon as he graduates and raise him. Before he could finish, the red-haired girl with the scar cut him off. Forget it. You don't stand a chance. The silver-haired girl remained nonchalant. Well, it's true that the trainees at the 5th training school are about to graduate. Once they finish the graduation exam, they will have to choose their own path as swordsmen. Come to think of it, although Ron is the most outstanding of the bunch, he's not the only excellent one from the 5th training school. Martha, Bernhard, and Runen Solian. All three have enough talent and strength to reach the top in any field. The upcoming selection will be very interesting. She spoke of Min's 3 other friends with excitement in her voice. Back home in his private room, Judy came and asked, Young master, did you plan all this when you requested a sword fight? You could say that, the young man replied. I was going to win no matter what. The young lady smiled faintly and shared her feelings. You are truly terrifying. But you are also incredibly kind, even more so. Really? Judy stood at attention and stated, I am truly grateful to you for saving me from Lord Karun. At that time. Please rest, young master. I'll be taking my leave. Then the young lady turned and left. Ron was somewhat speechless. He looked out the window and thought to himself, Judy's expression just now was genuine. Considering her reaction and how she tried to protect Sylvia, those must have been her true feelings. I guess I can tell her now that the previous Carrot was fake. The next morning, at the main Zeehart residence, Limmer arrived with a handful of brand new gold rings and exclaimed cheerfully, Greetings, my lord. The 2 men in front of him were speechless at the young man's attitude. Glenn asked, Where did you get all that jewelry? Limmer replied, I made a bet with that old righty. I mean, the master of the uncrowned, all thanks to Ron. Moreover, I've earned enough divine medicine for all the trainees at the 5th training school. The young man smiled with great confidence. You mean you just extorted my son? The old man thought. He took a sip of water to calm himself. Showing off your jewelry isn't the reason you're here. Get to the point. Right. I'll be direct. I'm here to make a proposal. Limmer sat down and began his story. A proposal? I thought I had completely entrusted the training to you. This isn't about training. The elf said bluntly, allow me to change the graduation exam for the trainees. Change the exam. Be more specific. Lewin raised his hand to stroke his beard in consideration. The teacher explained, the current exam consists of gaining the teacher's acknowledgement or sparring among the trainees. However, these kids have already fought against the knight apprentices of the Owen Kingdom, and in their second mission, they crossed a giant mountain in a battle for survival. Even as trainees, they have overcome countless challenges, from the white armored soldiers to the giant ore. Based on that, Limmer asserted, therefore, the trainees at the 5th training school need a new trial. That's right. I'm thinking about survival. Putting the students in a situation where they have to survive under certain conditions. If they can survive on the outside without receiving help or benefiting from the great name of Sieghart, they will reach an even higher level, even if they can't immediately become swordsmen. What do you think? This proposal is quite good, isn't it? The young man jumped up, holding his hand out in anticipation of agreement. Glenn took a moment to think, then instead of answering, he remarked, "You've changed, haven't you?" The clan head added, "Your face was always gloomy, ever since the day your energy core was broken and you had to withdraw from the front lines. But you're not like that anymore. Ever since you met the kids at the 5th training school, your face is now filled with aspiration, just like the trainees." The elf silently listened to the old man's observation, then he waved his hand in embarrassment. "Wait, you're making me blush." Len, standing to the side, also chimed in. "I agree. Instructor Limer's expression is much better now." The teacher scratched his head and confessed. "It's just that I think I've realized I have more talent for training kids than for being a swordsman. Moreover, I'll be able to train the next king to succeed you with my own 2 hands. Soon." "Are you talking about Ron?" "Who knows? It could be Burin, Martha, or even Runan." Instead of acknowledging the clan head's question, the teacher deliberately kept it vague. This made the old man feel a bit intrigued and he smiled. "See." He left his chair, walked behind it, and said, "Prepare a report on the children's graduation exam within a week. I will consider this conversation as if it never happened if you can't do it." Suddenly the red-haired young man pulled out a stack of documents from his sleeve and replied, "Why not? I've already prepared everything," Limmer said with a radiant expression. On another morning, the trainees had gathered at the training ground. Everyone was gathered in one place and chatting. "He told us to gather, but he's not here. It's always like this. But Instructor Limer is never on time. He probably partied hard at the casino or a tavern yesterday and only came home this morning." As soon as they finished talking, he kicked the door open and walked in, greeting them as if his mistake wasn't that important. "Sorry, I'm a little late. On my way here, I stopped by an orphanage." Burin was annoyed and scolded him. "If you're going to lie, at least come up with a more plausible excuse." "I'm not lying, I am telling the truth." Walking over to the kids, Limmer stated, "Anyway, today I have a very important announcement for you all. I've thought a lot about this. But seeing you all today, I've made my decision. To put it simply, your graduation exam is about to begin. You can't be trainees forever." One of the rookies spoke up. "I heard the graduation exam usually involves gaining the instructor's recognition or sparring matches." Limmer laughed loudly and said, "That's usually the case, but your exam this time will be a little different." "What? What do you mean?" The red-haired young man recalled and stated, "You have all accumulated enough experience. The battles with Owen, the real combat experience with the North, Alpha Alliance, even if the opponents were just grunts. Moreover, in the last mission, you survived a surprise attack from Eden. Therefore, instead of a meaningless match or seeking recognition from an instructor, you will step out into the world on your own to see for yourselves how vast it is." As he spoke, the teacher raised his hand to the blue sky. "The theme of this graduation exam is survival. For 1 month, you will have to give up your identity as Sieghart trainees and survive in different places on the continent with only a sword in your hand. Of course, I've also prepared an alternative exam for those who are scared." Hearing this, some of the trainees began to show worried expressions. Runan walked over to men and asked, "Ron, are you participating?" "Of course I am," the young man replied. "Then I will participate too." It seemed the young lady preferred to hear someone else's decision before deciding on her own path. Burin also chimed in, "The instructor must have his reasons." "I'm going too." Martha, standing beside them, added, "I've been used to survival since I was born." Limmer, hearing the words of the genius students, thought, "Hey, it's not just Ron. Aren't you all deciding too easily? Do you know where I'm going to send you?" Looking at men, the teacher gave a warning, "Especially you, Ron. Because you are an outstanding student, your decision might make others follow without thinking it through." The young man replied, "It will certainly be a difficult journey. But I completely understand that my friends are not making their decisions lightly. Sir, no matter what, you would never assign us a challenge that we couldn't overcome." Hearing this, the teacher couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he held up a piece of paper and stated, "You are truly praiseworthy. But that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Now I will tell you your destinations. The Liven Desert for Burin, the Ketum Forest for Runan, the Satan's Gorge for Martha, and finally Heaven Castle in the east for Ron." Hearing this, The young man thought for a moment. Avon Castle. Limmer, seeing the young man's expression, provided some information. It is a battlefield where they have to fight monsters that appear from the North Sea and the Stalen Mountains every day. The place is so harsh that people call it the battlefield of hell, because they don't even have time to sheath their swords. The others will also have a hard time, but you will suffer a lot. The teacher leaned down and confided in the young man privately. All right, prepare well. You have about a month before you set off. Ron immediately went home to prepare for his training. In the distance, Sylvia and Helen were watching. The maid spoke. My lady, don't you think the young master has been training too much lately? He's been practicing his swordsmanship for days, and he's even sleeping less. Honestly, I wish he would refuse that test. After all, it's an extremely dangerous place. Helen had her own reasons to be worried. Sylvia looked at her son and remarked, that's true, but it's clear that this is also an opportunity for Ron to grow. Since Avon Castle is his graduation exam, he must be trying to get into the best possible condition. We just need to support him quietly from behind so that he can focus wholeheartedly on his training. Drops of sweat began to appear on the young man's face. As Ron swung his sword, he thought to himself, I feel exhausted from intensifying my training to a higher level for the past week after hearing the details of the exam. But even so, I can't shake the feeling that it's still not enough. The monsters in Avon Castle have hides so thick and bodies so large that a blade might not even be able to cut through them. Since Zieghart's swordsmanship has a balance between offense and defense, I will surely be at a disadvantage. He envisioned the wicked enemies he would have to face and calculated his options. Holding his sword, the young man continued. Although I can use the sword forms of the 10,000 Flames cultivation, they are powerful techniques, so the aura consumption is also immense. That makes them dangerous in a prolonged battle. The Ring of Fire has helped compensate for this so far, but I can't rely on the 10,000 Flames cultivation and the Ring of Fire forever. Ron touched his chest, where the Ring of Fire was, and pondered. There are 3 weeks left until the departure day. I need more information about Avon Castle and a technique that can complement the 10,000 Flames cultivation. And so, he continued to swing his sword. Looking off into the distance, he wondered, to get what I need, I'll have to make an investment. A short while later, Glenn asked, so you want to use your silver tablet to exchange for a new sword technique? Yes, sir. Ron had come to the head of house's residence to acquire something useful. The old man mused, it's up to you how you use your silver tablets, but didn't you say before that you would use them for something else? That's right. I intended to use those tablets to restore my mother's direct lineage status. Knowing that, you still decide to use the silver tablet? Rowan asked once more. Ron replied, I realized something from the mission in Sibu village and the previous sword duel. I heard. Your performance on that mission was truly impressive for your current skill level, but the reward you received was only a silver tablet, not a gold one. It was then that I remembered what you once said, that it would not be easy to achieve. With all due humility, Ron continued, placing a hand on his heart, since I need a gold tablet to restore my mother's direct lineage status, instead of accumulating silver tablets, which don't make much of a difference, it would be better for me to use them to make myself stronger and then collect the gold tablets. Glenn tossed the book in his hand and replied, that's right. If you are preparing to go to Avon Castle, this is a logical choice. The book flew towards the young man. You can choose something else if you don't trust me. The title on the book read, Fangs of Insanity. Looking at the item he had obtained with his silver tablet, the young man thought, at least Glenn has ensured that I am rewarded appropriately. Since he chose it, its effectiveness is surely guaranteed. He then knelt. Pay his respects. I will gladly accept this manual, sir. The old man replied, you understand. Strive to learn it well. Then I will take my leave. But he was stopped by the head of house. Before you go, let me ask you one question. Since you came here to get a manual for a new sword style, you must understand what kind of place Avon Castle is. Do you not feel fear, knowing that your graduation exam will take place there? Why did you not refuse it? Ron answered his question. I realized something after fighting Eden. And what did you realize? The experience of an unexpected life, or death battle brought me a growth equivalent to a year of training on the practice grounds. I realized that to become stronger, I must overcome situations that force me to break my limits. Furthermore, Instructor Rimmer would never give me a challenge that I cannot overcome. I am sure it will be a difficult and painful journey, but I believe it will help me become strong enough to be grateful for having experienced it later. You see, Glenn's gaze was somewhat contemplative. Ron Zieghardt, before you leave, let me tell you one last thing. Swordsmanship has more than one way of being used. Broaden your mind. The old man gave him a vague piece of advice, but Ron still expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your advice, sir. Rimmer suddenly appeared from behind the head of house and remarked, this is why I can't help but appreciate Ron. He has completely understood my intentions. As an instructor, there is nothing more satisfying than when a student understands my intentions. He is certainly different from that chatterbox Frieren or the sharp-tongued Martha. There was a hint of resentment in the instructor's voice. Glenn, from behind, commented, "What a terrible teacher, bad-mouthing his students behind their backs like that." The elven man said, "By the way, I didn't expect you to give him the fangs of insanity. It's worth a gold tablet, after all. Your love for your grandson has always been so boundless." Hearing this, Rowan grew annoyed. "You're talking too much, Rimmer. Actually, I've been talking less recently. But the fangs of insanity is a rather violent sword style. I'm worried whether Ron will be able to control it. Since I've given the boy the book, my job is done," Rowan stated. "It's up to him whether he can learn it or not." Outside, Raph and the young man began to open the book and study it. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Rimmer continued to poke fun. "Even though you say that, you still gave him an important piece of advice. That's a grandfather's love for his grandson." An angry vein was now visible on Rowan's forehead, caused by the annoying man. He used a spell on Rimmer and said, "I can't take it anymore." After binding the elf with energy, he descended and said, "Since you can still talk so much, you must have fully recovered from the after effects of the last battle." Rimmer, flustered, said, "Wait a minute, please calm down, sir. I haven't fully recovered yet." Raising his aura-imbued hand high, the head of the Zhart house prepared for a slap of epic proportions. "Since you seem to have recovered somewhat, I will teach you a lesson." "Sir, I beg you," Rimmer pleaded, his face pale. Just as Ron left, a desperate scream echoed from within the residence, startling him. Later that evening, he sat in his private room and wondered, is this sword style really worth a silver tablet? As he read, he mused, but this sword style is definitely the fangs of insanity. True to its name, this is an intuitive sword art that has reached the ultimate realm, consisting of relentless attacks on the opponent, ready to tear their throat out like the fangs of a wild beast. However, an intuitive sword art could not be learned through theory. It could only be grasped through combat experience. That was why Ron had asked Frieren to help him train. "That's why I've been continuously sparring with the trainees to gradually master the fangs of insanity, and I've been swinging my sword relentlessly until the day before the graduation exam. More precise, and more intense. I didn't stop until I reached a higher realm." Ron had asked his friends to help him master the new sword style. When there were no more trainees strong enough to spar with him, he finally got closer to grasping the true meaning of the fangs of insanity before the day of departure. And so, time passed. In the martial arts hall, not a few people had been pushed to their limits by him, to the point of fear. Until the night before the graduation exam, Duel was tending to the young man's wounds. She spoke up, "You've been getting more bruised lately. You've been pushing yourself too hard, especially with the graduation exam tomorrow. If my lady knew you were injured, she would be very worried." "Yes, I have been pushing myself," Ron admitted. "Sparring every day to learn the fangs of insanity." A gauze pad was held in her hand to dab it. The bruises on his skin, along with countless pain, relieving patches stuck all over his body. "That's why you have to let me treat you," Duel said. "That's right. And Duel, before I leave, I have something to tell you." "I'm listening, young master." "Back then," Ron began, "I lied to you about forcing you to swallow an insect." Seeing her not respond, the young man understood. "So you knew all along?" "I can tell from your silence." Duel replied, "I wasn't entirely sure. I only suspected." Suspected. The maid recalled her first meeting with Ron. "Yes. At first, I really thought it was an insect. I didn't dare to think it was just a lie. I was terrified, and all I could think about was my desire to live. However, I gradually felt more at ease with the warmth of everyone in the annex. And you, young master, treated me like a human being without asking for anything in return. You even prepared a way for me to avoid suspicion from the martial hall, just to save me." The girl talked about the time she lived with Sylvia's small family. "And after a few things happened, I was able to realize the truth. The way you looked at Lady Sylvia, and the look in your eyes when you warned me, you were just trying to protect this annex." In her heart, the girl thought of Helen and the young man's mother. "That's why I initially thought that maybe you hadn't used an insect, but I still wasn't sure, because it was just a suspicion." "Why are you telling me now?" Duel asked curiously. "Because you've changed. Duel, just as you are always observing me, I have also been observing you. You've been acting behind a mask for so long, but your true emotions have begun to show." Ron shared. "And on the day Jaden came to the annex and caused a commotion, you were really ready to step up to protect my mother and Helen. Moreover, on my bed is information about Habun Castle. You prepared it for me, didn't you? Thanks to you, it has been a great help." The young man picked up the book and asked again. "Thank you, Duel." However, after hearing those words, the maid's expression still held some reservations. She began to speak. "I have a younger brother. I don't know where he is now or what he's doing. We were separated when we were sold, but because they said that one day I would be able to see him again, I was forced to obey their orders. The girl remembered the time when she and her brother were slaves and were forced to be sold and separated. I'm sorry, young master. As she spoke, tears began to well up in Jediel's eyes. Suddenly, Ron spoke up. I will save him. This startled the girl. Putting on his shirt, Ron added, as long as Karun is targeting me, we will have to face each other sooner or later. And when things with Karun are settled, I will find your brother by any means necessary, as long as he is alive. Jediel spoke up. I want to ask one thing. Why did you tell me about the frenzy in Sac? What if I report this information to Sir Karun? Ron gave a confident smile and said, I'm guessing you won't. So what are you going to do? The girl smiled wryly. That's a ridiculous answer. I will follow you, my lord, Jediel declared seriously. Please command me as you see fit. All right. I'm leaving the annex in your care while I'm away, Jediel. Receiving the young man's order, the girl knelt. Yes, please rest assured and leave it to me. The night passed like that. And then, the morning of the graduation exam arrived. Everyone had already packed their luggage for the journey. Standing on a high platform was Limer. He announced, it is time to begin your graduation exam. All you need to do is survive on your own for a year and return. If you can overcome this challenge, you will surely be able to rise to a higher level. Now, it is time for the top student to say a few words. Hearing this, Ron immediately thought to himself, he always makes me do these things, even though they don't suit me at all. Well, since he was the class president anyway, and stepped forward, turned to face his classmates, and began to speak. There is a saying, warriors who survive their first battle do not fall easily, and you have all been through your first battle, even if it was by chance. Everyone survived, and the mission was completed in a situation where you should have had no other choice but death. That is why you will not die. True to his words, the young trainees below all listened intently. Own yourselves and return with the strength worthy of the name of the 5th training ground, Ron declared resonantly. Win and survive, forward. After his final words, the trainees seemed to be further motivated, and they all shouted in response. Lamer, standing behind and witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the young student's back and thought to himself, from the very beginning, I knew you were no ordinary person. The extraordinary things about you are not just your strength. A calm mind that surpasses his age, a broad heart that is able to influence those around him, a mindset for training harder than anyone else, not complacent with his existing talent. The elf continuously recalled Ron's attitude. Moreover, in the final sparring match with me, he remembered, you comprehended Berserker's fame. For a moment, the teacher could see the image of a wild beast appearing in the young man's sword path. You have surprised me once again. Returning to the present, Limer said to Ron while showing the wound on his wrist caused by him, spent my time being your opponent just because you defeated the other students, and this is the result. Instead of being grateful, you injured me. How disrespectful. But it seemed that instead of being angry, the teacher was a little happy to know that among his students, there was one who could harm him. Looking at the young man, the teacher silently wished, survive and come back, Ron. Because I would be full of regret if I didn't get to witness the moment a new king is born. Now, you brats, say goodbye to your instructor. The whole group then bowed their heads and shouted, thank you for everything until now, sir. Yes, I'll be waiting here. So become stronger and come back, Lamer replied. On one side, Frieren said to Ron Zeehart, this year I will give my all to become stronger, so you must become stronger too. Don't disappoint me. Me too. Don't die there, because I still owe you. If you dare to die, I'll find you and beat you in a fight. Martha also had some words of advice for the young man, which made him a little awkward. Can't they say anything sincere? At that moment, Runen ran over and called his name. Ron, take this with you. The young lady held out a box. It's cake. Are you sure you want to give it to me? It's okay, I have a lot more, the young lady replied to the young man's question. Thank you for the precious gift. I'm going now. Have a safe trip, Ron. Just like that, Van waved goodbye to the young man and prepared for her own journey. Well, it seems there's still something left undone. We should go, Torian. The young man looked down at his friend who was half dead on the ground with fear. Why do I have to go to Haven Castle with him? While dragging the body of the green-haired swordsman, Ron added, before that, we have one more place to stop by. Dorian asked curiously, where are we going? The commercial city of Camelon. Ron smiled and replied. Let's prepare some good equipment before we enter the battle. On the sign was written Camelon Upper City. At the central market, Ron and Dorian were now walking on the crowded street. The young man looked at the stalls that were actively beckoning customers and thought to himself, goods are everywhere, buyers and sellers are bustling. But the thing I need is nowhere to be seen. It seems the real goods can only be found in the black market. The young man with moss-green hair from behind called out, young master, the thing you're looking for isn't here, is it? You've been walking for a while without stopping. So, are you planning to go down below? Ron asked back, down below. You know about Camelon's black market? Of course, Dorian replied. This made him a little curious. Isn't this your first time here? How do you know about the existence of the black market? The other young man confidently patted his chest and stated, I may not look like it, but I grew up in a merchant guild. I'm very familiar with these kinds of things. Recalling the time Dorian brought out a whole pile of cloaks and deodorizing tools during the mission on Mount Cebu, Ron realized. Ah, so that explains everything from before. I had a feeling. It turns out he really does come from a merchant family. I don't need to beat around the bush with him anymore since he brought it up. With that thought, the young man replied, all right, then let's go down to the black market right now. But Dorian stated that to enter the black market, one had to go through a secret passage. Young master, do you know the way to the black market? This made him a little startled. That, I heard about it from instructor Reimer. The young man made up an excuse to cover his tracks. If Reimer heard this, he would probably be dumbfounded. When did I say that? Dorian, however, believed him completely. Ah, of course, that makes sense. I heard there's a casino in the black market. If so, the instructor would definitely know the way. Then let's go inside. The two of them found 2 black cloaks and entered a shop hidden in the street. Just like that, they conveniently made their way inside. It took a while for the 2 men to reach the gate of the black market, which was hidden by a thick curtain. Hamelin Commercial City, underground black market. Seeing the scale of the place, Dorian exclaimed, The black market is huge, I can't get used to it. Moreover, this place is cleaner than the market above ground. Did you find what you were looking for? The mushroom-headed young man marveled as he walked and asked. Ron took a book out of his pocket and replied, I have to check the auction catalog to know for sure. After that, the 2 of them found a temporary resting place and studied it. Inside a page of the book was a picture of a certain type of butterfly. Lon thought to himself, found it. The black butterfly. As expected, it's being auctioned. The auction will take place tonight, with a starting price of 10 gold coins. Dorian looked at the page and asked, are you going to buy it? This is quite expensive. Ron also thought to himself, that's right. I can buy it by using all of my travel funds, but that's too risky. Maybe I should find a pawn shop or something to gather more money. Let's go. Hup. Where are we going, young master? Replied, to the pawn shop. I need to sell some things that can be exchanged for money before the auction begins. An hour later, the young man seemed to have gathered enough money. Dorian asked, are you done selling? Young master, why are you still looking around instead of going straight to the auction house? I'm seeing if there's anything useful, replied. After observing the space in the underground city for a while, the young man thought that there was still time before the auction started. Besides, I have some extra money for the auction now. Even so, there's nothing worth buying. Usually, there are undervalued treasures just waiting for the right buyer to find them. What a pity. Alright, we should go to the auction house. While analyzing the situation here, the young man suddenly discovered something that made him exclaim, That's the ring of the first head of the Zeehart clan. I saw it in the memories that flooded my mind as soon as I learned the 10,000 flames cultivation. I can't believe I found it here. Entering the shop, the young man immediately asked, Shopkeeper, how much is this? He eagerly replied, you have a good eye. That ring can enhance strength and clear the mind. Just give me 5 gold coins and... Before he could finish, Dorian rushed forward and shouted in the shopkeeper's face, 5 gold coins. Who do you think you are, trying to rip us off like that? It's clear you bought it for 5 silver coins. Slamming his hand on the table, the mushroom-headed boy stated, Listen to me. You said this ring has the effect of enhancing strength and clearing the mind, but if its mind-clearing effect was truly worth 5 gold coins, it would be sold in a shop specializing in magic tools, not in a shabby shop like this. So, is its strength-enhancing effect outstanding? It certainly can't be compared to an orc's gauntlets or an orc's ring. Moreover, this ring isn't even properly engraved, just a few simple patterns. The only noteworthy point is its smooth surface, but it's not beautiful or cool at all. It's also full of cracks. Looking at it, it's hard to tell if it's gold or brass. Honestly, if you threw it in a trash can, no one would even bother to pick it up. And yet you're asking for a whole 5 gold coins. So I propose a different price. 1 gold coin. After a barrage of spitfire, Dorian finally settled on a price 5 times cheaper. The shopkeeper, now with his soul having left his body, whispered in acceptance, You can have it. The mushroom-headed young man then turned and gave him a thumbs up, which made Ron also praise him. Well done, Dorian. Wrath, after a while, also reappeared and stated, It's true that this ring seems to hide a secret. But hey, didn't he just turn into a different person? Ron replied in his mind, Dorian is very good at negotiating, but it seems he still doesn't have an eye for quality. Anyway, this is a huge score. Suddenly at that moment, an orange-haired woman came over and spoke, Wait, have you already paid for that ring? Yes, I have. The young lady in front of Ron was wearing a mask to hide her identity. Behind her was a tall man, dressed like a butler. The girl proposed, "Sell it to me. No matter how high the price is, I'll pay you 10 times what you paid for it. Based on your appearance, you must be an adventurer in urgent need of money. That should be enough." Dorian and the old shopkeeper were both dumbfounded when they heard those words. "10 times? I bought it for 50 silver coins. Is it really that valuable of an item?" The green-haired young man quickly urged men, sell it, young master. She wants to buy that cheap item for 10 times the price." Ron calmly looked at the girl, silently assessing her. This woman knows how valuable this ring is, and from the way she speaks, it's clear she's implying it's worth at least 100 gold coins. Ron was a bit more careful as he touched the box containing the ring. "Sorry, but I must refuse," Ron replied. "Then I will pay 20 times. No, 30 times that price." The girl made another offer. "I'm still not selling. 50 gold. He said no. With a calm demeanor, the young man turned away and said, "I'm sorry, but I have a habit of not liking to sell my belongings. No matter how much you offer, I will not sell." This put the wealthy young lady in a bit of an awkward position. The butler behind her stepped forward and interjected, "I don't know where you're from, but you'd better behave yourself. If you go against her, you'll only be asking for trouble." Ron replied, "Must I change my mind just because of her status? I don't care about such things, so stop bothering me and leave." This statement made the young lady's eyes widen in surprise. Though her face was covered, it was clear that the mysterious woman was now a little annoyed. "Hey, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Stop resisting me and hand it over, while I'm still being polite." Ron only glanced at her and replied, "How unreasonable. It's just because I don't want to sell that item. Are you trying to show off your noble birth before I leave? Can we just stop here?" The orange-haired woman stepped forward. "You have no idea how fearsome this world is. Think carefully about why people always have to bow their heads to others, if you don't want to die a miserable death on the streets one day, forgotten and unknown. If that's all, then I'll be taking my leave," the young man replied gently and simply walked out of the shop. Her body trembled slightly. The girl told her butler, "Sada, let's go to the auction house. Right now. Those stalls are often frequented by people who have just left the pawn shop. If he's come here, it's highly likely he'll be attending the upcoming auction. I will definitely snatch away whatever he wants to buy, at any cost." With a determined look in her eyes, this girl decided to get her revenge. A short while later, in the auction room, the auctioneer was calling out the prices that buyers were willing to pay for an item. "Dance necklace. 70 gold. Congratulations to the winner of this auction. Next up is the silver mana stone. Followed by the ring of blazing fire. Alright, the next item is." It seemed the goods this time were highly sought after. For every item, no small number of people raised their paddles and shouted the price they were willing to pay. Ron sat on the side, quietly observing and thinking, "Still nothing that interests me. Has the black butterfly not appeared yet? Now, this next item is a noble black butterfly that lives on mana stones." Hearing this, Ron's attitude changed. The black butterfly. The man pulled back the red curtain, revealing a birdcage imprisoning the insect the young man needed. The introduction was given. It is highly prized as a decorative item thanks to its shimmering, ethereal light. Of course, the drawbacks of this species are its short lifespan and the high cost of raising it, as it only eats mana stones. But nothing can compare to the beauty of this butterfly. The auction began. As soon as the call was made, prices were offered. 2 gold, 5 gold, 7 gold. Ron stood up and called out his own price. 13 gold. This made those below look up with some curiosity. As the young man observed the expressions of the guests below, he thought, with such a high price, no one should bid any higher. After all, 13 gold is too expensive for a decorative butterfly. 50 gold. A surprisingly large sum was called out. The auctioneer looked up at Ron and announced, 50 gold. We are about to reach the highest price in history. I don't think anyone will bid higher. Even Ron was speechless. Sold. After the auctioneer's announcement, the masked young lady flashed a satisfied smile. "Let's go, Sada." The butler asked, "My lady, did you only bid on the black butterfly?" "Yes." That person had absolutely no interest in the other items, and he even bid a higher than normal price for that butterfly. "The black butterfly is definitely what he wanted to buy," the girl confirmed. "I have no more business with that useless person." Dorian frantically recounted to Ron, "It's her, the one from before. She didn't even bother to hide her ill intentions. What should we do now? It'll be a while before another black butterfly is put up for auction." Ron reassured his friend. "Dorian, don't worry about it. Go out and find some clothes for moving at night." "Why do you suddenly need clothes for moving at night?" Ron stated his intentions clearly. "I'm going to steal the butterfly she bought." "What?" Every top assassin on the continent has their own specialty. Speed, fluidity, or sharpness are some people's advantages. But in my previous life, I was known as the best at concealment among them. Ron recalled, as he was now clad in a black outfit that covered his entire body, looking at the birdcage, holding the butterfly in the room. The key is to use the primary footwork I used in my past life, the shadowless steps. I thought I wouldn't really need to use it in this life since I've learned the heavenly fire footwork, but surprisingly, I have to use it now. 10 minutes earlier. Here is the cloak you requested, young master. Dorian had prepared and brought it to the young man. Ron put it on and replied, excellent. He found such a good one in such a short time. Did you find any more information about that masked woman? The mushroom-headed young man scratched his head and replied, actually. What is it? Why are you hesitating? The protagonist's friend said, young master, I think we should stop. I heard from people around here that she is actually Princess Jaina of the Balkar Kingdom. From a young age, she showed extraordinary magical talent, but more than that, she possesses an outstanding ability to appraise magical items, which made her especially favored by the King of Balkar. It's a pity, but we should give up this time and wait for the next opportunity. Ron replied, that means she's very likely a VIP guest of the black market. The young man was not only unafraid but also showed an excited expression. They must still be conducting additional appraisals for the auctioned item, and unlike regular participants, the princess's item certainly hasn't been brought to her private room yet because she is a VIP. Now is the safest time to act, while the black market still has possession of the auctioned item. I'll be right back, Dorian. And just like that, the young man used his footwork and left the place, despite his friend's attempt to hold him back. Wait, young master, wait a minute. Back in the present, Ron thought to himself as he observed the staff members playing cards. As expected, the princess's auctioned item hasn't been brought to her private room yet. The staff members looked at the birdcage and chatted amongst themselves. Spending a ton of gold just to buy a useless decorative butterfly like this. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand what these rich people are planning. The other replied, they must have some reason for it. Forget it, just play your cards. Ron observed the item he wanted to steal more closely and thought, the black butterfly is over there, with staff standing next to it, but they're busy playing. In a situation like this, the young man extended his hand forward, and a thread of energy flowed out of it. The butterfly perched in the birdcage seemed to have caught the scent of the aura. Ron thought, the black butterfly is usually kept in a birdcage because it will die if confined in a closed space. This species tends to cling to mana stones to absorb their high purity magical power. So the moment it senses the true aura of the 10,000 flames cultivation, which is even purer than the magic in mana stones, it will surely escape from the birdcage on its own. And just like that, the butterfly flew over and landed on Ron's finger. It was that simple. It didn't take long for Ron to reclaim the item he had lost in the auction. At that moment, one of the staff members seemed to have noticed. What's wrong? Why are you distracted? Play your card, it's your turn. Where's the butterfly? What? The butterfly is gone. The two of them stood up in a panic and asked each other, damn it, hurry up and find out where it flew off to. Meanwhile, Ron was already making his escape with the butterfly. Back in the hall, Dorian was still restlessly waiting for news from his friend. He bit his fingernails and thought, if the young master gets caught in this situation, it could become a diplomatic issue with the Balkar Kingdom. I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. No matter how I think about it, I should have stopped him. It seemed the young man was having an existential crisis when suddenly Ron appeared and asked, Dorian, what are you doing? He jumped in surprise and asked, young master, when did you get here? Just now. You look like you've seen a ghost, Ron replied. Wait a minute. The fact that you're back must mean, Dorian vaguely guessed. Yes, I succeeded. Touching the pouch hanging at his side, the young man delivered the good news. Really? Then let's go back. But suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. Well, what an unexpected encounter. Princess Jaina approached with a condescending attitude, and poked fun at the two young men. How does it feel? Annoying, isn't it? You must have realized it during the auction just now. No matter what, you can't win against me. It's not too late now. If you hand over the ring, I can give you the black butterfly. Think carefully, because this is the last chance I'm giving you. While she was still savoring her victory, Ron shattered it with his words, are you deaf? I already said I'm not selling. The girl's attitude returned to her arrogant demeanor. It seems you'll never understand when I'm being polite. You don't want to leave this black market in one piece, do you? My lady. Suddenly, a hurried voice came. The staff member who had been guarding the items ran over. Jaina snapped in annoyance. What is it? Can't you see I'm talking to them? I'm sorry, but actually, the black butterfly has disappeared. Someone must have stolen it. Ron from behind took this opportunity to be sarcastic. Oh no, it seems you have a problem. Glancing at Ron, the young lady thought to herself, it must have been him. Looking at Ron's appearance, the girl analyzed his sarcastic remark and mocking smile. Those are the very gestures he used to tease others. I don't know what he did, but he definitely stole the black butterfly. The girl approached him. I thought you were just arrogant, but it turns out you're a cowardly thief. Do you know who I am? Do I need to? Ron maintained his indifferent attitude and replied to the girl. But then, that young lady removed her mask and revealed her identity. I am Princess Jaina of the Bakar Kingdom. How dare you show such an arrogant attitude towards me, Princess Jaina of Bakar. My full name is Jaina Bakar. I will make sure you can never steal anything ever again. Then, Sada, her butler, stepped forward, his hands ready to give the young man a beating. Take care of him. After receiving the order, the butler rushed towards Ron. Then, surprisingly, Ron replied, Princess Bianca or something like that. So what? He wasn't one to back down either. The young man prepared to retaliate with a punch. With just one blow, he knocked out the butler. Taking the punch, the man's eyes rolled back, he coughed up blood, and lay motionless. Just like that, Ron sat on top of the man and continuously rained down punches on his face, ensuring he wouldn't be able to use his pit anymore. Seeing the situation escalating, Jaina panicked and blamed the butler. What are you doing? How could you lose to a trashy thief like him? Wait a minute. A voice came from the side. Is that you, Ron? Jaina also suddenly froze when she heard this familiar sound. As footsteps slowly approached, she thought to herself, that voice. Ron. The blonde-haired young man walked over and greeted them. Oh, you're here too. Do you two know each other? The girl turned and asked, you know this person? Of course I do. I told you before that there's a true genius swordsman in Sieghart, right? That's him, the handsome young man replied. Ron Sieghart. The girl's expression was one of astonishment when she heard this name. Sieghart. That's the force under the Northern Tyrant King. Now that I think about it, I've heard that the Northern Tyrant King also has blonde hair and red eyes just like him. It can't be. He's really of that bloodline. A little confused, she asked, what did you just call me? A lowly thief. Ron's voice made the woman in front of him jump. That. I think I've been patient enough. Don't you think so? Can I consider this an accusation from Bianca against Sieghart? At this moment, Min put on the voice of a person from a powerful family to intimidate her. This is your last chance. Apologize now. I will overlook this as a mistake of a childish princess. Jaina stammered and replied, I don't know who you are. Ron continued to apply pressure. If not, I will send an official protest to the kingdom of Bianca for you treating me like a thief, picking a fight with me, and all your disrespectful behavior up until now. The orange-haired girl was now gritting her teeth in anger. But for the sake of the bigger picture, she still had to bow her head and admit, I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. Ron then turned to leave, leaving a message behind. Alright, I don't want to make a big deal out of it either, so let's stop here. Make sure to maintain a proper attitude from now on. You don't want to disgrace your kingdom, do you? Hearing these words, a hidden flame ignited in Jenna's heart. Did I come at a bad time? The three of them, Dorian and Ron, were sitting on the porch, talking. Ron replied, not at all. Thanks to you, I avoided a slanderous accusation. I'm glad to hear that. Jia was a bit polite. If you're worried about Jenna, don't be. I'll gently reprimand her. Yes, thank you for your concern. By the way, what are you doing in Camelin? The handsome young man asked further. Replied, I'm here on a mission. But Sieghart is quite far from Camelin, isn't it? We're on our way to our graduation exam and stopped by here to buy some equipment. Ah, you're in the middle of your graduation exam. What kind of equipment are you looking for? Ron replied, I'm looking for a sword. My current sword isn't bad, but I've been using it for too long. Jet took a sip of tea, then suggested, in that case, I'll recommend a good brand to you. In the corner of the Westgate district of Camelin, there is a blacksmith's workshop. It's a small shop, but the blacksmith there is extremely talented. I'd love to introduce you to him myself, but because of my mission, I can't go with you. Ron replied, just you telling me this is enough for me to be grateful. Just like that, the handsome young man left first. Alright, I'm off. I'll be waiting for you to visit Owen. Yes, I'll visit after the graduation exam. Good luck. Dorian sighed after the man was out of sight. We were saved. I didn't expect you to act so recklessly, young master. Ron sat down, his expression also relaxing a bit. I told you, I have a plan. Anyway, it's lucky that Lord Jia helped us. A short while later, the two of them had packed their luggage and were moving. Dorian suggested, should we go straight to the blacksmith's workshop? No, we'll go to the blacksmith's tomorrow. I have some personal business to take care of tonight. That evening, the young man sat alone in a room without any lights, only the faint, magical light of the moon. Holding the black butterfly in his hand, Ron spoke. Black butterfly, it's time for you to fulfill your mission. The black butterfly cannot digest mana even if it absorbs it. The two-colored flower can never accumulate mana. The two of them must meet to free themselves from the curse. Ron observed both items in his hand and thought, the two-colored flower can only become a high-grade divine medicine, possessing both fire and water energies. only after absorbing the mana accumulated in the black butterfly. Very few people know about this fact. Even I only know about it because I trust the protagonist's memories. Lon then swallowed the flower. The system's notification board displayed a line of text. Chain of icy curse has disappeared. Endurance of the energy core and mana circuit has increased. Your energy has increased significantly. Your mental strength has increased significantly. All your stats have increased. Status window name, Ron Ziegart title, Indomitable Soul State, Icy Curse 4 Chains Special Traits, Berserk 5 stars, Fire Resistance 3 stars, 10,000 Flames Cultivation 3 stars, Fire Resistance 3 stars, Ice Aura 3 stars, Water Resistance 4 stars, Bleeding Lightning Source 1 star, Invisible Strike 1 star, Indomitable Will 1 star Strength, 72 Stamina, 66 Senses, 79 Agility, 73 Energy, 70 Wrath. 10 Ron seemed pleased as he looked at the stats. The next morning, the two young men had finished preparing their things, and said to his friend, Dorian, let's go to the blacksmith's workshop. What's this? The mushroom-headed friend felt something different about the young master. Observing the young man's back, he thought, his energy and aura suddenly increased dramatically overnight. What happened last night? Dorian was a bit surprised. At first, I was just curious. He was considered the disgrace of the family, and was looked down upon by others in the main line as well as everyone else in the family. Yet he chose to endure it silently, and focus on his training. However, after getting close to him, I realized a few things. Dorian recalled the first time he met Ron Ziegart. That he was more worthy of the name Ziegart than anyone in Team 5. So even when the teams were split up, Team 5 still decided to follow Ron. It wasn't just Dorian, the others also followed in the young man's footsteps. Back in the present, he thought, if I can borrow his strength, even that problem with my family can be solved. But Dorian closed his eyes and admitted, that's not the reason I'm following him. Dorian, get a grip. Dorian, his call rang out. Why are you still standing there? We need to hurry to the blacksmith's to get our swords and set off immediately. Let's go quickly, it's still quite a distance. Ron reminded him. The mushroom-headed boy smiled faintly. I'll follow him and become stronger. As long as I'm with him, it doesn't matter where we are. Then the young man trotted over to his waiting friend. Alright, I'm coming. Matted. And I'll be checking your sword-wielding posture on the way to Havon Castle. I think there's still a lot to be corrected. At this point, Dorian was bleeding and thought to himself, I'll be fine, right? A short while later, the two of them appeared at a building billowing with smoke. Excuse me, I am here on Je's recommendation. A muscular man sat with his back to the two and replied, Je. The third Prince of Owen. That's right. I came here believing that a place he recommended would be more trustworthy. Ron replied to the man. The old man thought, that kid recommended this place. No way. When he turned his face to look at the protagonist, the old man was somewhat surprised. Although this kid looks very young, his rank is probably on par with Jez. It may not be perfect, but this energy is like a large, sharp, and sturdy sword, he assessed. Then the blacksmith said to the two young men, unbelievable. Even though you're young, you're no pushover. Your energy is not like the third prince's. Are you from Ziegart? Dorian whispered to Min. How does this blacksmith know even though we haven't said anything? Wrath appeared and explained, true artists are like that. They can tell where their customers are from and what their potential is. Insight, you talk too much. The old blacksmith added, I've met many young swordsmen. But I've never met anyone like you. Ron spoke up, I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Ron Ziegart, and I am Dorian. His friend beside him also hurriedly introduced himself. I am Cube, an old man who can't die and continues to hold a hammer. Hearing this, Ron remembered, wait, Cube. That's the creator of many of the superior equipment found in Owen and Bianca. His reputation has spread throughout the continent. I never thought I'd find Cube Rest Jaden working in a remote workshop like this. The legendary blacksmith then asked, so why did you come to find me? The young man then placed his hand on his chest, showing respect, and replied, I need a good sword to continue my journey. Meaning you need me to forge a sword for you? Not exactly. I'm not yet a swordsman, and I have someone who has promised to forge my first sword for me. Is that person Vulcan? He predicted. That's right, the young man replied. Then Cube laughed loudly. Just as I thought. Wonder that old man said he wouldn't retire. So he's making a sword for you. I can't steal a swordsman that Vulcan has already claimed. Before you become a swordsman, you'll need a temporary sword. The things in this workshop are all good stuff. Take whatever you like, the old man generously told the young man. Dorian, standing beside him, was also very happy and asked for permission. Mr. Cube, can I take one? Sure. I'm in a good mood. You can choose one too. Thank you, sir. So the two of them spent the afternoon in the workshop, looking around. A short while later, in the display room, Ron picked up a sword and began to examine it. He's truly worthy of his fame throughout the continent. Every sword here is exquisite. Even if I were to choose one at random, I'd be satisfied. But suddenly, the young man discovered a stream of black energy leaking from inside a bucket. Ah. A sword stained with evil energy stands out from all the rest. Dorian, at this moment, was continuously praising the old man's products. The swords here are truly amazing. They're all so good, I don't know which one to choose. Of course I'm the one who made them, you brat. You can choose any sword. But then the old man was a little startled when he felt something. Wait a minute, this energy. He turned his head to check. Ron was, at that moment, holding the dark sword, examining it. His eyes seemed to be captivated by the demonic object. The old man warned, hey, quickly, grab a great sword from around here. Huh? What are you suddenly talking about? Dorian was a little confused, but the old man's voice was sharp as he demanded, the sword that Brad is holding is a demon sword. You need to get that sword out of his hand before its demonic aura consumes him. I don't think that'll be necessary. Dorian offered his opinion. What are you talking about? Can't you see how dangerous that energy is? When the old man looked back at the young man, he was startled once again. What is happening? A terrifying amount of demonic energy is radiating out, but none of it is getting close to that brat. Observing the situation, the blacksmith, Vulcan, made his assessment. Wrath, with a contemptuous tone, thought, you lowly insect. How dare you approach my vessel? In his sea of consciousness, the energy cat was threatening the source of the aura that dared to invade Ron's body. How dare you be so disrespectful? I will freeze you and watch you shatter into pieces. The cat continued his verbal flexing. Stop it, a voice interrupted. This annoyed Wrath, who chided Ron, this thing dared to touch my property. Why should I stop? If it weren't for me, you would have been consumed by the demonic aura. The young man looked at the sword in his hand and replied, I don't belong to you. And even without you, I wouldn't have been consumed by the demonic aura. Vulcan approached and asked about the situation. Are you alright? I'm fine, Ron replied. And this is no ordinary sword. What is it? The old blacksmith's voice was a little somber as he answered, a failed sword. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but this is a demon sword. In the south, there is a small village called Frieren, the old man began to recount. It was a village where the people believed that a tree named Otherlo was born, and they lived a peaceful life, relying on each other. But one day, the white blood cult attacked Frieren and destroyed half the village. The remaining people were taken away, as they always did. A bloody tragedy unfolded, and in the end, no one was left alive. The blacksmith continued, after hearing about the tragedy in Frieren, I bought a branch of the Otherlo tree to make this sword, with the intention of trying to appease the souls of the victims. That was a mistake. The moment the sword was completed, the hilt and blade, which were originally white, were stained red. Instead of appeasing the souls of the Frieren villagers, their anger accumulated within the sword. No one could wield it, so I kept this sword in my inventory. I really don't understand how you're maintaining your sanity. He looked at the young man with curiosity. Ron suddenly closed his eyes and felt the memories of Frieren flowing into his mind. Through the sword, the injustice they had suffered, as well as their anger, helplessness, and the wariness they had to bear. They had truly been brutally murdered by the white blood cult. Ron took in all of their resentment to understand the sword. Then he uttered, I still have much to achieve. This also means I don't have much time, and it will be difficult to avenge everyone. But if I ever encounter the white blood cult, I will definitely not let them go. Will you come with me? The young man asked the sword. Vulcan noticed that the demonic aura had returned to the sword. Did it just recognize that brat as its master? Ron said, a sword made to appease souls. From now on, your name will be Requiem Sword as you travel with me. Thank you for giving me such a fine sword. You not only gave me the Requiem Sword but also a regular sword to use. Vulcan replied, don't worry about it. For a rising star to use my sword is the highest honor for a blacksmith. Ron then left, leaving it. Message. If you ever come to Zeghart, I will definitely treat you with great care. Alright. I hope you can pass this test safely. The two of them said their goodbyes. The old man then watched the backs of the two youths as they slowly disappeared. He then recalled the moment the young man had tamed the demon sword. I thought this brat was just talented, but he was able to wield that sword, and even become its master. Sword and wielder is one. No, it's something more than that. He determined, the name Zeghart will shake the world once again. Vulcan affirmed. After leaving Camlin and traveling north for a few days, the surroundings were covered in snow. The two of them took out warmer clothes to wear. And as they grew accustomed to the repetitive scenery, it seemed that on their journey, Ron and Dorian had come across no small number of bloodstains splattered on the road or nearby walls. Phew, we're finally here. Before them stood a majestic structure. Ron thought to himself, I finally arrived at Habun Castle to take my test. Dorian, at that moment, pinched his nose and made a disgusted face. What is that smell? Meanwhile, Wrath emerged, his face ecstatic as he exclaimed, Paha, this smell, the smell of the battlefield makes this king feel alive again. Ron looked at his friend, who was half dead, and said, Dorian, we've just arrived. Why are you acting like this? We didn't encounter any difficulties on the way here. Are you serious? Dorian was indignant. Because we left Canlan, the weather got colder and colder, and you said that the colder it gets, the more we need to move. So from morning till night, except when we were traveling, you just kept analyzing my sword style. And on top of that, when it was your turn to keep watch, you never stopped swinging your sword, causing me to lose sleep for several nights. The mushroom-headed young man complained with much frustration. Because of that, I've never had a good night's sleep. And you say I didn't go through any difficulties. Wrath, on the side, also chimed in. Even old kuds get to rest on time. With this kind of training, even I can't get a good night's sleep because of you. Ron just sighed and remained silent. At that moment, a pair of footsteps approached. Are you two mercenaries? You're later than I thought. The man was wearing a black military uniform with a long cloak over it. Followed by two guards, he introduced himself, I am Tarion, the vice commander of Habon Castle. And I am also responsible for guiding you two while you are here. Ron looked at his friend, who had passed out from exhaustion, and said to the man, yes, we'll be in your care. Is that guy alright? Tarion asked. It's just a normal reaction. Please don't pay him too much mind. Alright, then follow me. Dragging his friend's body along, Ron prompted, Dorian, get up and walk on your own. Just let me go home, the other young man whispered. Inside, Ron happened to observe many people who were injured or in a state of disrepair, including the elderly, women, and children. The young man thought to himself, seeing it in person, things are worse than I thought. These walls are evidence of their collapse and reconstruction. The wary expressions on the villagers' faces, the smell of blood emanating from the walls, and the scent of death in the air. Looking over at the snowy hill nearby, the young man saw a series of graves lined up in rows. Just as Jadiel described. She's definitely never been here before. But in that short time, Ron thought back to the maid and the information she had provided. At that moment, a woman carrying a bag of ingredients happened to spot the two of them entering. This woman, who worked at the Misty Branch Tavern and was named Yua, thought, I've never seen their faces before. Who are they? Mercenaries. An old man next to her turned around and asked, what are you doing over there, Yua? We need to prepare to open. Coming, Grandpa. And with that, the young woman turned and left. At the same time, Ron was also curious about the voice and glanced over, a little confused. A short while later, in a room inside the main building, a voice announced, Commander, may I enter? The mercenaries you mentioned. No, the Zeheart trainees have arrived. And so, Ron and Dorian were brought to meet the master of the castle. The man before them was sitting behind a desk and looked to be of advanced age, his hair and beard having turned silver. He was the commander of Habon Castle, Milan Brion. The man then spoke. Welcome, trainees of Zeheart. I am the commander of this castle, Milan Brion. It seems they know we're from Zeheart. And that must be Milan Brion, Ron thought. The one known as the Giant of the North who has protected Habon Castle for the past 20 years. Wrath from behind, remarked that gaze. It's been a long time since I've met a true warrior. Of course. That is the gaze that only a warrior who has protected this place for decades could possess, Ron replied. You feel it too. Milan Brion continued, everyone who knows of your status in this castle is here. Otherwise, it is kept a secret. And I know why Rimmer brought you here. He wants you to gain more experience before you return. Looking at the two young men, the commander voiced his thoughts. But then he leaned forward, his hands clasped together, his gaze stern and his voice lowered. But there is no such thing as training or guidance here. A priest, warm meals, and a comfortable place to sleep, we have none of those. Only a bone-chillingly cold wind and endless battles. If you two are expecting a comfortable experience, then you should turn back right now, he warned. Dorian's ears perked up at this. We can really. But before he could finish, Ron stopped him with a signal. Ron then replied, we came here to become stronger. We can accept any battlefield or circumstance. Hearing this, Milan's tone returned to normal. I like your attitude, brat. But let's see how long it can last. From now on, your status will be equal to that of the soldiers, and you will start from the lowest rank. He ordered. Sally, assign these two brats to the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad. I'll do it right away, Milan Brun ordered the old man beside him. Whether it's reconnaissance or combat, let them experience it all. Now, lead these brats to their quarters. We'll take our leave, Commander. He then led the two young men out of the room. He too followed Tarion. The room became silent again. Tarion said bluntly, I don't like them. What do you mean? Milan replied. As you said, Dorian is trembling with fear, while Ron is very relaxed. As if that brat came here for a vacation. They won't be of any help, only cause trouble. Furthermore, looking at that flower bracelet on Ron's hand, I can't see him as a warrior. It would be better if we sent them back quickly. It didn't take longed for the vice-commander of the castle to observe every detail on the newcomers' bodies, and analyze them for Brion. But he was cut off by the man. I understand what you mean, but appearances aren't everything. Looking at the letter of introduction, it says they have passed Zehart's rigorous training. Those two kids aren't as young as they look. Before judging, let's just see how they are. Now, go observe them first. Yes. Frieren reluctantly followed his superior's orders. The commander added, actually, I don't know why they want us to send reports about these two kids every 2 weeks. Was that a letter from Lord Lamer? He denied it. No. The clan head of Zehard himself asked me. From the Lord himself. Frieren was a bit surprised when the name of the Zehard clan head was mentioned. Are you talking about the Northern Tyrant King directly requesting it? That's right. He asked me to report all of their actions. This is the first time I've encountered such a case, and he even gave special instructions. Brion recounted, I really don't know what he wants. At that moment, the said Northern Tyrant King was enjoying tea in the hall. Returning to the two young men, Ron was a bit surprised when he looked at his room. Dorian, where did you find the time to clean this place? His friend with the seaweed-colored hair showed off a relatively neat and tidy room and replied to men, I cleaned it while you were in the bathroom. Ron recalled, just a moment ago, it was still a wreck. Walking over to the curtain, the young man touched it to check the fabric, then asked worriedly, and where did you get all these things? Remen ain't. Dorian replied nonchalantly, of course, they were already prepared in my bag. I'm sure you don't carry various colors. As soon as he finished speaking, the other young man pulled out a few other options and showed them off excitedly. Of course I do. They are necessary items. Red, yellow, and blue. You name it, what else do you need? The surprise gradually turned into an expression of fear, and thought to himself, what on earth is in that bag? At that moment, a man entered and urged the newcomers, are you done unpacking yet? He wore a white military uniform, his face full of confidence as he introduced himself, I'm the captain of the 3rd Reconnaissance team, Raiden. I know you kids just arrived, but hurry up and prepare to depart again. We've just been requested for a reconnaissance mission. Back at the Zehart residence, Glenn spoke. What wind brought you here? Lamer, with his usual cheerful demeanor, teased, old man of the clan. I know everything. They say you're secretly planning a feast to see how the young Ron is doing. Come to think of it, you're quite worried about your grandson, aren't you? The old man, having been caught, showed his annoyance. He held his head and thought to himself, I heard that Len has been hanging out with this gambling addict lately. He must have told him everything. That's why I told them to keep it a secret. Lamer reasoned, isn't it fun? He found the 2-colored flower during the Snow Tiger's raid, made it bloom, and absorbed it, dealing a direct blow to the pride of that notoriously arrogant Bianca princess. Glenn replied, my disciple became a thief. And is the reason the princess of a neighboring country is angry, and you call that fun? I'll admit he's a thief, but the princess's failure isn't his fault. Lamer leaned against a pillar and analyzed. He was just responding to her provocation. Even when the secret banquet was held, they couldn't find out that they were the ones who stole the black butterfly. So wouldn't it be more fun later when news about him gets dug up? Unfortunately, there won't be a second time. I've ordered them all to withdraw, the clan head announced. What? The teacher reacted with surprise. Aren't you very curious about his next move? I even heard that he was just given a sword by Q. The Northern Tyrant King closed his eyes and reasoned. The reason I dispatched them was to prevent any interference in the clan's affairs, so I have ordered them all to withdraw. Ah, so instead you chose to receive reports from Heaven Castle, is that it? Lamer's worldly wisdom annoyed the old man in front of him. He then turned and glared at the butler, as if he knew the reason. Lin, you. The poor old man explained, I haven't said anything this time. The elf argued, you're suspecting the wrong person. Isn't it obvious that you've been in contact with Heaven Castle? Instead of abusing your authority to do such things, wait kill you to just say, my grandson is the best. If things continue smoothly, the misunderstandings with the collateral branch will be resolved. It's good for you. Your relationship with Sylvia will also improve. This is beneficial for everyone, Lamer asserted. But then Glenn suddenly left his seat and descended with an unusually large aura. It seems my lesson last time wasn't enough for you. Seeing this, the red-haired young man knew this was not a good sign, and tried to find a way out. I have to go now, don't I? I have to go. Goodbye, my lord. But the old man didn't stop, and even as he walked, he was rolling up his sleeves. I have to make sure. This lesson is deeply ingrained in you. Just like that, the residence once again echoed with a terrible sound. All the way in heaven, Ron could still feel it. I think I hear a scream from somewhere. The captain led the two to a place, then he introduced. This is Mount Estalin. Based on the number of monsters, and the thick snow here, according to Heaven Castle, this place is like hell on earth. Raiden added, well, the view is spectacular. At least the scenery is beautiful. It really is beautiful, Ron replied. So before we start this reconnaissance mission, how about a little test? I have to see how experienced you are, right? The captain of the third team proposed. Looking at the footprints left on the ground, he asked the two, where do you think these tracks came from? Dorian thought, they're quite large. Could it be an ice wolf? Ron had the opposite thought. It's not from a wolf. It's not. Bending down to get a closer look, Ninchoring, a wolf's paw print has a shape similar to a human's. Plus, it's bigger and deeper than this. These footprints seem to belong to some kind of four-legged animal. I'd guess it's a Kerry mountain goat. Raiden on the side was a little surprised and thought to himself, he can tell just by looking. He then asked, so, can you tell me when these footprints were made? Ron replied, looking at the ground trampled by the footprints, it's not very hard, so it must have been from yesterday. If we go west, we might be able to catch them. Then what is this? The captain continued to test the kid's skills by pointing to the scratch marks on a tree trunk and asking. The young man also answered easily, the mark of a dire wolf. Touching the scratched part of the tree trunk, and continued to analyze, dire wolves usually leave their thick, sharp claw marks on trees and rocks to mark their territory. But this one is dead. How did you? Before he could finish, Ron answered. Dire wolves tend to stay in the territory they've marked. This claw mark is too old, which means it's dead. Looking at the new rookie, Raiden couldn't help but feel a little jealous. What the hell is this guy? How does he know all that? This team has a tradition of hazing newcomers, but for the reconnaissance team of Heaven Castle, it's not just about running errands or a few punches. It's about showing the new guys that the knowledge they learned from books is useless in the real world. Showing them how dangerous this place is. But in the end, at this place, that turned into a developmental thinking exercise. Raiden recalled, looking at men. This guy. How on earth does he know all that? Then what's the point of hazing newcomers? Seeing that this was a tough nut to crack, Raiden turned his face away and shifted his attention to Dorian, handing the mushroom-headed young man a small branch. He ordered, you, go find out the origin of these tracks right now. Why me? The young man was a bit surprised. Raiden grabbed the other's head. You idiot, you don't even know this. This, run on the side, show no interest and said, Gusli Dorinby. I'll go check the situation around here. By using my legendary sense, I can get a full grasp of the situation around me. While he was thinking, the demon sword he was wearing at his waist suddenly reacted. Ron picked it up and realized, the true spirit sword is also checking the surroundings on its own and reporting the situation to me through its spiritual power. The young man recalled, actually, ever since I came here, it has started doing that. It absorbs spiritual power and transmits it to me through the monsters we've killed. Thanks to that, I've acquired a skill related to spiritual power. It's trying its best to help me. Come to think of it, that's pretty nice of it. Wrath then also came out of Min's body and grumbled, what the hell is that bastard doing? My Emperor's legendary sense is clearly better. So how dare you use that piece of trash? Ron replied, I cherish it because it tries to help me. Thanks to that, I don't need to use your power. Hearing this, the energy cat was completely silenced. But then it explained that the legendary sense was only a small part of its power. But it's still better than that parasitic sword. How would I know if it's good or bad? The Emperor, and the greatest and strongest Emperor in the world. Seeing that this cat was too noisy, Ron left. Yeah, of course. This only made the wrathful one more furious. This arrogant brat. Just ignore me. More importantly, the young man spoke, since this power comes from you, the one who is always trying to take over my body, I don't know what side effects it will cause. The cat then said, don't worry about things like that, because the technique I'm about to tell you will use the divine power you have. The Emperor, will guide you in the true method of using cold power, unlike any method you've known before. Wrath flew up high and looked down with a superior gaze. Ron was a bit cautious. A surprise reward. A short while later, the young man had entered a state of meditation. Beside him, the energy cat explained, the name of the technique is Glacia. It is almost impossible for an ordinary person to learn this technique. You can only learn it when you have extremely pure cold power. With your homunculus talent, you'll have to put in a lot of effort over a long period of time to learn it. Now, concentrate and relax. Looking at men, he continued to instruct. Connect the cold power in your body with the cold power of this place. Hold it. Look at my cold power. What does it look like? Ron replied, your cold power seems to have merged with the snow on the ground. The cat explained, that's just a surface phenomenon. It's not cold power and snow. It's cold power merging with cold power. That's the essence of this method. Connecting cold power with cold power. So after trying, he thought to himself, this is hard. I've never thought of using cold power like this. It'll probably be very difficult for me to learn. The young man then closed his eyes again, determined to try once more. Instead of trying to connect directly, what I need to do is to hold the image of the connection in my mind. That way, I can visualize things that are far away as if they are right in front of me. In fact, all the cold power in this place has merged into my sense of sight, hearing, and touch. Relaxing myself. The young man could now perceive the space around him, while meditating. The world is slowing down, he thought. A moment later, the young man opened his eyes and stood up. No, I'm the one who's slowing down. My body feels heavy. But as he walked, he felt each of his senses gradually becoming absolutely sharp. I can see Dorian being bullied by Ratten, as well as the dire wolf successfully hunting its prey. Ron could see things far away from him. He thought, not only can I see who's there, but I can also see what they're doing. This is insane. Perhaps because this is the first time, the distance I can see is very short, and the duration isn't long. But then, something within his field of vision startled him. Something dangerous was coming. Ron immediately returned to the other two and reported, Captain Ratten, what is it? There's a mole shark digging a tunnel underground, and it's about to come up here, he recounted. Ratten, who knew about this species, grew worried. A mole shark is coming here. This is the territory of the Mount Stin monsters, so a water monster like a mole shark can't be here. There isn't even the characteristic ground vibration that this species creates. But Ron insisted. I'm serious. It's coming. How can that be? Just as he finished speaking, an explosion erupted from behind the captain. What? Both Ratten and Dorian stared in disbelief. Before them, several monsters had emerged from the ground. There really are mole sharks. The mole sharks are really here. Ratten gripped his sword, preparing for battle. I have to focus. It's just me and the trainee here. We have to get out of here to warn the rest of the team. But in his tension, it seemed the man accidentally took a slight misstep, making a noise. This drew the monster's attention even more. The shark in front let out a loud roar. Ratten panicked. Damn it. Why did my foot have to slip? At the worst possible moment, too, but immediately, Ron used his sword technique, gliding past the monster and leaving countless cuts on its skin, sending blood flying everywhere. Looking back, he told the captain, I'll hold off the sharks, so Captain Ratten, you should go call the other members. He added, I know you can't trust me yet, but at least trust in my sword. After hearing those words, he grabbed Dorian and moved, leaving a message behind. Be careful, Ron. Avoid them and survive until reinforcements arrive. Back at the battle, Ron looked ahead and exclaimed, Now then, shall we begin? There were still two mole sharks in front of him, eager to tear him to shreds. At that moment, the monsters lunged, attacking Ron simultaneously. But the young man showed no signs of flinching. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a swift attack. Fangs of insanity. Using the sword technique Glenn had given him before the test, Ron easily left a large hole in the first shark's body. Looking at the damage the skill had just dealt, he thought, the effectiveness of the Fangs of Insanity is better than I thought. Normally, they would be an opponent I'd need to use aura against. While Ron was analyzing, another shark attacked from behind. But the young man's footwork was good enough to dodge to the side. He thought, but now I can hold on with just swordsmanship. What allows me to make good use of the sword's abilities and predict the shark's movements is the fact that my cold energy has merged with the surrounding environment. Is this the power of a glacier? So the way to properly use these power sources is through actual combat. The young man drew experience as he fought, honing his senses through practical experience. As soon as he had taken down a few more sharks, Ron thought, I'm gradually adapting to both the Fangs of Insanity and Glacia. I feel like I can defeat opponents at this level. I'm learning new things faster than I imagined. It was the right decision to come to Habun Castle, where there are many opportunities for experience. And with that, he sheathed his sword again. At the same time, Ratten arrived with reinforcements. He called out, Ron, are you okay? They've brought reinforcements, so retreat. Huh? But then, the man stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Observing the pile of dead monster carcasses, he thought he defeated all those sharks by himself. They're monsters that can be fatal even if all the team members attack at once. Who is this guy? Looking at Ron, Ratten couldn't help but question his identity. In the silence, Ron thought, he must be speechless. After all, he didn't trust a newcomer and almost put everyone in danger. Even if he wanted to say something, it would be impossible. Although his pride has been wounded, he's not. Suddenly a sound came from Ratten's throat. I'm sorry. We survived thanks to you. Surprisingly, the captain approached and bowed his head in apology. With a downcast gaze, he said, because I didn't believe you, a dangerous situation occurred. Won't use the excuse that I have more experience than you. Thank you. Ron thought to himself, I didn't expect him to apologize so quickly. The young man placed a hand on the captain's shoulder and replied, It's all right, Captain Ratten. I wouldn't have believed a newcomer to the team either. Now I understand who you are. Suddenly the long-haired man spoke, startling Ron a little. What? Does he mean he's found out I'm a Zeehart? Ratten grabbed Ron's hand and said excitedly, You're an angel sent from heaven to save us. Ron was a little flustered and refused. Huh? What? Without listening to the trainee's explanation, the older man turned and announced to the others, to commemorate the trainees and our team's first mission, tell everyone to head back and gather at the tavern. It's on May. All the nearby members were surprised. Our stingy captain is going to do what? We have no reason to refuse free drinks. Let's go. That evening at the tavern, everyone was laughing and chatting cheerfully. Ha ha ha, you're exaggerating, sir. No, I'm serious. He cut them all down and turned to me and said to trust in his sword. Redden was trying to recount Ron's heroic deeds of the day to the others, but his comrades didn't seem to believe him. If he's that strong, why would he come to a place like this as a trainee? And if you look at him, he doesn't even look 17. How does that make sense? Are you doubting my words and our trainees? You bastard, Redden cursed, looking at the two young men. Wrath appeared at that moment with a curious look in his eyes, sensing, the combination of the rich flavor of cheese and the sourness of pineapple is truly the pinnacle of taste. Ron on the side, chewing a slice of pizza thought, is there a reason we need to eat it this way? Something's not right. Dorian, next to him, spoke up. Young master, it seems your sense of taste is quite unique. The mushroom, added young man said. I've had pizza and garlic before, but I couldn't eat it. Hearing this, the energy cat got angry and turned to scold him. What? You pig know nothing about flavor. How dare you? Suddenly, a girl approached and started a conversation. Whoa, the rumors are true. The ladies were saying that the new trainee in the Reincarnates squad has a face even more outstanding than his swordsmanship skills. The tavern employee, Yua, cheerfully started. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yua. We have other items on the menu, would you like to see? Ron replied coldly, sure, thanks. At the same time, both the cat and the young man looked at the menu. Wrath exclaimed, whoa, even though this is a remote place, the menu is so extensive. Wait, this king wants to eat that mint chocolate chip ice cream. Ron, thinking it didn't sound very appealing, replied, I really don't want to eat that. The female employee, with a proud look, guessed, perhaps you're interested in the mint chocolate chip ice cream. Our restaurant has the best version of it. Ron hastily replied, no, But the young woman didn't stop talking. The mint grown near Habun Castle has a fresher taste than other places. The energy cat turned to the young man and growled, you ungrateful bastard. This king has taught you a secret technique, and this is how you repay me. You see. You just calm down. Seeing the one next to him being so talkative, Ron had to give in. The young man thought, why does a tavern have mint chocolate chip ice cream? Although he was confused, Ron decided to raise his hand and order. I'll have one mint chocolate chip. Hey trainee. Suddenly, a voice called out. Did you really defeat 6 sharks by yourself? The energy you give off isn't that strong. One of the team members turned to start a conversation. Another person sitting next to him said, don't get us wrong. I'm just wondering why you're so strong at such a young age. Anyway, thank you. All of us thank you. Ron replied gently, thank you. But it seems you are all praising me too much. What do you mean? Someone of your skill level will be promoted immediately. I just wanted to talk comfortably with you before that happens. So don't worry about it. That's right. When will we get another chance to talk to you like this? Another person chimed in. Dorian also spoke up. That's right, you've really achieved something great. The young man felt a little shy and said, I'm still not used to being praised like this. At the same time, the waitress came over and brought a heaping cup of ice cream. Here's your mint chocolate chip. Wrath immediately urged, oh, hurry up and eat. After putting a spoonful in his mouth, the cat excitedly expressed his feelings. The fresh taste spreads instantly, and before it becomes too sharp, the sweetness of the chocolate hits, just like this king, both cold and sweet. Wrath, Ron voiced his thoughts. I get this same feeling when I use glacia. But there isn't just one way to use it, right? The cat noticed. Although, you figured it out. You guessed right. Just like the training techniques humans use, it is a method to use ice energy with maximum efficiency and power. So I can use it for both offense and defense. The young man asked further. Of course, it's a wonderful skill. It enhances your senses and supports both offense and defense, the cat added. Of course for this king, it's too easy. For a talentless person like you, you might achieve something after a year of hard training. A year is too long, Ron lamented. The cat retorted, you think it's easy? With this king by your side and teaching you for just 1 year. So, do you dare to make a bet with me? He suggested. A bet? Whether I can master Glacia in 6 months. Ron proposed the terms of the bet. The cat thought. 6 months? At this time, the young man was also analyzing its expression. It seems he's hesitating, because he's lost every bet so far. Alright. Then, 5 months. Don't you think that's worth a bet? The young man decided to increase the challenge for himself. Hearing this, Wrath seemed to be swayed. Alright, deal, the cat immediately agreed. Wrath has accepted the bet. A system notification board appeared.